Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, gang, do you want to call this meeting to order?
let's do it.
Okay, so, everybody, it's really people that are here in person. And for those of you joining us virtually, welcome as well. This is the June 4th meeting of the Craig Broker Lawyer Committee. It is my last meeting. My term ends on August 31st, so
Wow.
bye to everybody.
Not realize that.
You guys are gonna have to find a new leader. Ron will just be the dictator, just have me do everything. Just a lowly servant, yeah. So I'm moving to housekeeping. What, the staff want to say anything?
Yeah, so that's just generally, so we are recording. Anyone who is on Teams, and it looks like everyone is doing it, if you are not a member, you want to have your camera off, just so that we can have that interaction with the person who is a member for open meetings purposes. Looks like we've got Greg right there. And then for everyone in here, if you are in the Teams meeting, mute everything, so we don't get the weird backbeat. Yeah, which it sounds like we're fine on. And then not to use the chat function in Teams for anyone who's in Teams unless you're having technical issues. That's it.
Okay, so public comment on non-agenda items, that's 3. I guess that would be, we don't have anybody? We have somebody in our, I know Scott is alone. Okay, so I don't see any guests present at the actual meeting, so let's go to staff on what is happening in the legislature. Take it away, Tony. Take it away. Oh.
Hello, wow.
Just down guy.
Okay. Fun nature of Teams meeting.
Whole stack of stereo equipment.
Is that a microphone right there at the table?
No, that's,
This is.
Yeah,
Yeah, these are
this is the
microphones.
microphone.
You could just use what we're using, which is.
I guess everybody can hear me. Yeah, okay. All right, so good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody in person. I'm Tony Slagle, the Deputy Executive Director. I'm going to give you guys a brief legislative update. We started off the session, this session was supposed to be fairly quiet, or we thought it was going to be fairly quiet. But we tracked 129 bills. About 18 to 20 of them passed at the next time. I won't be discussing all of them because some of them are HR related and administrative stuff. I did want to point out there are two items on the agenda that are legislatively related. Item number 7, which dealt with the solar disclosure, that bill, which was HB 1993, actually died. And it was collateral damage from some of the stuff happening at the end of the legislature. So it ended up getting, it was on the local calendar to go, and it was going to, update the solar disclosure requirement, providing notice for gas piping, as well as some, I think, some additional information about various municipal districts and stuff, and that ended up, like I said, dying due to collateral damage at the end of the session. But item 8, which is HB 1343, is regarding notice. There's currently a statutory requirement notice regarding public improvement districts. You guys will have a much more robust discussion about that particular bill when it comes up. But the statute dictates the language of that notice. So it provides a couple of options in terms of whether it's provided by notice or provided as a contract. So I know you guys have fleshed that out a little bit. So I did just want to extend the terms to talk about a couple of things that did happen in the agency. So we had a bill passed. We were oddly enough part of the eminent domain discussion this session, which was interesting. There was at one point that ombudsman that was going to be set up in the agency to deal with eminent domain complaints. That did not happen. Instead, what did happen is there's now a specific line in the Landowner's Bill of Rights that points people to the agency if they have any complaints. ERW agents are usually at least the agency to regulate. So it just is another place to tell people where they can go if they have complaints about those agents. Those are agents or the ones that deal with, that represent entities that have an authority. In addition, the agency will be developing an education program for those agents to, as the person who was responsible for that land said, to teach them how to be nicer to people. So we'll be working on that as it goes on. There's also a bill, SB 1588, which requires the agency to be a central repository for homeowners association, property owners association management documents. So those essentially what the bill does is it requires HOAs to file that management documentation with us at the same time they file it with the county.
Yeah.
We are to have a certified database of the public can go and pull that information up and look at it. So
Wow.
we're working on that as well. A biggie, we were also part of a TDLR, Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation sunset bill, which we weren't thinking we would be, but there was an amendment added which residential service companies were regulated by federal over to TDLR. So that we will have done by the beginning of the next fiscal year, which is September 1st. So we're working with TDLR on how to transition the license holders over to them as well. Let's see. One good thing was, as a result of the last, of our last sunset review, we had a 6-year, our sunset review process, which is a 12-year cycle, was truncated to 6 years. And the legislature, I think, looking at all the progress the agency's made over the last 2 years, recommended moving that back up to a 12-year cycle, and that bill is currently sitting on the governor's desk to put us on a sunset cycle to have already done at 2030. So that's a good thing. Trying to think if anything else that might interest all of you. I think that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll also, I can send this report to everybody just so that you have bills that impact the agency that are on the governor's desk, just so you can look at that. But I'm happy to answer any questions on any of that. Yes, sir.
Just remind us, are right-of-way agents currently licensed and regulated by the agency?
They are, they're certified. There's not a whole lot that they require it. They don't have to pass an exam, but they just got to hit us. I think they're B18 and Systems US and all of those things. I think the majority of them are probably duly licensed as real estate licensed holders as well. But what this bill does is, like I said, it has a pre-licensing and a continuing education component to it. They're developing. They need to take 16 years or 16 hours every 2 years of education. The statute specifies what that's in relation to. So, we've done this with other license holders where we develop education programs. So that should be fairly easy. But yeah, I think this is a step to try to get that whole admin process to be just a tad bit better, but not probably a little bit more. Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard anything about when the next special session will be?
No, I mean, the big elephant in the room is redistricting, so they've got to come back for that. Have you heard anything, Chelsea?
The speculation for redistricting is the fall.
Yeah.
But of course, there's a lot of chatter.
Right.
Coming back sooner than politics.
Right.
Whether or not that will happen, I think, get a bowl of popcorn.
Yeah, so I don't know if I don't know if all of that would be part of the redistricting call or not, or if the governor will call people back to deal with items. He said publicly that he may bring people back to deal with items individually. I don't know if that's on or not, but yeah, I apologize, I haven't heard anything definitive.
And do you know, did the big budget bill get passed? I heard that also would be something that if there's a special session and there's changes, then that has to be changed. And there's can't remember
related to like the line item details, the legislative branch, that sort of thing. The bill passed, the budget passed. But depending on the breadth of the call, it could be broad enough to open up the budget and that.
and that has a
That would
deadline.
be a longer process than 30 days, in my humble.
Right.
You might know something about it. Just wondering.
On the HOA management documents, is that a moving forward database or is that going back to all the existing certificates?
No, so that's an interesting question. So what the bill does is it states by a certain date, anybody who currently has, a management document filed has to file it with us. And then after that date, I think any new HOAs that are set up have, I remember kind of office, all like that, I think 10 days after they file with the company, or the county to file it with us. But there is a date certain by which existing HOAs have to file management if they're currently doing implementations.
That includes voluntary and professional leave.
I don't know the answer to that.
Surely.
Yeah. And when I send this update, I'll talk about it. You got questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to number 5, discussion and possible action regarding comment on a promulgated form. We have that nicely laid out in our materials, so I'm starting with the comments on page 3 of 99. We have a comment from Therese. And I'm going to look at, many of these are repeat comments that bring in different topics, so I'm just going to focus on the highlighted stuff. Third-party financing condition addendum needs a check mark for hard money. You constantly get cash offers. These non-Fannie, non-Freddie Mac hard lenders take as much time, if not more, to get their loans processed. They still want surveys and appraisals. Sellers then get upset because it was a finance transaction. So I'd like to ask a question or take a survey of the group, because I get different opinions on this. Who believes that a cash offer is an implied representation that that buyer has the cash to do the transaction? And who believes that that is not the case, that a cash offer is simply an offer by a buyer to buy it, not contingent on any loan?
They didn't say where they're getting.
Yeah, so there's frequently, although not always, a split between lawyers and brokers on this. Brokers see it one way, lawyers see it another.
Although not in this group,
That's
apparently.
true, I mean, not everybody, we don't have uniformity of opinion on this, but I do think that people see this different ways. So those that see a cash offer as an implied representation of you have the cash, feel that there needs to be something in the contracts to fuss that out, and show that it's, well, I am getting financing, but it's not.
If it doesn't matter where the cash comes from, why would it matter if it's a bank and it is third-party financing?
Because it slows down the transaction.
But that's what they're saying that way.
Significantly,
But
and
that's the complaint, right? That the hard money does as well. So if your position is, what does it matter where the money comes from? That could be a blanket statement from all of it because money is money.
Well, I think lawyers are typically less based in ground, the reality. The lawyer's point of view is a seller can just say no. They may get alarmed that there's a financing involved, but they don't have to extend the contract. They don't, but the reality is if they don't, then they're more likely to lose the deal than a buyer that has the cash. So, Brian.
Isn't this an education issue?
Because,
Oh, no.
buyer, I mean, everything's an education issue, but buyers, or sellers, whenever they get a cash offer, it's prudent for them to say, well, what's your source of funds? And, you know, just like I want to see a pre-approval letter or whatever.
You're gonna get
that's for.
approved funds, yeah.
Yeah, so, Lee?
So admitting that I don't know the answer, I will say, I would like there to be some kind of definition somewhere. Because when I hear cash, what I hear is that the property is not going to be used as collateral for a loan. I mean, that's what I used to think. With hard money, that is not the case. But sometimes it is. I mean, it's never the same. So it's buyers feel like they're offering cash and they don't know until a week before closing that there's going to have to be an appraisal done and that the property, you know, the buyers don't know either. So it's not just that, you know, agents are out there misleading sellers. It's that for whatever reason, buyers don't understand what they're doing when they set up with this hard money. I don't think it's simply an education issue. I would like to see us do something, but I was really hoping we would be able to talk it out and figure out what that would be, because I don't know the answer. I mean, in my mind, hard money, if the property's collateral, that's just conventional financing. But we're not going to teach all the real estate agents in Texas that that's how that's going to work.
Question for the brokers. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't think, to me, it's more of a disclosure issue. And the voices, I'm on the other side. I don't think it's an implied representation on anything. Because on a cash deal, they can get conventional financing, any type of financing. It's just they lose their contingencies based on it. If they fail to get it or whatever, it's just less outs for the buyer of the contract. But my point is, the voices are getting loud out there about hard money. And it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue that from all sides it's getting louder. I don't think there's anything we need to do in these contracts for it, but again, interested to see what SJ's opinion is on why it's an implied representation that it is cash. Because there's nothing saying it
It is
is.
cash.
Right, because it's.
There is something that says it is. It says cash.
It says it is, and the, you know, one of the negatives is it does slow the deal down. It's a reality of timing. Therese brings up a key point about, and there was another poster that comments that funding may even take 3 more days or even 2 more days. That's a real thing. And when a buyer is evaluating a cash offer with no hair on the deal versus financing, and frankly, this, in my opinion, is way past the 5% rule. I am for this, adding, you know, we can call it other and they can fill in and describe what it is. But I do think it's a big enough deal now, in enough markets. And I mean, it may be something else too. I mean, it may be some other kind of financing, but I think we should really consider, I know we've just come forward with documents, but I'm for it, adding some clarity.
I believe a lot of the time, and I could be wrong, this is an intentional, lack of explanation. I mean, it's intentional that they want you to think it's cash.
Right, and it's a
And so
misrepresentation.
even if you have an other or a hard money, they may still continue to mislead. You know, but I don't know, because I'm like Lee in that to me, this is just conventional financing. It's just a simple, it's a loan. I mean, I don't know. And I see your point about it not being subject to it, and that's great, except for if they don't get the financing, you know, it's kind of hard to sue them if they don't have the money.
Well, and that's why I think it's a disclosure issue.
Yeah.
Not that we need to make it, you have to say, I'm using all cash, and then you can't go get financing.
Yeah.
I think it's open, it's just, we have to make the distinction if we want to make a change. Again, I agree the voices are louder, and it's an issue. But it's more of a, let's get this out in front for the parties to talk about up front and understand the somewhat education. And if we want to make a disclosure, we've been kind of out of the business.
And I think, I'm not sure, what happens when they do a proof of funds? Does it show anything? I mean, what does it show?
But that's not mandatory. It's not part of the contract.
Oh, no, I'm saying, I get it. I'm just talking practice. If I've got a cash deal, I haven't had a cash deal without proof of funds.
One point of order, Teams participants, those that have questions in our Teams groups, I'm going to ask politely that you remember your question and hold off. I want to flush out all the committee discussion first. Lee, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so if I'm right about my definition, whereas if the property is being used as collateral, maybe an option would be where we say cash portion paid by buyer, we just put a note like in parentheses, property's not collateral for this portion, or, some kind of statement, just something to put that out there. I think people just don't know.
I think what we're talking about, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is placing some representations into the contract at this point in time when we first go into contract. I don't know if that's wise or not, but if we're talking about checking off representations that I won't use the property as collateral, because that can change, and that might change throughout the transaction. It may be good. And so then I have to amend based on the representation. And then what happens if that representation turns out not to be correct, but the buyer finds another way to fulfill the terms of the contract? Is the effect of that? I think this is going to potentially get into
all
a
the
very
time
complicated
anyway.
issue, right, in terms of representation. Now, if we're talking about verifications, I think we could take some education from our seller financing example, where we look at the seller's creditworthiness in that paragraph, and we're requiring some documents up front to evaluate that. I see it the same way. When a cash buyer comes in, I got to evaluate that buyer and verify the source of funds, and then I may even want clarification, because we all know that buyer can spend that cash tomorrow. So how am I going to hold him to having that money at the time of closing?
I have seen, the best disclosure I've seen of this is language in special provisions that says something to the effect of, although buyer is purchasing under a cash contract, buyer reserves the right to obtain financing, but this buyer's obligations are not contingent in any way on finances. Maybe that's what these people are looking for, is some language that says, I may get financing, but I'm not, this isn't contingent on financing. And then that provides disclosure to a seller who goes, well, maybe I won't take this all. Maybe I'll take it from this other cash.
Well, that can't be on the third-party financing addendum because they're not going to use it.
No, it might be a box that is somewhere in the contract that is protected.
Well, do we need a box then? If it's general language like that, it's more of the disclosure and adding the education components to it, of letting the parties know, just like the commission split at the end. We took it out, people hated it, we put it back in with additional disclosures, they clarify it. And by adding that type of language, it clarifies what the rights are in the contract already. And I think that's helpful. I like that.
Okay, that's it.
I want to clarify that my thing that I'm for is I am encouraging adding that as an option on the third-party financing addendum.
Like a hard money box.
That's right. And encouraging through education, people to use that if that's what they are doing. I am so interesting to get all the different opinions. That's why we have this committee. But I'm now thinking about what the rest of you are saying about in the contract, and that's not at all what I was thinking. And I am not up for changing the contract itself or putting a representation into the contract. I don't like that. I don't think we need to get in the business of that. And there are too many possible options that this would just go on forever. But I do think it should be on the third-party financing, and it should be education and encourage people to use that if that's the situation, and encourage people to learn how to evaluate potential buyer.
Do you guys consider the bank of mom and dad to be a hard money lender? So if mom and dad are going to loan you money and they don't want it to be construed as a gift, and they want a note and a deed of trust, and they may even want a title policy, do you consider that to be a hard money loan that needs to be disclosed?
That, I think it should be disclosed. Sorry.
Brian?
I mean, that's absolutely correct. I think we we all feel the pain. Our title company, you know, hard money lenders is something that nationally we have great concerns about. And we've had a heck of a time. We've had hours of discussion at a national level of, okay, so what is a hard money lender? You know, how are we going to define this beast? And it's, I guess it's anything that's not an institutional lender.
I don't know about
It's a hard
that.
money lender. It's just so difficult. And as SJ said, we all sense the problem and the frustration, but having an agreement as to contractually how you deal with it is the big issue. And the lawyers just say, it's simple. You don't have a financing contingency, you don't have an out, you can't extend closing, look at the contract. The other concern I have with trying to draft something is okay, so what? I mean, we're going to put some more boilerplate in the contract that nobody's going to read. And what's your remedy? You know, we have to put something in that materially improves the situation. Right now, there's a contractual remedy. You have no out, you're obligated to close. Are we going to be able to draft something better? You know, and what if the buyer breaches the representation? Okay, sue me.
That's it.
I do think, looking at the contract, you know, in the sales price, it has cash portion, and then it has sum of all financing described in the attached, and then there's 3 boxes: third-party financing, loan assumption addendum, or seller financing addendum. I think we could add a box that says other, and then that, you know, because frankly, you can't even have financing that is not contingent on a third-party financing addendum. Or, I mean, does anybody do loan assumptions anymore, or seller financing? So I think that would be useful. I think it's happening and people are having to do all kinds of machinations around what the contract, the box for other would be great. On hard money, I don't really know what hard money is, but I don't want to put people in a box on that either. So I'm glad on the third-party financing addendum to say hard money or other. So maybe add 2 more sections on there, just
Now,
that they can
Joyce,
figure it
does
out.
the third-party financing addendum have language like the contract is contingent upon one of the following loans? Does it create a contingency? If you want to do a hard money loan but don't want it to be contingent, do you defeat that by putting it in a third-party financing addendum?
Say that again,
If
please.
you want to do a hard money loan and you want to disclose it, but you don't, but you want to tell the seller, look, this isn't contingent on this mortgage.
Right.
Does that, by putting it in the third-party financing addendum, I seem to recall there's language at the top or at the beginning that says buyer's obligations are contingent upon getting the following loan.
There's a box that says there is not. It is not
you can check
contingent.
that
There's a
it's
number
not.
of days and then there's a it's not.
On
Yeah.
the third party, but if we do a separate box, then I'm worried that if we are making that hard money loan a contingency in that.
It isn't hard money, third party.
Everything's third party unless it's the seller.
Yeah.
It is third party.
What about this idea?
I thought cash was cash.
We have I'm looking at our third-party financing addendum. We have options A through F. What if we had an option G that says other blank line? Okay, and then just say, and I would probably say paragraph 2 with the financing contingencies, that wouldn't apply to another.
Why not?
Well, because, you know, you chose Bank of Mom and Dad. Why should Bank of Mom and Dad have the right to turn down your loan and therefore you get out of the contract?
Because other banks could do that, or.
But I think
And
All lenders have the right to turn you down.
here's what I'll say. The point is, we're giving an opportunity for people to make a disclosure as to how they're getting their money. And will that be 100%? No. Will it be 60%? Maybe, you know, and, you know, take joy in the 60% and don't fuss over the 40% that you're
I'm
not.
getting the feeling from the comments that most people want to do something to address this implied misrepresentation, if you will, and put something in the contract that gives a buyer an opportunity to disclose this to a discerning seller. And a seller in this market, it's very critical that they be able to see the difference between true cash and
Right.
cash.
Right.
So,
No.
Oh, and then one last thing, and we could add in the, paragraph for the sales price, if you say cash, it means cash.
You better have it in.
And you are not obtaining one.
Damn it.
If you are gonna get a
Taking my
lot.
head. Okay, I'm sticking my head. But, so that A, cash portion of sales price payable by buyer at closing, we could put cash, paren, non-financed, and then add a box for other. So they don't have to use the third-party financing addendum if they don't want the out, but it does raise. I have a question for the Trek staff. Would adding a parenthetical behind cash that says non-financing or would adding a box behind the box that says seller financing addendum in the sum of all financing that says other, just a box that says other, are those material enough that we have to go through the, yes, okay.
our boss wants to talk, so Mr. Kesner has a comment or a thought or a question, so let's recognize Mr. Scott Kesner.
I agree with Lee that, hard money is conventional, but I also know the general practice in the business that they count it as cash. I think worst case, if we add a G and we put other, it might also entail maybe some local bond programs or whatever. I don't see messing with paragraph 3 or 4, 3 with the financing, putting another, because if you put G, other, hard money, and then on paragraph 2, you check it's not subject to approval, that waives all the contingency for buyer approval. I don't think we need to mess with the 1 to 4. I think it can be done on the third party. I don't think it should be. I think it's conventional, but everybody is experiencing the same issues. So if you put a G for other, I think that will solve the problem.
But Mr. Kestner, what if they don't want to use that addendum? That's the whole point. What if they don't want to use that addendum? Then there's nothing in the contract to give the seller the heads up.
But if they put cash, it's cash. If they do any other type of financing, there's a third party involved. And this
it's not, that's the problem.
Well, but the third party is not mandatory.
It is. If you check your party,
if they want an out,
then it's part of the
if you want a contingency. If you want a contingency, it is, but if they don't want the contingency, they don't have to do it.
But there's no way to prevent fraud.
Right.
In this, if you're worried about, if we add a box and what if people lie and they put cash and do it anyway, that's still gonna happen. That's still gonna happen.
In this environment, that's gonna happen.
If you put other, what is the seller gonna look for?
I don't know. They're going to ask questions, either the special provisions or they'll ask questions.
So what I wanted to share is that the buyers, I mean, we all know buyers often don't understand their loan processes, et cetera. When they go to these hard money lenders, a lot of the time, I mean, certainly not all the time, but a lot of the time, the hard money lender is saying, this is cash. Don't even tell your realtor, just call it cash. We'll give you proof of funds if they ask for it. And then that's exactly what they do. The lender is telling them to call it cash. And I've got countless examples of like a week before closing, that hard money lender says, oh, well, we need to get an appraisal. We're not going to do this without an appraisal or without this or, something else. So the buyer doesn't even know going into it that cash isn't cash. I know we just changed the contract, but I like the idea of, if there is a question of what is cash, then I think we had to define as is, and now I think we're going to have to define cash.
And I agree with Brian's comment earlier. If we add this to the third party financing data and encourage it to be used. My concern is paragraph 2B and creating an option in there so we don't let these hard money guys or the mom and pops come in 3 days before closing, say, you know, take a raise or whatever reason to creating another out for the buyer. I think we want disclosure to let the seller make an informed decision before contracting. And so if we encourage it, push it, and put it on there, I think we have to make that to where it doesn't impact and get contingencies.
Or what we do is we get G, other, and then after that, with a blank line, say, if the following box is checked, the contingencies in paragraph 2.
Can I, the problem I've got is I'm representing sellers all the time. Okay, that's a big part of my business. If I see other and I see that it's subject to approval of other, that's going to be a bad thing on there. It's not going to look good. So I don't care if it's contingent or not. I don't care if it's mom and dad and they say they have to approve it. I'm going to have a problem with it, and I'm going to negotiate to get it to where it doesn't have that contingency. So I don't think you need to put that in there. I think it can be subject to 2A, B, or whatever the two options in 2 are not, because it's going to impact the quality of the offer, and it's going to be negotiated. So I don't think we need it.
How many brokers are operating on the level you are? I'm saying that in the nicest possible way.
They're going to see, but they're going to see that it's subject to, I think, I could be wrong. I think I immediately go to that 2 to see how long they have for approval and things like that. So if I go to there and I don't see that check, and I go to the next page and see the check that's not subject, that I think that's an area a lot are going to. Now, there's idiots, but I'm not, you know, I think a lot of people are looking at that section 2 on the third party, aren't they?
Right.
Yeah, but it's not just license.
There are a lot of people that aren't idiots that are doing this on purpose.
Yes.
In the park cities or across the state, because we're doing multiple offers. You have people saying, I want to win the beauty contest, so I'm going to make a cash offer. I'm very confident I'll be able to get my loan. And so they do that. And I don't, you know, that's probably the biggest problem with this whole thing.
And you're not going to change that.
And how are we going to fix that?
Well, the problem is what's inferred, okay, by the person receiving the offer. And they believe that the cash offer, there's going to be cash there on the closing day, with no contingencies, no approval process. So I think that's what we have to address if we're going to try to solve this problem, anything else. To me, it's a representation issue, plain simple. The only way to solve it, truly solve the problem, is you ask for more earnest money, more option money up front, or you draft an addendum that says you lose this much money if you don't actually show up on that day with cash, regardless how much it is. So you increase your penalty. But, so I think what we're trying to do is that we're trying to find a hard money solution, but we really need to look at what's happening in this crowd. It's just an referral that's going on with the person's receiving the offer.
So question for the group, raise your hand if you agree with this statement or not. If we put a box in there to give buyers a choice to disclose hard money, it's a joke, it won't matter because people are going to lie anyway. No hands. Okay, so everyone thinks it would be.
If you take out the lie anyway part, I would raise my hand because they don't know they're lying.
I'm hearing some people say, it doesn't matter if we do this, which would suggest that we don't.
I didn't hear anybody say that. You got a bunch of different competing suggestions.
So everybody thinks we should do something. Ron thinks it's in the nature of a disclosure. I'm hearing that.
It might be something as simple as buyer represents that buyer has the cash set forth in paragraph 3A.
As and will have, and if you don't, then here's an increased penalty.
I don't like penalties.
Well,
got
or remedy, here's an increased remedy, because usually what I hear is, well, this wouldn't be so bad if I had enough earnest money where I could claim earnest money, right? And I felt like I was being justified, but the problem is we don't get enough earnest money or we don't get enough option money where the sellers feel properly compensated for the loss. So I think there, you address that issue there and say, if you're going to do this, let's talk about you putting up some cash here.
Terry?
What I tell my agents when they get a cash offer is to be very careful, ask for more earnest money, call the lender, ask them more details about the pre-approval letter, proof of funds letter. I think that's the obligation, fiduciary duty of the listing agent to discover that before they make a decision on who they pick. A buyer in this environment is not going to, I don't want to say tell the truth, or even if they don't know, if they have a hard money lender, they're gonna check the cash box to be picked. We're seeing 35, 50 offers on a house. And so if you check a box that says other, boom, red flag to the seller, they'll just push it aside.
Well, that's the point.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the point. It's, well, it may not help that particular one, but it will help. I mean, if we're trying to balance the contract and all between buyers and sellers, that is the exact point that this agent or broker, two brokers are brought up, that it's not an equal thing, and we would like some differentiation.
So I want to remind everybody, these forms are out for public use. It's not only license holders that are using the forms.
Yeah.
And that takes me back to a consumer sees cash and they think cash. I think that.
I think anybody would think cash. Oh,
Yeah, and I
maybe lawyers that are
I think-
not following the law think
I think-
it's not cash.
Let the record reflect.
Yeah. The lawyers say, the rest of the lawyers are nuts.
Okay.
I feel like we have to do something that defines it.
That was actually a point that I was going to make. And this may be a terrible idea, but I'm just going to toss it out there for us to just, talk about. Is there a way to even, and I'm not discussing the issues of whether we need to change the contract or not, I'm just trying to theoretically talk about this. Whenever the contract says under 3A, cash portion of sales price payable by buyer at closing, what if there were some sort of parenthetical or definition that says not obtained from a third party?
First thing I said. Where's SJ? She said no.
Well, yeah, and maybe I'm rehashing something. I was thinking, well, okay, when we say cash, it does say cash portion of sales price payable by buyer, and yes, theoretically, the buyer can obtain it from someone and pay it, and that's still cash. But if it's somehow defined or indicated to represent, this is cash not obtained from someone else.
Not from a third party.
You have two choices there, right?
Can I say something on that?
One question. Is it an accurate statement that most hard money borrowers are not wanting or making their contracts contingent on the hard money loan?
Yes.
Is that a correct statement? So what we are seeking to do is, one, disclose that we're getting a hard money loan, and two, I think we need to have language in there that makes it clear it's not contingent.
Well, they can do it for.
Okay, the not obtained from someone else, I think would cause some confusion to the consumer. Just alone, maybe it needs to go farther and say already in the buyer's possession. Okay, my father died, I inherited some money. I have it, it's mine, but I obtained it from someone else.
Right, and I'm not.
And, I mean, almost-
I'm just saying conceptually.
It does get
way
to
to
the,
represent.
we do have a hard time defining what is a hard money loan. What is it? So maybe step away from trying to define what a hard money loan is, and maybe you're just looking for a box to check to allow a buyer to disclose that they're getting hard money, and that it is not contingent. And the deal
Or just hard money for other
Make no
benefits.
sense.
I think there are two comments. Number one is the representation. Ron, I just emailed you something that I've done before. It is a simple statement. Buyer represents that buyer has and at closing will have sufficient liquid funds available to pay the cash portion of the sales price without the necessity of selling any other property or obtaining financing. That's number one. And so if you're going to get a loan, you got to put in loan, have other, the blank line so they have the ability to describe it, and then have a box that they can check as to whether or not the contingencies in paragraph 2 of the seller financing addendum apply. And then let the market take it from there.
I do have one point on that. Another, on that, you're gonna need to say unless the, what if I'm buying the house for cash, I'm selling my house to get the cash, and I put an addendum in there set to make it subject to the sale of that.
Yeah, it would constitute.
Then you need to say.
Unless the sale of.
Then that's not-
Right, you'd have to say something like that. The other thing, I could be wrong, but it appears to me that the entire genesis of this hard money, whatever the heck it is to deceive. And is it not? I mean, it seems, well, it seems like to me, it's, and I don't mean in as bad as that sounds, but to portray it as something it's not, so that, and if that is the genesis of it, if that is the motivation, we are not going to change that with a checkbox or anything. I think these people, by and large, know that they're sort of winking.
There's no opportunity to do it right now.
Okay,
Other than hiring a lawyer and not using our contracts.
Check
So-
conventional lending.
But it's not conventional lending. Conventional lending is defined. It's not conventional lending.
I think you have the opportunity right now easily. And to check conventional lending and to check the box 2B or whatever that says it's not subject to being to approval of finance.
I disagree.
Yeah.
It's not just the hard money lenders, all those.
Co-chair.
I would suggest that what we do, because this, I think what Brian's offered here is a good reasonable start. I think that there could be 2 or 3 possible solutions to this. Like we did with the other ones, I would suggest, because this is a conversation going on all day, is to put a subgroup together to come back with 2 or 3 different alternatives and say, here's the ways we see it. A, B, and C, some are better than the others, and give us a harder look. And give us some meat to say, oh, we like that approach.
You might be looking at changes to paragraph, to the front page of the contract, or we might be looking at changes to third-party financing it in, but let's do that.
I second that
All right.
motion.
Who would like to be on this subcommittee, this writing subcommittee? Ron,
Sure.
Brian, and SJ, and
Whatever we need.
Okay.
Wait,
Yes.
I'm not volunteering. I just. Give me my hand back. I just wanted to add a little point for them to ponder
Okay.
in their conversation. And I would submit that this is not just a hard money challenge, because
Right.
all the bond programs
Right,
that are out there, they've gotten to where they advise people not to put anything in the contract about it being subject to bond funding, which can provide a challenge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's.
Can we?
You have to-
I think we develop a broker on the subject.
Yeah.
Yes, we should have a broker. Lee, you're very much, sir. You'll need to be on the committee. I'm asking as my final act as co-chair.
Oh, my
Be on the committee.
Kathleen Coco.
Okay, yes.
Please involve me. Now, do we have questions from our teams? Anybody that wants to speak?
So you've got Ron, Brian, SJ, John.
And Lee. I want your reports on my desk in a week. Just kidding. All right, so.
Did you want to take it?
Brokers?
Yes.
Thank y'all for making me be the one to speak for all of the brokers.
I'll take comments. Let's.
One broker, thank you.
Okay, let's listen to whatever comments or questions we have from the group out inside.
2, I've got Chuck and Lane, maybe, I can't see that.
Okay.
Lane.
Chuck Jacobus?
No, Chuck Fletcher.
Chuck,
Oh.
okay.
Thank you, that makes me feel better.
Chuck,
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
As a broker and an investor, I've kind of worked around this issue a lot for about the last 12 or 15 years, and I'm really long on simplicity. Hard money, if they're taking a lien on the property, is third-party money. The seller needs to know that out front, and also the buyer or through their agent or broker needs to disclose whether or not there will be a lien taken against the property. Most hard money lenders do take a lien. Most hard money lenders require all of their own documentation for their loan. The only difference really lies in the approval process. which is one of the reasons I think hard money ought to be regulated as a lender, but that's a whole nother discussion. But I really think we need to simplify this to the point that hard money is a third party. It's not the seller's direct funds. They do have to pay it back, and that needs to be disclosed. How we get to that point, given that this is my first time to sit into this committee, I have applied for the committee in the next round, but I really think that we need to simplify it as much as possible and really emphasize disclosure. Disclose, and to be sure that as we simplify, we also take out the ambiguity. Now, how you all do that is not up to me, but there you have my opinion. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Chuck.
Who else?
Lainey?
Lainey?
Good morning, it's Lainey Brown, and Trek has me as my full name, Lane Marie. Thank you for letting me join today.
Track, not Microsoft.
So at this point in the meeting, I guess I just have suggestions for the committee that's going to go together. First of all, I agree that if there is a third party, if the buyer does not have the buyer's own money in buyer's own account, then the buyer has a third party. So that is third party financing. I mean, that just sounds simple to me. If the third party is the bank of mom and dad, then perhaps it's a gift, but it's still not the buyer's own money in the buyer's own account if it's forthcoming. And this conversation did have me recall a competitive situation back in 2010 where a cash buyer won and the cash was coming from a family friend. I'll just say it was an aunt. We got proof of funds from the aunt. Well, guess what? It was a gift and the aunt withdrew the gift. So, you know, that can happen, is like, as much as we understood the situation and tried to cover the seller, that can happen. So I wonder if the contract would lay out cash, gift, third party. Just, I know that makes like more things, but it makes the buyer really explain to their agent and then disclose to the seller, where is this money coming from when I get to closing day? And when it says cash, I wonder if there could be some check boxes. Proof of funds has not been furnished to seller. Appraisal is not required. And that just, you know, makes a commitment there, I guess, at least make sure everybody's having the conversation. And I think that covers my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Lainey. Appreciate it. Let me throw out one word on the writing committee. A phrase, proof of funds addendum. Think about it. Okay, what other questions? So who else?
We don't have any more.
Now we need a tech break?
We need a tech break.
Tech break. All right, everybody get their coffee. What, 5 minutes? 3 minutes?
3 minutes, 5.
They go, what?
Well, that wraps up.
Yeah. Anyway. All right, let's go to page 4. The comment of Ryan Rodenbeck, who talks about he calls it the Texas appraisal addendum, but I think he's referring to the, right, what is I don't even know the name by heart, but that mandatory, addendum.
Due to.
Yeah. Lord, addendum for right to terminate due to appraisal. I'm just going to summarize his comment. He gives an example and he doesn't like how it's worded. And this is not the first time I've heard a complaint about the wording. I think that the complaint about the appraisal addendum is primarily that it phrases the loan to value shift in terms of an appraisal floor rather than an equity cap. You could go either way. And most agents are used to saying, look, I will pay X dollars over some upgrade. I will go over some. They view it in terms of an equity cap. And so they're very confused by the language and how to write it in the offer. So do we think that we need to rewrite this addendum in terms of an equity cap as opposed to an appraisal floor?
I would prefer not to.
Yeah, I don't think we should, because I think we'll just confuse the other half.
There's
I
people
mean,
just
we're on a
starting
path,
to
let's
learn.
stick with it. Yeah.
You
How
know,
long has it been out? It's about 4 years or so?
it's been a while. I don't know if it's been.
Not that
I don't think it's been that long.
18, November of 18.
Well, there you go.
Well, yeah, the first thing is that he confuses, the first two paragraphs do not create a contingency. And he's talking about, section 2 or section 3. Section 3 creates a contingency.
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion in this area, and whenever attorneys talk to brokers who want help with this, you have to ferret out exactly what they want, because some brokers say they're talking about a loan to value shift, which is how the appraisal addendum works. And others say, no, I want a shifting sales price. I want to go back and whatever the appraisal is, we'll pay X dollars over that, which is not how the appraisal addendum works, and they need special attorney language. So
Yes.
I won't say that it's uniform in this area. There are different formulas for getting, or bidding over, as they say. And the appraisal addendum is a tool that we gave them to use, but we always do a different form.
Well, let's just say he's asking for something even more complicated than what we came up with. And if there's one complaint we have about that form, is it's too complicated.
Yeah, I would say it's the worst form we drafted, except for everyone we did. We gave them a tool, it's confusing, and I have a presentation just on this that I put together, circumstances of when to use it. And it seems like when people have examples of when to use 1, 2, and 3, it hits home a little better. But I've looked at this language a lot. I'm not sure there's anything better we can do with what we put out.
We'll just continue to listen to the public. Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say that. In our general position, I think one complaint is not enough to do
If you
something.
get a deluge of comments, then maybe time to read.
So noted, and we'll, but
Alwyn.
it's not time yet.
Alwyn says, I keep coming across more questions. With option money proposed to be payable, a lot of these comments are pre-November of last year, so they're looking at proposed forms. That's why the context. Payable consent to the escrow agent. Will additional option money on a contract amendment also say escrow agent instead of seller? So as we know, that was not changed. And there are a multitude of comments to these things about why, and why shouldn't the escrow agent receive this extra $1, whatever. Has anyone heard word on the street that they're unhappy with that, or that needs to be changed, or they're confused by it?
I think it's far more uncomplicated than what they're doing it right now, which the amendment is a receipt of the earnest of the additional option money. And once I have told people that in a few cases, it is extremely easy to understand.
But I think the confusion is your first option went to the title company.
Why does the second one?
Why does the second one go to the seller? But I've seen some explanation of that because sellers don't close like title companies, and because that is a receipt and that might happen on a Saturday, that's why it would go directly to the seller.
Now, does the analysis change when we get into this in certain regions of the state where you have 0.8 months of inventory and additional option fees might not be $1 or $10, they might be $500.
You're gonna have to in person present the amendment with the option.
So you don't believe that the practice should change, we should stay the same, even if the market changes?
Have we seen the market change in that regard?
Well, I know option fees are, at least in Dallas, Fort Worth, they're going.
The original option fee, but I'm talking about
I
additional.
don't know, I'm not a broker. Brokers are additional option fees. What are they typically, $1 or $10?
In our market, we see about half of what the original was.
Half, okay.
But now the original is not much to bat your eye out.
So maybe 15, so.
I'm seeing them, even the additional ones be a lot larger. I'm still a proponent of that going to the seller. Because it's even more important then that the seller get it.
If it's $1, you can, and I know everyone's afraid of commingling, but I would not have any fear of advancing $1 out of my own pocket, putting it with the government, sending it. If it's something more than that, then you gotta be very careful on how you handle it. Just requires care.
Mr. Seller, don't sign the amendment until you have your check.
They have the $1.
You have it.
Some of the complaint that I've seen on that though is we tried to simplify it by having it go to the title company, yet then we kind of complicated it with that now needing to go to the seller.
Yeah.
One of the reasons we had it go to the title company is because agents were complaining, oh, they're across town, or I can't get to them, seller's out of town, whatever. And so now we just kind of added a second layer to that if there's going to be this extension.
But we didn't change anything.
No, you're talking about.
It was already that way.
Well, but we tried to simplify things by taking one check to the title company, but now if you have to extend, you have the same issues we did before. Is why people were, I think, writing it.
I'm still a proponent of I want to see the title companies handle that option appropriately for some time before I add them the duty of the second, yeah.
Emil writes, I'm on page 4, I'm on the board of an HOA and I fill out the 37-5 form, which I think is the Trek resale certificate. Is that the form they're talking about?
Yes.
They're concerned, the question, the association has or has not received notice from any governmental authority regarding health or building code violations with respect to property. And
She's wanting this.
gets a story, maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. And then basically on the next page, this person writes, I recommend the wording be changed to be similar to blah, blah, blah. And I think this is an example of a Trek promulgated form that follows the statute verbatim. And so we're unlikely to change the form unless the statute is changed. It's just most or many HOAs create their own form of resale certificates.
Yeah, I just pulled up the statute.
Yeah, so I don't think we can change the form unless the statute is changed.
I also think this is an HOA person wanting to get sellers in trouble beyond what the city is. I mean, so.
Bingo.
Open a can of worms.
Yeah,
All right.
5% rule.
Therese has an additional comment on hydrostatic testing. Not all plumbers will take liability, but if you have one that will, form needs to be changed to have that option, see attached. And she has got a box that says a licensed plumber will be liable. I'm on page 8 of 99.
Oh, that's also.
Comments on 5.
It's also 5 of 99.
Comments on 5.
I'm on 5 of 99, and I'm looking at 8 of 99. So
But that's-
that's a suggestion. Does anybody want to change the hydrostatic testing?
I'm gonna look at it.
Oh, Let me ask, we can add a third party into, can't bind somebody else to.
I do want the committee to maybe consider this for the future, because I do think that enough hue and cry will come of this. My recollection of the promulgation of this form was based on horror stories of exploding toilets in the Panhandle area and hydrostatic pressure and exploding lines. And the more that has come out from plumbers over the years, they have said, this addendum is silly, you don't need it, that most hydrostatic pressure tests are water leak tests in which the pressure is simply caused by gravity. You don't need this form because it allocates the liability and creates more negotiation fights. So there's maybe at some point in the future, if the committee thinks that this is not a big threat to the public and the consumer isn't helped by this addendum, they may want to retract it.
I do think we should clarify for the record what Lee and I were saying about this comment from one of our brokers, which is she wants to make a third party liable. And that's not contractually possible or legally possible to add somebody else to the contract.
Plumbers aren't going to be liable just because you say they're liable.
Right, so that's not appropriate. And the buyer and the seller can work that out between themselves, and if the buyer hires the plumber or the seller hires the plumber, they work that out.
George Thomas writes, I find myself slightly concerned about the wording of the Trek amendment as paid, as there is nowhere to receive the additional option fee until it is paid.
Saying it.
I think we've talked about it. Yeah, that's not new language, so.
Yeah.
No, it's something that people have been dealing with and working through for many years. All right. I'm going now to page 10.
9.
Rehab.
9, bottom of 9.
Sorry, thank you.
Surveillance camera.
Natasha writes, I'd like to submit a request for a creation of a disclosure around the topic of surveillance cameras for sellers and buyers. I don't think we're going to get into the seller's disclosure business.
Well, and I want to take that a little further. I don't think she's talking about the seller's disclosure. She wants a new disclosure,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
like the existence of gas tanks or solar panels or whatnot. I think that's what she's referring to?
Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't want to poo-poo the idea, but it's a big task.
I mean, what we could do is consider the next time we talk about leased or owned equipment, we could certainly add things like cameras.
Isn't there a classification of a promulgated form where it's not mandatory, it's usable? You know what I'm talking about? Aren't there one or two where they're optional, they can be used? So maybe we create tools that are not required by the rules to be used, but they can be. Maybe that's the solution.
Well, remember, we did address various smart devices.
Yeah, but that's
Are we-
not necessarily.
Are we looking at Natasha's comment on 9?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think that what she's asking for is disclosure around the topic of surveillance cameras, not when there's a sale, but like before you go show property.
That's how I read
She's
it.
not, I think this is
By the time you write the contract, you've already been exposed to those surveillance cameras.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a Texas Realtors thing, should that be put in the listing agreement, should you tell me that that's up to them.
That's in there
All right.
about surveillance cameras.
Mr. Price, right, so first and foremost, I want to thank all the members of the committee, along with the Broken Lorry Committee, for their exceptional work on these changes. My main question concerns the amendment. You deliver the additional option fee directly to the seller, and again, that's been asked and answered, that's have paid, it's in the past tense. And we struggle with that, but we seem to be okay with the state. That wording is many years old. Greg Smizer writes, outside of these changes, I would like to request a small change to the seller's disclosure. Water district, again, that's a statutory thing. We don't have a separate disclosure other than what the statute, so talk to the legislature. Dale Bookaball writes, I have a suggestion on the addendum for sale of other property by buyer. I believe there should be an option to add a non-refundable earnest money or some compensation for the seller if the buyer cannot sell their house. A buyer gets off the hook with hardly any skin in the game. It would be nice for the seller to have an option or something. Doesn't this addendum have a blank in it for the buyer?
If they withdraw the contingency.
Yeah.
But you can get a higher option fee if that's what you want.
Sure, or you could ask for additional earnest money once you see that addendum is added to the contract.
Well, but they get off.
Earnest money is still refundable.
Oh,
They get it back.
isn't the answer to this that the seller reserves the right to boot them off the contract if they get a better offer?
Yeah, that was always been the compromise.
Yes.
So you have the knockout clause.
Yes.
Yeah, but if the seller, so the seller gets another offer and they notify this primary contract and they go, oh, well, we'll close anyway. So they put up additional earnest money,
Okay.
weigh their contingency, and then they don't close because their house didn't sell. They still get all that earnest money back.
Actually, the
addendum does not say.
The addendum says they forfeit all the earnest money. Now, whether they do in fact or not is another matter, but the addendum says they do.
It's,
This is other remedies.
if buyer waives the contingency and fails to close and fund solely due to buyer's non-receipt of proceeds from buyer's property described in paragraph A above, buyer will be in default. If such default occurs, seller may exercise the remedy specified in paragraph 15 of the contract.
Which goes back to keeping, okay.
All right.
But go back, that is not a poor concept, because I've frequently had sellers say, wait a second, if the buyer terminates due to this, I want a piece of the earnest money because I held my property off.
Yeah.
And the fact that I can still accept backups, a lot of times that's not much of a rate.
Maybe the simple answer in practice is get a bigger option. And you say to the buyer, you say, look, if I'm gonna wait 3 weeks for you to sell your property and I have to wait all that time and then you might get out, I want more non-refundable option. Yes, that's it.
Okay, well, you finished your sentence differently than you started. You said get a bigger option. And then you said get more, then get non-refundable earnest money. And
No,
in our,
non-refundable option money. Option monies are never refundable to them.
right, you said earnest money. But I frankly think this is a good idea and it's used a lot on the ranch side. There's tranches sometimes in time of the due diligence period, which is a true due diligence period, different than maybe what we have in the residential. I mean, what would it hurt to add that? I mean, other than we're making a change to the form, but.
I really think, I don't see a point. Because if it's not attractive, and I represent sellers a lot, and if it's not attractive, don't accept it. And if you want more skin in the game for them, try to get the additional options that we don't need to put another non-refundable in there. We have a non-refundable that's already in the contract. So, and that's the option fee. And
That's not
again, if I'm in his same,
It's tiny.
if I'm in the same position he's describing where this guy's upset because he's taken it off and it's not worth it, don't take the contract. I have that, you have that option. But if you could make the option fee that, let's say the option fee on that property would normally be $300.
I understand what you're saying, but you're not addressing my point.
In practical terms, I ain't.
Not at all.
See, I'm between the two. I think it's an interesting thought in here, but I don't agree we need to make a change. Because I've written this into contracts many times before, but I'm not sure it's big enough of an issue or something that causes us to make that big of a change in the contracts. Then I see it being overused, if you will, in the situation where people ask for it too much. So in my opinion, I like the thought, but I don't.
You didn't say it's too much. Let me just clarify what the comment I brought on behalf of, and it wasn't submitted formally, but I have been told by multiple ranch brokers, not all of which are affiliated with my spouse, but multiple ranch brokers, because I do a lot in that space, that during the due diligence period, sometimes they want some separate tranches of hard earnest money, more than one, on different occasions at different points. And sometimes it's because they need to sell another property. I don't think that's the only reason. This is just bringing up that topic that perhaps somewhere.
In 1 to 4 family, I don't think it's a good idea.
I'm gonna look at this, and although I like the idea, this probably fits into 5% rule for most deals. And if we create another option, that's another box to check. It's another thing people are going to be wanting to negotiate. And people are going to be thinking about that.
Right.
Whereas if we just have, this form is simple, it works.
And it's not in the
Right.
It's not in use right now.
It may not even be this form. Let me ask one clarification about, and I love the 5% rule. I'm all about the 5% rule, but I would actually like some stats behind the 5% rule. And they probably need to be updated, and they do change over time. And I don't think we ought to write things just for today's market, that's one way. It's totally seller's market. But I do think that the percent of sales of the traditional 1 to 4 family has probably gone down percentage wise. And the sale of ranch property and land has risen dramatically. Dramatically in the last, 5 years, definitely 10 years. So I don't know that 5% only applies to a typical suburban tract home anymore.
Let's do this then. I would suggest that if you feel strongly that this is something that needs to be pushed and pursued further, let's schedule it as an agenda, a separate agenda item on the next meeting. You might want to draft some proposed language and throw it and let us look at something. Because it's hard to debate in the end. When you've got real language to look at, we might do something with it. So I encourage you to.
I think what you're doing.
Yeah, we do.
We're on to you.
When I'm gone. Let's move on. Let's see here. Jane Sue writes a lot of stuff. I think it has to do with the hydrostatic testing.
You're usually saying we need to define what hydrostatic testing is.
We talked about that, and I mentioned my thoughts on that. So I think we're going to change it at this time. But there is some merit in what he says. Many hydrostatic tests are simply water well tests. They don't damage anything. Glenn, no, Gina, glasses, says, in West Texas, we have a few local companies that have verbal leases, nothing in writing. For example, our water softeners and RO systems, what is that? Reverse osmosis?
Yep.
What it is? A few agents have informed me Vivint Home Security doesn't have a written contract, it's verbal over the phone. I don't like to leave a negative comment without a solution, however, no solution. So she's looking at paragraph 4 of the new contracts.
As they did them regarding,
And she does have a point.
That was a draft, because she did it in October of
Yeah,
2020.
but
she does have a point.
What is her point? Because I'm not getting it.
the form does not adequately address oral tendencies, is that the?
Oral leases of any kind.
Well, what's
It's
interesting
misleading.
is that if you check the box for a lease, and let's say it's a fixture lease, that's what she's kind of giving an example of. So I recall looking at at least the residential lease addendum didn't say, I thought the word written was not in there, lease.
What it does is say delivery of fixture leases, and either you deliver them, or if not, the buyer
Okay,
has
so
up
how
to
do you
7 days
deliver
after
a lease?
to terminate after
Okay.
getting the lease.
Okay.
So there's a gap there that.
So the question is, how do you deliver an oral lease? How do you-
Orally.
It's like, because we're not making, it's just shifting. I mean, if, just get it in writing.
Well,
You either get your lease in writing, right?
Here's-
Or you're shove it onto us to put it into the contract to,
How binding
I mean,
is
how
a
do-
verbal lease, you know?
Well, for fixtures, if we look at the language at issue in B of the fixture lease,
it's hearsay. I mean,
it says that either buyer has received a copy of the fixture lease, that buyer has agreed to assume, or box 2, buyer has not received a copy of all fixture leases, ... and the seller shall provide it, and the buyer will have 7 days afterwards
There's
from
no.
which to terminate the
He's got
contract.
a good point.
So there's nothing in there. If there's no written lease, I don't even know how to educate somebody on the
So
gap
do
there.
we need to redefine that at the top to be, a fixture lease is a written lease?
No.
We want disclosure of oral leases
We do,
too.
we sure.
Well, then you need additional language or a third box that says, the lease is oral and the seller has informed buyer of its terms or something like that.
Yeah, that's what she's asking for.
The oral lease, if I don't have a chance to review it, should I get a copy of that? I'm assuming that there's maybe on the vendor's website or something, there's our terms and conditions. Is that what I'm assuming?
Well, I think in her example, and maybe in a different one, there was just some fly-by-night operators, right? They pick up the phone, we enter an agreement over the phone, they may not even have terms and conditions and be that sophisticated. But it still governs whatever fixtures on the property, and it is enforceable.
Is this a 5% thing?
No,
No?
I don't think so.
I was wondering that
I think
because
if
it
it's
says we have
clear.
a few local companies.
Do we have a UCC file? Is that what you're?
If it's a
Maybe.
fixture, there's no UCC 1 filed, that lessor is out of luck.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean,
He doesn't have any rights. It passes free and clear of his lease rights.
So to me, there's got to be a UCC, or there's got to be some reference that I'm assuming under that. Otherwise, I can, like Brian said, I can tell that lessor to stay out of the house.
Well, there's still, that doesn't mean you don't have a problem. You still might have a buyer that gets a demand letter or they're being harassed. It still haunts them after closing, even if they win in court. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so our fixture lease addendum, in paragraph B, says delivery of fixture leases. In box 1, you received a copy, or 2, you haven't received a copy, and the seller has to provide a copy, and buyer has the right to terminate anytime up to, within 7 days.
That's the point of her comment.
So if the buyer doesn't get something satisfactory to them, terminate the contract.
I think they should have.
And the seller will go, how can I deliver an oral lease?
You can.
Go
Go.
to your and get it,
But that's
it's
not clear
not
language. That's poor drafting.
Okay,
That's not clear
What
language.
about this? What about this? We get a document drafted at closing where the seller is describing the oral lease. And then I agree to sue.
And that's not binding on the lessor.
That's binding between the buyer and the seller. But that's gonna require some new drafting to this.
No, it's an attorney drafted form. It's not, we don't have to change anything. Just check the box appropriately here. And so then I have to deliver something that, to the buyer that he knows what he's going to be able to assume. Because how else does he know what he's
What if
going
you
to
get it
assume?
wrong?
He's got to get a description.
What if you misunderstood your verbal?
I know, but if it's a lease or an oral lease, what are you assuming?
Why?
Unless somebody tells you what it is, and the only person that can tell you that is either the lessor or the lessee.
I think if you don't want them to have that option, you call them and get it in writing.
I know, exactly. The form requires that. It's just,
But what is the, so what I'm concerned about is that the form is too vague to address this. It leaves a legal dispute where a buyer says, I expected a written signed lease. And the seller says, no, I gave you an estoppel with all the terms. No, that's not what's required by the form. Yes, it is. And now we're in court as to what's required. Exactly how you deliver an oral lease is still not clear to me. So.
Or written description of oral leases. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
come up
that's
with
what I'm
language.
thinking, like some sort of alternative, a parenthetical or something that says, if lease is oral, then blank. That tells the seller what they have to deliver.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that a lessor is gonna be in business very long.
It's definitely a percenter, but it is an ambiguity that if we could address.
I feel like it's a small, I don't know of any oral tenancies that haunt buyers, but maybe that,
Other than a tenant in possession.
yeah.
I just keep worrying about what if I, as the seller, provide what I believe to be the oral lease, and the other party says, oh, hell no, that wasn't, you know, it's sort of
At least with a residential lease, there's an estoppel, there's representations from the landlord and the buyer, so that's good.
you need an estoppel here from the landlord.
Yeah, but, you know, this is a fixture lease. As much as I think it needs to be fixed, I don't think it's that prevalent problem. I'm not inclined. Anyone want to move forward on this?
Yes.
I know with Vivint, that's the only one that I'm familiar with here. You can call Vivint, because they don't have contracts, and so the new buyer, if they want to, continue with their services, they call, they pay a $99 fee, they come in, set up new passwords, and they keep going down the road with the new person.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's that damaging, of a problem
You're not
either.
obligated for 10 years.
No.
I would suggest we put this in a bucket if we ever revise this form for something else, to then look at that language.
All right, make note of that.
Okay.
Kimberly Bowe writes, would it be possible to have clear language regarding personal belongings that are left behind by the seller after taking possession? Example, seller excluded curtains from the sale, buyer agreed, and then they didn't take the curtains. No, wait, they left the curtains.
Yeah.
And then the buyer threw them out, and now they want possession. I mean, they want compensation.
It's not a contract.
Too bad.
This is a fairly prevalent issue, though, people leaving stuff behind. And whether it's, I've had two cases in the last couple of weeks of tires being left down the front yard, of all the trash inside.
Farm and ranch especially, if there's junk on the property that a buyer wants removed, they need to have a special attorney drafted language to mandate that it be done by the seller and buyer.
Well,
Do the
if
walkthrough
it's something the seller might consider of value, aren't they abandoning it if they?
Yeah.
Or stuff they don't want it cost to remove, in my experience.
Well, this
But that's
particular
not what
one
this-
has to do with something that the seller apparently thought of as valuable.
Right.
And I think once they've changed possession and left it there, I think that's over, isn't it? Or
No,
no?
it's not that clear. I remember a few years ago, somebody asked me, and I did some looking. Hello. And it's not clear. And I threw away that box. You threw away that box and all of grandma's pictures.
This might have a specific story behind it. This might, for example, you know how some sellers have exclusions because they want to use them as negotiating tools later, and it turns out they don't work, and then the deal goes south, and the seller's angry and wants to get back at the buyer closing, so then they demand the thing that they left behind. We don't know what's going on, so I don't know that there's an easy contractual fix to this. Samantha, would it be possible to switch number 4 and number 5?
No.
We're going to try and maintain the order of our paragraphs. And she writes that comment twice. On page 19, paragraph 4 of the contract, then going to page 20, I think there should be a checkbox that would indicate if there were a lease involved in the sale. That way we would know for sure. I think we dealt with this. This comment was made November. Technically, those have been adopted by that. No, wait, 2020? Oh, that's way back.
Well, and I think.
It's been proposed, but it had not been.
I've got my days wrong. This is 2021. Yeah, this had come out. So I think we've dealt with that issue.
And can we please fix the as is?
What's the comment?
Well, I think what they're asking for between this and some of the other comments on the same topic that are in our material, if you don't check a box, it's assumed there's not a lease. We've got people asking for a definitive statement that there are no leases.
Is that what that language says, except as disclosed in the contract?
Well, yes, I think so, but I'm telling you that's what I think we're being asked for. I don't think we need to do
I
anything,
think you
but.
point to that language and say, except as disclosed in this contract, there aren't no leases.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought maybe like an MLS issue, disclosure up front for the buyer to know.
So I think there should be a checkbox.
They're talking about.
Sounds like an education thing to me.
Page 20, Grace Say, or to say, says, oh, that's the same comment.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it's the same comment on page 22 by Adele. And, all right.
Get to Brian.
Brian Watts.
Brian,
Can we
explain your comments, sir?
Page 23.
23.
Do you remember this comment?
Oh, this is, yeah.
I got it from Ashley Cook and also Radican in Fort Worth. They said, okay, well, what if you have, they said, you might have a natural resource lease. You don't have a copy of it, you're just getting a check every month.
Get a copy.
So how do they give you a copy of the lease?
And you are still a party though, because you've taken over the title.
My recollection of when we started this discussion, it had to do with disclosing. You know, a seller, if they have signed a lease, should disclose that to a buyer. I think it's a much higher and more difficult burden to say, if the property is affected by a lease, but you didn't sign it, you have to go get it and turn it over. And so we might want to consider tweaking this language to say, seller has not signed any lease effective.
Well, that's
I invited Jeff Radican to write a letter, he's the next comment.
Yeah.
Doesn't it already say to which they're a party?
I think that's.
No, what was the language? Except as disclosed in this contract, seller is not aware of any leases affecting.
Gotcha, okay.
That's a very broad catch-all. So it could be one that is a mineral lease that was not signed by the seller, and if they don't disclose it, then you've got an issue. Jeff Radican writes, and he goes on in great detail.
He makes that disclosure more specific because naturally you're only disclosing the seller as a party.
Well, then you've got the broad language in 4 contradicted by the more specific language. And do we have an ambiguity that we know?
Because the definition of natural resource lease defines that thing which sells a party.
So I'm not an oil and gas lawyer, and I'm not a real estate lawyer. I'm a trial lawyer for a buyer that wants to get out of the contract. And I take the language in 4 and run it up to a judge. And now we're in a court of law arguing between paragraph 4 and paragraph 4C.
Is, as a seller who is sort of inherits a mineral lease, are you not, you are a party to that lease? Aren't you?
Well, the plain language meaning of a party is you signed it, but you're
No.
right.
No, you're right. No,
No, you could be a subsequent, because you're the owner.
Right.
You're bound by it, but you're not necessarily.
You became a party. Your name isn't printed on it, but you became the party
Yeah.
by your
By
ownership,
accepting the check.
by accepting ownership of the property
Right.
or the interest, the
Right.
mineral.
Look, I'm a,
Well, the estates have been severed. So what's taking place is that you're getting the royalties from that, right? And now the seller can reserve or pass those royalties on to you, right? So normally occurs when that seller's already receiving the royalties, there's an assumption of the royalties at that time, transfer of with regard to the interest in those royalties there. And now he will own the remaining mineral interest. But I don't know if he's a party to the oil and gas lease.
Well, he got all of the lessor's interest by taking the title.
And you might not, you might have bought the surface only,
Yeah.
and then someone else
Keeps them,
has,
then you're not-
and but you sure should disclose that. If you're aware, okay, I'm aware that I bought the surface only, and I didn't say,
It's required to the property.
I know,
Because they could separate it.
but then I wouldn't have to give the lease
If
because,
the reservation was 3 owners ago in the 40s, and they have kept, you got the surface, that's not an issue, but someone else is getting the royalties and you as the owner, are you saying, well, that lease should be disclosed to the buyer?
yes,
How is that-
absolutely.
How is that buyer gonna get the lease from 2 generations?
They may not, it needs to be disclosed that it exists, and if you don't have it.
They don't have to disclose it.
You're talking.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That answers that question.
But if you're aware,
So what would be disclosed here, if I'm aware that there is an existing lease that's being paid to somebody else,
right,
right? So I'm guessing that 4 would require the disclosure of that because it affects the property.
my stepmother is getting it.
I'm not even sure, especially if it's the drill sites down the road, does that really affect the property?
But you could.
You cannot expect
They want us to do.
sellers who have not entered into an oil and gas lease themselves, that own the minerals themselves, that have entered into an oil and gas lease. And that's not the situation. They have property that mineral reserve 2 generations ago. You cannot expect, title companies don't even know who owns the minerals sometimes. So we can't get into a situation where we're having people represent whether they know if there's a prior oil and gas lease from 50 years ago. That's bad. That's a bad.
I think we do have to have them disclose if they're aware. That's important. And that is not a hard burden, and that's a material situation.
If you're disclosing a lease that doesn't affect the surface,
Yeah,
then how is that disclosure material to what the buyer's?
it may disclose the surface. You don't know until you look at it
But
or
I'm
if
giving
they
you a
go in.
specific scenario.
Okay, well, that's not every scenario.
Okay.
Well, let's say I'm using this in, highway. So it's the back 3 acres leased out or the 4 acres except that for the purpose of getting X. Should I be disclosing that? Now, I'm assuming that I'm going to be a party to that one, right? Because it does affect the surface.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe that doesn't really address the issue.
When I first read this, I thought there was a conflict, but the more I read it, yeah, I don't think it's a conflict. The one is if you're a party to it, you have to give it. The other one is just a catch-all for anything that affects the property. What's important to one person may be not important to another. I think the good catch-all there is if you're aware of it, you have to say
Right,
something.
and then they have
And
to
that
go
hasn't
do
been an
their-
issue.
Right. they have to
That
go do
language
their
has been in there for
diligence.
however long, and it's never been an issue.
Now, we could be more precise here, is to simply change the lead-in and or and say sellers not aware of any of the following.
Events we have.
Have those combined A, B, and C. If you want to be more precise about it.
Or in C, mineral resources, please. We could say, leases affecting the property to which seller is a party or of which seller has knowledge.
Well, then he's got to go get the lease. He's got to deliver
Well,
it.
maybe. If he's a party, yes, if he's
How do
a
you,
party,
if he's not a party, you don't have to lose the lease.
unless he has it, but yeah, no, I mean,
I
think it's been working.
Yeah.
I mean,
I see something weird. If I knew about a lease 5 years ago, I don't know if it's still in effect or not.
well, but if you disclosed it, then you've done what you're supposed to do, and the buyer can go do their due diligence and decide whether they want this property or not. But if you know about it, you knew there was a lease 5 years ago, and it was something, if it's a mineral lease, it's probably more than 5 years. If it's a grazing lease, it may or may not be. We don't know, but that's why we gotta, if you're aware of it, you gotta disclose it.
So Ron, we also have a problem with the first sentence of 4, right? Because lease is small. So any lease affecting the property, I don't have knowledge of it, but natural resource lease is limited to most of right? So are you?
Lease is not
So the
defined.
suggestion be, except as disclosing this contract, seller is not aware of any residential leases, mixture leases, or natural resources.
We ought to have another box out there too, frankly.
This is one to four family, so what are
Right.
the least gonna be on a single family residence?
I don't know, and that's why there ought to be another. Or nobody's complaining about that, right?
Yeah.
They're complaining about natural resources.
Yeah, so what?
I don't have any problem with
The suggestion is to change the initial language in paragraph 4 to say, instead of aware of any leases, seller's not aware of any residential leases, capital R, capital L, fixture leases, capitalized and natural resource leases.
Whose suggestion is that?
Ron's.
Besides. I think any, it is fine, and we're definitely off on a rabbit trail and not addressing the comments that Brian relayed from Ashley Cook.
Okay, so what if there's a gas, which I'm not a part of, but I am aware of it. I don't have to give it under C because it's not a natural resource, but I've still made an affirmative representation in the first instance or saying that I'm not aware of any leases. So maybe that's something where you just say, disclose it in paragraph 11.
Same issue we had with the paragraph 7E and H, that we set this otherwise disclosed in here and list those 5 or 6 things with no place to disclose.
Other,
And then we looked at putting lines in or just people using 11 for it.
other.
I think this may be a paragraph 11 solution.
I don't,
It's so limited. I think it's general.
okay, but
There are
here.
a lot of them.
Isn't the rule, you're not supposed to, well, it doesn't say don't use things from other sections, but I think it's implied. If there's a section in the contract, that's where that issue should be dealt with. I think we should have an other box
I
that
don't
you
understand
can.
what lease would that apply to. What kind of lease?
One that the seller didn't sign themselves, but they're aware of it. Okay, so maybe they kept 50%, I don't know. There's all
This is only going to come up in a situation where the seller is aware that there is a lease affecting the property, and someone else is getting royalties.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
let me.
He can get the oil and gas lease because he knows where that's coming from. He can call the operator, he can deliver it. If he's receiving any kind of royalties, whether he was the original signer of the lease or not.
He's got a name on the check.
Well, and we are talking about the 1 to 4 family, but this does affect the other
Let's say,
contracts.
let me ask you, Ron, because we're
Same
giving them a
language.
3-day deadline to get that lease. So you call some company, you call Williams in Oklahoma City, are they gonna give it to you in 3 days?
Get some, you can, with the operator, get in and find out when the lease was executed. They can go on, there are a lot of websites, to Railroad Commission's website, and you can do searches for when that lease was signed and that. There's a lot of information you can get. I don't know if you can get it in 3 days. That's gonna be a question.
Okay, but this is the same, like on the unimproved property. This is the same in, I mean, it's not just, definitely.
So,
And that's a thing.
right, so this is only, what I'm trying to say, this is only going to come up in that situation.
We don't know when it's gonna come up. We really don't know when it's gonna come up. What if it was for, I mean, some special event? The property was leased, not, a long time, but maybe for one event in the future. We had an issue came up on a deal I'm working on where there was literally a hunting lease, a hunting part, one specific 3-day doodah, and it got moved you know, because of the pandemic, but it was sitting out there. And
You would have been a party, right? The seller would have been a party.
no, he wasn't, but
So,
it's complicated. But anyway, sort of, yes. Yes, he was.
Are we having some
Still.
technical problems?
Just saying, it's not, it doesn't,
Oh, we're back.
Okay.
Ron, I'm just saying it doesn't fit in the three boxes is my point. It's not a residential lease, it's not a natural resources lease, and it's not a,
well, if you put other.
Whatever the
on
other
there,
is.
then all you're disclosing is knowledge. That's all you're disclosing.
right, and that's good enough, I think,
Well.
in a lot of situations.
Agree. Fighting for delivery of it.
Well, if you have it, yes.
Ability to, you were saying, that's my worry, if you just put other.
I'm gonna throw out an idea that I don't like, but I want to get it out there. Because we have other parts of the contract that say, except as otherwise disclosed in of having a catch-all others box, which would be special provisions at the end. But we have a few things like those paragraph 7 disclosures that suffer the same thing. We ended up there not taking any action to add the ability for people to write in with an other, or, you know, that we didn't make those changes. So I think this one is fairly limited in how much it would be. Or just letting people do the special provisions instead of adding more language.
It kind of reminds me, and I don't recall if the addendum for reservation of minerals has this warning language, but there were some oil and gas lawyers that say, this is a very simplistic form, and for more complicated reservations, you've got to have an attorney draft your language. So it kind of feels like that situation. If you've got a more complicated lease situation than these three basic ones, which I think are 98% of the time, they have to have an attorney help you.
Well, but you didn't have to disclose them if they weren't these.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem. That we're trying to get people to disclose, and we are then exempting out of the disclosure requirement anything except what fits in these three boxes, which are all the scary stuff people might want to know about, including a natural resource lease that's not fitting in our box or any other thing. And again, this is the 1 to 4 family by its description, it may be more limited, but the land, the 1 to 4, or excuse me, the land, the farm and ranch are there's unlimited possibilities.
If you put up other box and you put 3 lines.
We would be exempting.
You
They
or
only have
agents
to
will get into
disclose
trouble.
these things.
No.
Well, they know how to-
I think it's.
Except if disclosed here, or here. We're not aware.
Well, we need that language in broader.
Well,
I think when in this.
Real with who's using this. I mean, let's truly be real. This is the public, and these are the retail level agents.
Yes.
Okay, and with all due respect to, let's just say the public, who's not as savvy about this, this is never going to rise in their mind, you know, as an issue. They're not going to say, oh, well, wait, hold on. Let me look at this. Surely Trek, you know, didn't mean this, and they want me, person who knows nothing about this contract, to go and make up a new thing and stick it in the special provisions because their box wasn't, you know, they've given me these boxes, but they intentionally left out some other boxes, including a dang other that somebody could put some explanation in. I just think we
So if
are,
you put up, what is that average we're gonna write in that line?
well, it'll make it thing. Well, is there anything else in these 3 boxes? If it didn't fit in the 3 boxes and it's some kind of a lease, I think I better fill it in. The bankruptcy code, but no, it's 10 or 12, at least 10.
10, but as far as the reality is which contract we use.
Okay, but the code is 10. Okay, so I may be in, yeah, I can think of that. I'm in a place.
Does anybody other than SJ want to change this?
I mean, let me just say that if you put the other with a blank line,
You mean D?
D is in dog.
Said D.
Oh, I heard E. Okay, sorry.
D is in dog, other with a blank line. How is that any different from saying, oh, we're not gonna mess with the contract, just put it in paragraph?
I think she's just saying in practice.
It's a prompt.
She's saying in practice.
Usually a prompt.
Yeah, and I get her point,
Way different.
even though it's SJ saying.
Well, being recorded.
Sorry.
Thanks for the reminder.
So what would be an example that they would put in there? I know you're saying it would make them think, but like, just for my sake, what do you think someone might put in there?
Okay, a natural resource lease that they're not a signatory to, but they're aware of it. And again, I mean, we're being very literal. These words are very literal, and words are supposed to mean what they say. So if I didn't sign it by I inherited it, I may not disclose it in the way this is set up now. So a natural resource lease that doesn't fit the description, a hay lease, a grazing, okay, and this does go to the
Service.
the land and the farm and ranch. So maybe it's a grazing lease, maybe it's a, you know, again, a one special event lease. It may be,
Is a grazing lease like I'll let you put your cows on my property
Yeah.
for this certain amount of time? Okay.
yep, it may be a farming lease.
Okay.
Farming on the half.
Surface leases are disclosed in the farm ranch. There's a blank. Surface leases and then a blank to put in.
Okay, but in the land, I mean, who makes the real determination? Is it a farm and ranch or is it just land? It, you know,
Swimming pool lease, like swim
Well,
lessons.
there might be that, there might
Well,
be,
are you saying unimproved property?
yes, I am, and you just pick
Yeah,
the contract, right? But it could,
yeah.
it used to be a ranch and now it's town, right?
Yeah.
I
So,
think the issue comes, does it rise to a level enough to make the prompt? Because it has to be disclosed somewhere, either in special provisions or the prompt. And we have to make that decision on if it rises to that level to do it. I agree, there's a million different leases that can be out there, and they're all one-offs and 5%ers in their own right, but then you put them
add them all
together.
together, that's what I'm saying,
Here's
that's
another
the
question.
concern I have about all these.
This is new, so we don't have a lot of data on it, but one of the things lawyers, especially smart lawyers, do is they scrutinize language and they bring up problems that might happen. Well, we don't have any instances of any claims, problems, lawsuits, or from this non-disclosure yet.
That's not true. Okay, and I wish Bo was here because smart litigators who have dealt with deals that smart transactional lawyers didn't dream up and then they came to be.
We
Okay,
have-
so
we
don't
have
discriminate against.
Claims on the absence of.
I'm telling you the things that the examples that I made are real.
No, I'm not talking. about
Okay.
that. I'm talking about, we don't have any real problems with this new language yet.
What new language?
Paragraph 4 is new language.
Have there been any fights?
Have there been any
Well,
problems?
the one I've told you about right now about the hunt is an ongoing issue.
But it doesn't involve paragraph 4 of the Trek contract.
It should have,
Well.
it should
let's
have.
move
It's
this
a
on.
hunting
I wanna-
lease.
I wanna
It's a
decide.
hunting lease, hunting
Okay.
lease.
So are we gonna do anything on this?
I would like to move on.
I don't, as a general rule, can we back up
Sure.
to the side? As a general rule, we have just published new versions of the contract. And I know we're going to get there to the sort of standards of how we have operated, but we do not want to change this thing every time the committee gets together, especially when we're awaiting the legislature to potentially maybe come up with some more stuff, right? So, I mean, if we have to make changes because of the ledge, which I don't think we do, that's one thing, but as a general position, I don't think we ought to make changes every time. We should perhaps save them up, put them in big buckets and save them. I do think this is a material thing Now, back to what you asked, I don't know that these were fights specifically about this language, but I think the language that I talked about and Brian sort of talked about, and I'm not sure if he's completely on with me, would have saved that problem. Would have alerted the buyer to that problem, alerted the parties to that problem. They would have dealt with it and it wouldn't be a problem.
I can concur with adding at another time when we do more changes. But I'm like, yeah, I don't.
These changes came from the famous wish list, which predates 12 years here. So we need to create a new wish list and address it at each meeting. Is it time to deal with this? Is it because this, Ron can attest, this came from a wish list, and this idea of creating a residential lease addendum is at least 10 or 20 years old. So I think we should start a new wish list and talk about things that we may want to improve. I don't dare say that these things are perfect and don't need improvement. Of course they do. And I don't want to dismiss your ideas because I think that you're just looking to protect the public and disclosure is better. And everything you say is true. It's just a question of whether it merits that change now, you know, and so
I think it's not.
A little deliberative.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not knee jerk. These are astute comments by Ashley and Jeff Radican, but I don't know we want to whipsaw the public with another change like this right away, but there may be time to do that. So
You're actually
maybe that's a
for it.
compromise.
Yeah.
The standing.
Standing wish
consideration. Okay.
And this is going to be on it. And so
For your agenda.
Yeah.
I put that. The other thing we wanted to put on there, what did we say? Put it in a bucket.
I kind of charged you, but what was it?
That is page 18, sort of the fixture lease situation with the oral fixture lease.
Yeah.
Or oral other leases.
Yeah.
You say oral.
Little problems.
Your mind should be spoken out loud in a recorded meeting.
I'm moving on to, we've done Jeff and Ashley, Vanessa had the Haley's comment. Oh, did we address Vanessa's comment? Is the scope of a natural resource lease? Example, is a hay lease a natural resource lease?
Well, it definitely is not. I mean, it's defined.
I think it's going to that same question of how do you disclose?
Yeah.
Right,
Natural resource lease means an existing oil and gas.
right. It's
water,
defined.
wind, or other, less than meant something by other, natural resource lease.
That includes me.
Who's they?
Us.
Other, well, I have seen, and I can't remember where, Tony's not here, I have seen a definition recently with the topic of should wind be included or not. That's a big discussion, wind and water both being included in that definition, but I think it's a true far cry to say, hey.
Yeah.
And natural resources are depleting, that's another thing. They're a depleting asset and
Like
hey.
timber, is timber?
I did the Google machine and timber was included, sand was included. Yeah. It's not Google, but you know, when this question came up, I did that beforehand.
Yeah.
But I haven't gone into the case law to see what exactly is in the definition. But if you look at the public's understanding of what's included, what are they going to do? They're going to hop online and.
Well, so I think the question though, because these are coming from TR, is really what do we do in those instances where we have a hay lease? Or where does that get disclosed, which is what you guys were just talking about.
Yeah, I think that's.
And I took a class and the thought was just go ahead and disclose it under that, under one of, you know, why not just disclose it? Let it be known.
Is that a situation where it might be appropriate to use the farm and run?
Well, not if it's a 1 to 4 family. Well, okay, so the farm and ranch is not appropriate if the value of the improvement, the residential improvement is more than 10%. I thought it was 10. Okay, I may be wrong on the percentage. I'm happy to back off on the number, but whatever it is, if the value of the home on this land is, no, that's the disclosure.
Yeah, that's not.
That's the disclosure, sorry.
There's some flexibility in these forms, and there are, like, you got raw land, you can use a lot contract, or you can use, you know,
The disclosure.
Can you email me what that stat?
No, he's talking about the scissors disclosure.
Disclosure.
But it still would need to be disclosed. So if there's a question on whether it's natural resource or not, we're still requiring disclosures. It just would go in that other box if you didn't think it fit in a natural resource. So hay or timber or sand, if there's a question whether that really is, there's still a disclosure of it. And it's just a matter of whether you have to give a copy or.
And then the second point Vanessa makes is, why is there a difference of language of the natural resource lease disclosure in the unimproved and new home plan?
Yeah, and that's a great question.
I mean, we worked on it.
Okay.
These are not, just to be clear, these are not my questions.
Oh.
They're from TR.
Oh, that's right, TR question, sorry.
Or else I would have just asked you guys.
So what is I haven't focused on that. What is the difference in the language?
The difference is Amber, if you can pull up that unimproved, and we had a discussion about this. It's different in that there's a checkbox for is and is not. And it's because you don't have, the residential, the fixture component on there. So there's the language is just slightly different.
Why do we have that checkbox there, but not on the?
Well, because we don't have the front check boxes here, CPA front check boxes in the, they're in front of the ADs and
Right.
Wow. That's kind of weird.
That is weird.
I mean, first of all, natural resource lease is lease to which seller is a party. And then the next thing, the seller is or is not party to the lease.
Why don't we just mirror the wonderful family?
Well,
Take out
put that in the dang wish list.
because, A is the lead-in language.
Right.
So we have to move up.
Why not? Just move it up to the colon and make.
Well, we don't have choices in front.
You don't, yeah, you wouldn't have a choice of a residential lease on an unimproved.
Okay, so the language difference is not an intentional substantive difference. It's just dictated by the format.
Right. But frankly, you could have a fixture on an improved, right?
If sells a party, then you go to that.
Yeah.
All right, so first part of B is a definite. The second part of B is disclosure. And then if that disclosure falls a certain way, you go into the rest of it. Okay.
Can we solve the problem in the 1 to 4 family? If we use this format, but in the definition of natural resource lease, the first sentence of B, take out the phrase to which sellers are. Keep that next sentence saying whether seller is or is not a party. And then say if seller is a party, check one of the following.
Let's put that idea on the wish list on this topic, because if we're gonna be redrafting that might be an easy way to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna move that we move on from this.
Question. How can I make a suggestion to an important change to the Texas real estate? There's a serious flaw in regards to the option period. Seller should not be able to refuse the buyer access to the property for inspections or whatever they want to do during their option period and then keep the money.
That's
It sounds like we
absolutely
just have
correct.
just a difficult seller and access.
Wouldn't that be
She's
sort
right.
of, wouldn't that be a default?
Yeah, 7A says you get access. So if the seller's refusing access, you just basically have a.
That's it's not a form problem.
All right, I believe the change to add the option information in paragraph 5 makes it a little confusing. I think these things need to be updated. I think we're a little late on that one. So we kind of made our decision as to where to put that language. So. In my view, the option fee is the consideration for an agreement between the buyer and seller.
It is for the option, period.
Oh, this is the person that doesn't understand. They see that the option fee is credited, and they're basically saying in this language, I think,
That the
where does the seller get the money? And the seller the seller not only gives credit for the money they receive, but they also get the money either at closing or before closing.
Yeah.
So he is missing something. The seller will get that check. Cassandra writes, paragraph 5 concerns. This paragraph is extremely convoluted and the title company is doing stuff that was never intended. Furthermore, another confusing issue is they'll must request, they have to wait, time becomes an issue. I don't understand why sellers have to wait on title companies' checks to clear when they don't have to in the old way.
Justice delayed is justice done.
People forget that before this change was made, when you gave an option fee check directly to the seller, in a sense, they had to wait for the funds to clear anyway too. Those funds could be NSF or stop. The same tricks that.
Yeah, but it doesn't take 15 days to find out.
I bet it did. I bet it takes the exact same amount of days for Truly to find out. They just don't check on
It
it.
takes them longer. Title company has the ability that the normal citizen does not have to be able to verify funds.
We have a title company in our town refusing to give the seller the option if requested.
Well, then quit using them. Name and shame and quit
Yeah,
using them.
I've already got one.
No.
That's problematic.
Anybody else want to address this paragraph 5 concern? I think that they just are not happy with the timing.
Well, and Ms. Davis admits that she knows her responses were late since the changes have been adopted, but she said she would.
But who made the comment, I want to see 6 to 12 months of title company conduct and reassess whether this was a smart change? I think maybe Lori did, because that's fair. That's a fair comment. Let's see how the escrow agents are handling this.
In my practice, the sellers haven't been asking for, so we've been closing. So I don't, now we're about to have one fall through, so I'll find out.
I know of one title operation that created a notice, or I thought they did, where they basically sent a notice when the contract proceeded, like, we're gonna fund the auction at closing unless you tell us otherwise. And they kind of made that the default position and then let people speak up if they want to. Wasn't seeking legal, that's just how the contract directs us. Just spoke to Texas Realtors. They stated the option fees to be returned to the buyer because there is no option.
Oh, this is an issue that.
I don't know what is being said. Can you explain this?
Well, and I don't know if this is hers exactly, but you have, the check comes on day 5 and the title company receipts it. And Texas Realtors' position is that once receipted, you're granting the buyer the
Oh, they
option.
believe receipt by the escrow agent is receipt by the seller.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that at all.
So that's where the conflict is. So you have.
If anything, you have a better documentation.
The language in the contract says very plainly, if it's not delivered within 3 days, you don't have an option. So what the escrow agent does with it doesn't contradict that language.
But if the escrow agent accepts the option with the check of the earnest money, they're in essence receiving the option. And Texas Realtors' position has been that once that option money is receipted, the seller is then granting that.
Let's
option.
take another example. You have 3 days to get the earnest money into the escrow agent. Now, my knowledge of escrow agents, they will receive a banana if you bring them. They're not in the business of saying, no, I don't want your money.
Texas Realtors back there shaking his
So
no.
the option money check to the escrow agent on day 6, and it's late, the escrow agent, just like a county clerk will file in.
That's right.
An escrow agent will receipt it. But that does not mean that they're not in default under the contract for late delivery of earnest.
But when the title company takes the option fee, the buyer thinks they have an option.
Well, that sounds like an education
Yeah.
situation.
Actually, there's 2 components to the consideration under B. You have nominal consideration, which is acknowledged, and you have the promise to pay the option fee within the time specified. So the option actually is in effect on day 1. So the question that comes
If they
back.
deliver by day 3.
No,
Well, look at
no,
D.
it then.
Paragraph D says it doesn't.
Right, so what happens is then if you don't deliver the option fee within the time required, then you lose the right, but you've been given the right to terminate, but it's being taken away from you.
I would contend, I agree with that, and I would say that paragraph D does not say,
There's no cure.
paragraph D doesn't say, if no dollar amount is stated, or if the buyer fails to deliver the option fee within the time required, buyer shall not have the unrestricted right to terminate the contract under paragraph 5, comma, unless escrow agent receives the money. It doesn't say.
There's no cure.
So it's
No cure.
very plain to me, the contract, that if you don't meet the deadline, you don't have an option, regardless of what the escrow agent says.
Yeah, unless the seller said, oh, you got the option fee, send it to me.
Yeah, seller could ratify.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Waive the default.
That's not gonna happen until day 15.
Is this any different
Than an agent.
buyer who comes and delivers the option fee check at the front desk? And the receptionist has been told, don't you ever refuse to take anything, you just take it and we'll make the decision later. Well, that's the same thing, I think.
Yeah, because the agent's gonna return the
A
check.
waiver is an intentional relinquishment.
Yeah,
of a number.
so go back to the days before we had this, when brokers accepted option fees on behalf of their sellers. There's no, that problem existed before when someone brought a broker an option fee check on day 5. Was that an issue? Did that create a lot of?
And in fact, I think this is even better for the seller because it insulates the seller from the acceptance.
I think, yeah, a title agent is more segregated from the seller than perhaps their own broker.
What's the problem that's being?
Late receipt by a title company constitutes the late exception of the option fee by the seller, which is not a thing that I agree with. But,
The perception is that the buyers, if that money is receipted, the buyer then has the option period granted to them because the money was receipted.
What is our policy on
We discussed.
clarifications? I mean, do we Trek can issue an advisory, correct?
You could tell the.
No, but I mean, Trek could, I mean, if we suggest
To address it.
education, we can suggest an advisory.
I will say, I feel like this was an issue before this change
Yeah.
in the whole 3-day thing, because, well, you're just being a bully. Well, they couldn't get it. Well, I mean, there's 100 excuses, and I'm the one that enforces the contract. And you want to talk about, I'm the bulldog in my town as far as going by the contract. I have that nickname and I don't love it, but I'm sorry, it's what the contract says. It's what you and the seller agreed to.
Right.
It's not me. It's not me being ugly or a bulldog. It's you signed this contract. And just this last weekend, I had to execute a contract on a Saturday. Buyer had to terminate on Monday, on Memorial Day. Never got option money. And I said, well, if they're planning to terminate during option, they better get that money delivered.
Mhm.
And she was like, I cannot believe that, I'm sorry. I mean, why is she mad at me?
Better believe it.
I'm extending the $100.
Okay, we have a representative of Texas Realtors that may want to address it. You want to talk to them?
I know the.
Come to the microphone.
Yes, step to the mic. First of all, let's get
Broadcast you.
Robin Harris, Associate County Texas Realtors record, so thank you. So I don't know, policy-wise, what we do is follow the contract. So whenever anybody calls and has a question about whether the the termination option period is valid when it's delivered on day 5 because it's accepted, our answer is what the contract says. And so just because it's accepted, I believe that our interpretation is the same as yours was, is that it has to be within those days, whether it's received by the title company or not, doesn't necessarily extend or waive, that.
Seller's rights.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Then what's happening is there's a disconnect between some agents. They're calling the hotline, and it's not uncommon for attorneys to say A, and an agent hears B, and they misconstrue the advice. So agents may be getting receipt and acceptance confused. Those are two different things. You can receipt money. That doesn't mean the seller has accepted a delayed option fee.
And the third part is, if I can say, title companies.
They may
say all kinds of different things, and we don't and can't control.
God forbid if you have a title company out there that's making their own law, telling people, well, if I accept the option fee, then I guess, sellers can tell the title company, you send that check right back to them. I'm not taking it all day. I think they win.
Right, and we talked about this as provision, and I remember talking about, well, what do you do now? Right? same situation as. So in this case, I think the further that you go down the road as a seller and not saying anything, the bigger problem you're gonna have, claiming that your actions didn't cause implied acceptance. So you need to be diligent as the seller to see back the money.
Good point. And with option fees taking 10 business days, you could have a very big lapse of time where a late accepted option fee is sitting in escrow and the seller doesn't know about it or make a decision about it until.
They should know about it. They should get the receipt.
Yeah, they do get a receipt.
They're gonna get the
That's right. They should
receipt.
know. So they should be able to see on day 5, like, oh, that wasn't day 3, that was day 5.
As long as the top company sends it out. I know several that just put it in their file and never send it out.
Oh, then the agent should be asking them.
Exactly. But another point to Ron's about the nominal consideration, then you paid later, at the 3 days later. In the situation that was raised, what if they contracted on Saturday and wanted to terminate on Monday? They had not paid the option fee yet.
And they don't.
Do they ever have to pay the option fee or then?
Well, that's
not?
what Mary right now, and I said, yes, you better get that $100 to me, and she's like, fine, I'll just pay it. Okay, I don't care where it comes
You
from.
want to
Ron's
terminate.
point was, we have nominal consideration through that period, that carries you through those days.
Right.
Right? So if you had terminated, it's already, the option supported by that nominal consideration, at least up until that date.
Yes, I do, and that's what I said, they had the right to terminate, that wasn't the issue, but they never paid the money to have the right.
But if you terminate before the deadline to pay the money, do you ever have to pay the money?
I think I might be do.
I think you do.
Promise to pay and you breach that promise.
And
So,
you lose your right.
so what I think should.
But it's terminated beforehand though.
But you bought that right.
And we've talked about this before.
Mhm.
As a buyer, I wouldn't take that risk if I'm trying to terminate.
Oh, 100%. I think this is minutia, but for clarity
You're
as.
talking about an obscure jobbage claim of, I paid a peppercorn and I don't have to pay the rest, and then you've got a seller that argues paragraph ID.
Well, the question would then be, don't pay. It is buyer rights. Buyer going to be limited to doing it for the remaining option period. I don't know.
And I don't either. And then you pay the money and be safe, but.
Well, we had a thorough and interesting legal discussion, but I don't think anything's mandated as far as changing the contract. So let's keep moving. Miriam says she had a typo, but we talked about her comment thoroughly. You want to move on?
Sure.
Yeah. Kara Pacini writes, I have a friendly suggestion. Please consider addressing the situation where option money is not turned in a timely manner and the seller instructs the title company to refuse the money. I think we did talk about that. I think the seller can in fact do that. Maybe that needs to be an education issue for TXR. Lauren Patton writes, could you please clarify if under an executed contract with 6C1 check, which is the what survey, right?
Yeah.
I think we skipped a comment.
Did we?
Yeah, I think we skipped Miriam, page 27, Miriam Mormon. Sorry.
Well, it was the same, she
Not
gave the
exactly.
same, I thought it was back on page 24 and 25. And she said we had a typo, but we talked about that. Basically, that's the situation of someone not paying the option and then.
But isn't she talking about if the, extending the option and it's the seller's fault?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The seller isn't.
Shouldn't they get a free extension if the seller's being a blockade?
Okay.
Terminate.
That they're, the seller's in default.
Right.
Well,
Including access.
It's a different one.
we didn't, it was a different.
She said the seller needs time to get some bids before they can agree to what you've requested, so we need to extend the option period.
And she doesn't like the fact that does she not like the fact that the extension, the option extension or the additional option goes to the seller because the seller is the one that's causing the problem?
And she's saying she didn't like that the buyer has to put up more money because it's the seller's fault that they need to extend, is her position.
Is that not correct? That sounds like bad seller contract.
Well, asked for an extension. She wants an automatic extension of the option if the buyer is prevented from completing their due diligence during the option period, which could have been caused by the seller or it could have been caused by
Anybody.
weather, or it could have been caused by whatever.
He wants an auto extension of the.
I think that's a bad
option
idea.
without Without agreement by, or pre-agreed by the seller.
I would suggest education to take a longer option period, one that can actually get you.
And the buyer has the recourse to terminate the contract from one.
They've still got an option.
I'm moving back to Tara Pacini. Did we do that? No.
That's where you were, and I interrupted you with the other one, sorry.
Please consider when the option's not delivered. Okay, we've addressed that. If the seller can in fact tell the title company. One is checked. If seller provides their current survey but does not give it, who's responsible for providing the service?
The seller.
That's pretty clear on that.
Yeah.
Got to deliver both of those within the time required. I think that's in the legal update.
Can we bold?
Hold it here.
Yes. Trish Kincaid writes,
Oh, my goodness.
when we check 7D1 and says, I accept the property as is, everyone's confused. Does that mean we can't ask for anything identical?
Yes, that's exactly what.
Clarified, and the client may still ask for repairs after having inspection done. Didn't Texas Realtors do a few articles on this a couple of years ago to explain
Comes up all the
the
time.
balance of power between the seller and the buyer on this issue?
Go to her next question that has the.
Second, on the seller's disclosure, there's no reference to the HVAC system. Since this is a big dollar item, I think it should be in a seller's disclosure when the seller indicates, get out of the system. And so the answer to that is we don't create a separate seller's disclosure other than what the statute.
But Texas Realtors is here, and I'm sure they're making a note.
HVAC, remember, that's a huge glaring problem. Huge. Okay, 71, Lynn Boynton writes, could we change paragraph 71? It has needed changing for years.
No.
I know we've not seen any inspection, but, you know.
And what's the next letter?
Exactly.
And what's the next letter?
Yeah, the same thing. So again, comments by those that have people, consumers and customers that don't understand how this works. So all I can suggest is more education. You can ask for anything you want. You can always ask for the price be reduced to $1 if you want, you know. And if the seller gets offended, they're still under contract. That's the funny. If the seller gets angry at you asking for repairs, it's not like they can get out of the deal. Let them get it. So, I'm now on Lynn Boynton's comment on page 32.
Yep.
That's a repeat.
Is that a repeat?
I think it's a repeat all the way to page 36. Still.
I know, I'm looking at the full language.
I want to.
Oh, it's bold.
Page 6 under 10C number 2. This is the new smart devices paragraph. It indicates that seller removed all the access and connections to improvements. My question, how does the buyer ensure that they have done this? What is going to happen if they have not done this? I feel this is going to open up some issues between seller and buyer if they leave this. As
Certainly will.
I think the wording is a little too strong, and who is going to enforce this after it's been done? Some will think they can call the police.
The buyer.
So I guess, Steve, you wanting to lay the law down or weaken?
I think she wants somebody to enforce it.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know who she thinks she's gonna do that.
I would say this language was baby steps. It was our first crack at it. For the most part, it was received well. Are there gonna be implementation difficulties? Of course, yes. I have to figure that out.
I don't think there's even a complaint about the language.
Yeah.
I don't, it's just she's thinking about this concept for the
Yes.
first time. Does it happen or does it not
Logistics of
happen?
language. How do we
And
do it?
that's-
No, that's-
And it's the same three. I don't think this
The
is
instructor,
truly calls for.
yeah, but it's be 10 out is one that had.
You know,
When I've done webinars, and I specifically address this, I say, they have the obligation to change it, but you have to instruct your buyers that you don't know whether they did it or not, and so it's up to your buyers to protect themselves.
Yeah, reset it.
Change your passwords.
We tell buyers all the time.
Like someone's trying to speak.
Interrupt the group, and we may have a question raised, so please, I can't see on the screen.
It's just a phone number.
Zero number.
Please speak if you have a question.
Or mute
I
yourself.
think that's the noise we heard in the background. The cars were, or
Oh, yeah.
something.
Okay, all right, well, we'll keep moving.
Fucking sanitizer.
You guys let me know if you blow past anybody. I don't want to blow past anybody.
Okay.
Grace, her highlighted thing is the same comment about, that language. I think it's too strong. How do we enforce it, et cetera, et cetera. We just talk about that. Now, on Abby's comment on page 36.
This one was, I think, a note to re-bring this issue up, as we ourselves said we really needed to address further with the farm and ranch.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to put this on the wish list, but then when we talk about leases altogether, I assume we're going to do that in our next meeting, is to devote some time on this whole lease issue.
So there's a conflict between our surface leases that are addressed in the farm and ranch, and then this new paragraph 4. And John kind of mentioned something about that. You know, we kind of forget about that whole boilerplate that's been sitting in the farm and ranch contract forever, and maybe we want to bring that into paragraph 4 or carve it out of paragraph 4, but
I think it's worth discussion.
do we want to talk about it now or just push it to the next meeting?
Well, if we're going to do drafting at the next meeting, I prefer it. But if we're,
Why don't we do what she asked and just look at it?
Let's look at it. Can we pull that up at the farm and ranch?
Yeah.
And let's look at surface leases. I think it's simply a disclosure box, is that what it, or a disclosure blank? Right.
Yeah, it,
Does written leases and given notice of oral leases. They provided with copies of written leases and given notice of oral lease.
this is in paragraph 6 in the farm and ranch.
correct, 6F.
6F.
And we're gonna put it up there. She's just getting it.
Prior to the execution of the contract, seller has provided buyer with copies of written leases and given notice of oral leases, defined leases. Listed below the attached exhibit. The following leases will be permitted exceptions in the title policy and will not be a basis for objection to the title blanks, blanks, blanks.
And what paragraph is that in?
6.
Okay. And so in the preceding 4, we have a whole different thing that talks about all the thing.
It seems to be a very old paragraph that's been there a long time, that where a seller can kind of say to a buyer in a farm and ranch deal, you're going to live with these. These cannot be a basis for getting out of the contract. They might be ag leases that are, that are not terminable before closing, and, you know, the farmer may have to harvest after a certain date, and so they just let the parties pre-agree that those will be permitted exceptions. So,
Is that better for farm and ranch than what I mean,
it's a different issue, but it might lead to a greater discussion of pulling language from that. When we're conflicted about dealing with oral leases, you know, maybe this is something you could borrow.
Well, I
This
think
is-
part of it would also be, do we consolidate that provision in
In paragraph 4.
4 instead of having it be separate under 6?
Right.
Although in this case, what it's trying to say is it's not a permitted exception, not a basis for objection to
Yeah,
title.
we don't want to get rid of that concept.
Which is what 6 is talking
Uh-huh.
about, so.
In fact, paragraph 4 is more of a disclosure to buyer and buyer choice concept. Like, I want you to tell me ahead of time, and then I might decide to get out of the deal. This is a kind of slightly different concept where, buyer, you're going to take this when you close. You're going to take these leases. You don't have a choice. So be careful about merging.
Well, okay, what you said is not exactly accurate. This is, the buyer is accepting these because they
That's provided.
were
prior.
provided prior to the offer even being made. Well, yes,
Yeah, that's what it says.
execution of the contract anyway. Before we got to a final deal, you had all of them, and these are the ones we're gonna accept.
There could be some overlap too, between
Yeah,
the service
should be.
lease
Yeah,
and residential
could be.
lease.
You're right.
And then, so those are in conflict, about has provided, or we give a time period to provide and give them.
So in the commitment, in the residential deal, trying to remember, does, one of the standard printed exceptions is,
Rights of parties.
rights of parties to conduct possession. Yeah. So we probably should do that for all of them.
When you do what?
State that there must be a basis to objection.
Well, it may not be,
Because if I have a residential lease, well, I have a title objection.
Well, we're calling for the residential leases to be terminated, and then we have the whole section scraping about that soon.
For an agreement to assume, right?
Yeah, it's
That operates as a way of, avoiding your.
yeah, it would be hard to imagine a buyer who agrees to assume a lease, then objecting to that lease on the title and wanting to get out of the deal, but I guess they.
Okay, so the only one then that we don't have the assumption issue take care of is in the natural resources lease, right?
I don't know, and I don't want to go there.
So that would be. The question is, do I still retain, looking only at the natural resources lease in the one family, I still retain my right to object?
Well,
To the extent.
remember,
For me or
Right.
something that does.
remember we have a new permitted exception.
For the general mineral exception?
6A7, yeah, the general mineral exception.
What if we took out the disclosure from F and just left in whether it's a permitted exception? It removes the conflict between 4 and 6, and then we still leave in the ability as a permitted exception.
Are you on the 1 to 4?
I'm in the primary.
You said
Okay, but you're saying,
So right now, there's a conflict, right, between 4 and.
I don't think it's conflict.
Well, maybe the first sentence of F, but I think we could probably take out the first sentence of that.
That's what I was suggesting.
Take out the prior to the execution of the contract? Seller has provided buyer with copies? I wouldn't do that.
Well, if it's let's say it's a surface in a residential lease, we already have the addendum that addresses that, right? We have to disclose it in 4. The residential lease addendum in fixture addendum, it won't be fixture, but it has it, either you provide it or you have so many days to terminate after you provide it. And so that can be in.
You know, I think it's okay the way it is. F says, hey, on the lines below, we've given you copies of these leases, and you agree before you even sign the contract, they're permitted exception. There's nothing wrong with that. And while there may be overlap with 4, I don't think they're conflicting.
I don't think they're
I don't
conflicting.
think they conflict. The question is, should they be merged? I think what Amy pointed out is, I think putting them all together in one lot as opposed to 2 paragraphs is, I think something we should consider if we draft it.
And what about the defined term lease as well? That's in 6F. That's defined there.
Oh, yeah, I noticed.
And we have a separate.
All very good things to discuss.
Could
In October.
help you, yeah.
Dillo says, on page 2, where the survey requirements are mentioned, I have a question and a request. If the survey is not acceptable by the title company, the seller needs to pay for it 3 days prior to closing. Does that say that?
No.
No. However, if the title company is okay with an old survey with modification noted on T47, but the lender requires a new survey, then why should the seller pay for it? Your write-up needs to take further and allow the distinction between the 2 requirements.
It says title company.
Yeah. He's upset with the language that says, well, if the title company's okay with it, but the lender rejects it, then you got to get a new survey. You know, but the point is that on that line, there's boxes to choose between whether buyer or seller. You could check the box that says buyer pays.
Sure.
So he may not be reading.
It's
these
negotiable,
things
right.
as well. Okay. Terry Covington writes, will the amendment form be changed to address where additional option monies be delivered? Not at this time, I don't think. She thinks it should be consistent with the first delivery. Stephen Williams writes, ambiguity is the last thing anyone wants. And he has all these questions about the additional earnest money and the extension amendment. What if all sign the extension amendment, but the additional option fee isn't paid?
Well, you just tell them proceeded that you got it.
Yeah. How does this compare to language in the initial option that says for nominal consideration, the receipt of which seller acknowledges, but then gives buyer 3 days to deliver? Is time of the essence for delivery of the additional option fee or not? And paragraph 5E says it is. Does lack of payment of the additional fee affect the existence with the extension of the option period? If not, why do you have an additional fee? Call DAR legal hotline and receive limited and inconclusive help. If there's a loophole, should it be eliminated?
I think we didn't answer his question, his third question right. Is time of the essence for delivery of additional?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Well, but it's already been delivered.
It's a moot point because it's already been delivered.
When you sign it, it's been delivered, received that you received.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, tear apart this language and dream up all sorts of questions and scenarios, but ultimately these bullet points haven't resulted in any actual claims or lawsuits.
But you know, we keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again. So I think this is something.
Agents are bothered by the has paid.
Is it covered in the
Legal update?
It ought to be specifically stated. Why doesn't the additional option fee go to the title company?
Do we need to?
Because it is paid before the amendment is signed.
Well, and
It's not in the current
can
legal,
we remember too?
Pardon me?
it's not in the current legal.
We got this all the time.
I'm writing that chapter down on it.
Which
This
is not
is
good
not
language.
new.
By the way, you didn't change this. So this language in the amendment has been there for years and years and years. It's just that agents are not paying attention to it because there's a change of procedure. for the official.
But we got
Well,
complaints
now
about
that
this
there's
language
confusion
before.
because
is what-
It used to be, it always went to the seller, both the initial option fee and the new option fee. And now it's different.
Is that, we could just sort of presume as members of this committee that because the general counsel is an ad hoc member of the committee, that's when we say this needs more education, then it's just gonna happen like that?
I don't know if it happens just like that. I just know, we're actually working on, like an outreach overhaul at the agency.
Yeah, there's a comment in here about, one lady didn't realize that forms changes were rules changes, so she's very upset about that. One person said, the Trek website, you need to let us know when these changes occur, we didn't know, so there is some mumbling about this caught us off guard, even though it feels like we were actively involved. And so maybe there's, in addition to being the great HOA repository of the state, it has some other, public sort of, public relations, public outreach.
Yeah, and that's coming down the pike. In terms of that issue though, I mean, that could be highlighted in that chapter of, please note.
Here's some issues.
Yeah.
But I've never seen a state
Yes, that
agency
kind of stuff.
that's like Google, every regulated industry is very inside and how their agency makes regulatory changes is similar to Google. It's just in the nature of rule by agency. That's just, I'm sure architects are caught off guard by rule changes and, well, I don't read, you guys read every issue of the Bar Journal and see all those disciplinary, I don't read.
Yes, you
do.
I do.
SJ does.
I'm that guy.
You should have let us answer for him.
Me?
He knew who was gonna say yes to him.
Were you aware that there was a proposed lawyer change? What was the, lawyers help me with this. What
If I
was
only
the
have a
change
second,
that
that's
they
what
wanted
I'm
to make about lawyers sleeping with their clients that didn't pass? Do you remember this?
Oh my goodness. Yes.
What was it?
I love that y'all had to
was.
talk about that.
It was actually.
Something about realtors in there too?
No.
All apparently I do it.
Before we can approve.
In houses.
We address Stephen Williams' bullet points about Mary Rennie or Renna writes, I would like there be specific reasons for termination by the buyer under the mandatory HOA addendum, and then the seller would cure those.
Can't cure an HOA.
The little 3-day loop is essentially a 3-day option.
Yeah.
It's like, are we ever gonna get into that?
And you get into arguing, yeah, that's.
Yeah. The way to close that loophole is to get it ahead of time and pay the money and deliver it before the contract's up.
We're gonna repeat that in a minute. I'm just,
Yeah.
yes,
Sean writes.
listing agents, sellers.
Okay, now we're getting into a hot issue. I can tell you what we're gonna get into. Wow. So this HOA change caught a lot of people, at least in Dallas, Fort Worth, area off guard. I kind of forgot the change was not only to the HOA addendum, but also is buried in the condo contracts as far as the allocation of condo transfer fee. So a lot of people are unhappy about it.
Well, they are unhappy, but as I was alluding to just a moment ago, the solution is right there. It is either the buyer or the seller, and they can make that number be whatever they want. And if they don't like the way their HOA runs, don't buy there, you know. or be
I have
involved.
no idea too, because this is a heavy seller's market, and the sellers are angry at having to pay all of these surplus charges because there's a
Yeah,
buyer
be
cap.
prepared.
Could you change the language just a little bit to make it, you have two choices, either a seller cap or a buyer cap?
The reason, at least for me, that I've always preferred the buyer cap is because the seller should at least have access to more knowledge about the HOA than the buyer does.
100%.
Now, the answer to is, are you kidding me? These charges pop up at closing and they don't have to by law disclose what those charges are.
I got you, but they're a member of the HOA.
They're entitled to all of the documents.
Yeah,
That's
That's what we
statutory.
discussed when we made the change, that exactly.
Yeah, get off your butt when you're.
If you pay $450 for a reassist certificate, don't you get a breakdown of those charges as part of that? Don't they?
Well, that's after the fact, I believe.
I think this is a knee jerk. This surprised us. We didn't know. In a year, this is not going to be an issue because the market will adjust.
Well, the issue here, I think, is it not just the, two upfront dues and it. Hold on.
Okay.
So I don't think the issue is the working capital, the transfer fee, all that kind of stuff. Clearly, we said all that's covered, no matter what.
Put it in the basket.
So I think the only one that's at issue is the 2 months upfront that they require. Now, I think there's a good argument to say that that's not caused by the transfer of the property.
Yeah, it is.
No, that's a rule that says you have to have 2 months of deposit or advance payments in with us. In other words, the charge for those 2 months is not the transfer, but it's your periodic payments. So-
It's caused, but nobody, the seller wouldn't have to pay that if he didn't sell. So that charge would not incur during that period of time.
He would have to pay.
He would make his regular payments.
Right, so he's.
But the prepayment is occasioned by the transfer.
It's not, I don't think it's caused by the transfer. What that is an administrative decision by the HOA that says, we just want you to pay.
We may be talking about two different things, because I know exactly what you're talking about. And what she's talking about, Ron is simply saying the HOA every once in a while sends out a notice to all owners that says, you just owe this amount of money. Okay, you could call that a special assessment or whatever.
No.
But
That's not what I'm saying.
The buyer,
when there is a transfer of title, the association typically creates a reserve. They sometimes call it a working capital contribution, or I've even seen working capital contribution 2 months, and then we want to collect 2 months reserve additional assessments, so 4 months.
Or
And
dues,
it's
not even
Not the
assessment,
case
it's
that if the seller didn't sell, they'd suddenly get hit with 4 months of assessment.
That's right. It wouldn't happen.
They wouldn't just go to an existing owner.
This is all occasioned by the transfer.
He says upfront dues.
Yeah, I
And that's
know.
happening all the time. And so I'm not sure there's a better way to clarify other than to exempt, if we want to say advance payment of assessments, monthly or yearly assessments, is the only language that I could come up
But I
with.
compare it to a lender that's impounding taxes and insurance. If you have an existing mortgage, your lender typically doesn't come in the middle of the year and go, by the way,
Yeah.
they do. I mean, we need
Someone going out and they grab that money. But for the periodic payments, if they're just saying, we just want those due earlier than they're normally due, which is what they're saying.
I am 100% against picking and choosing. I like what we did. I think it's, let people get used to it. Whoever said they're shocked.
What I'm saying, I think there's a valid argument.
I don't.
For the existing language.
Doesn't it get addressed in paragraph 13, which is the proration, which includes assessments? And those matters are prorated.
Ron's essentially saying that we don't need to change. He would argue, he's making a legal argument that this doesn't come under the definition of associated with the transfer of the property. And if we disagree, that's fine.
We do disagree.
That's okay.
I think there's a valid argument for it, so that at least, I don't think it's a rush. I do think there's some clarity that is worth adding here, because I do think it's a valid argument that it's not a transfer fee that's due.
But let me take another difference.
We have other.
Let's say that the association does charge a working capital contribution that's only charged if there's a sale.
Right.
Creating a reserve. And you have a highly competitive seller's market. The sellers get to boss around the buyers, and the sellers are suddenly paying $4,000 of the buyer's charges to sell my house because they only got the first $250. That doesn't seem right to me.
So educate yourself before you list your house and don't agree to that. Make the buyer pay everything.
I'm telling agents, because I think this is a business detail, disagree with me if you want, that you could easily change that buyer cap. You could strike out the word buyer and change it.
They can't, our agents cannot do that.
Well, then I'm telling them I'm ready.
An attorney can, yes, but the agents cannot. And I think that's a bad idea.
If you look at what Sean is saying here.
The principle.
Sean is also saying.
I know.
He concurs with what I'm saying with regard to the 2 months advance fees, right? Because all the HOA is doing is changing the due date.
All by the
buyer's payment is not for the transfer fee, it's for the periodic maintenance.
It is occasioned by the transfer, and we are trying, that was my intention all along. I believe it was the intention of this committee all along, to have every bad thing that's gonna happen at the HOA involving money be brought to the fore and negotiated who's gonna pay what, and limiting one or the other. And I do think it is just an education thing, and if the seller doesn't like it, then don't let the buyer put anything other than buyer will pay all fees. The word all.
Is his comment, the title companies aren't applying this consistently?
That's one of his comments.
That's the case.
And I mean, the lawyers in this room can't agree. I agree, academically about the different baskets, but they're all occasioned by the
We
transfer.
have a potential problem, as Brian pointed out, because of the proration paragraph. So I think clarity is needed in this case.
Yeah, okay, but, I mean, I see it as fair, nothing's fair. It's fair for the buyer to be responsible for that because the buyer is not having to pay the next 2 months of assessments. He's getting a free ride for 2 months.
Maybe, you don't know that. You don't know that.
That's what we're talking, that's exactly what we're talking about. On advance payment of monthly dues, let's say at closing, they collect.
They're not keeping it as an escrow for a whole time.
It's you pay in advance for those.
Well, and I don't think we could.
So the solution might be, Ron, or paragraph C says, except as provided by paragraphs A and D, and subject to paragraph 13 of the contract.
I guess you could argue it's already subject to. So that's why I think is clarity necessary here for market, especially for title companies who are the ones who are, I guess, proposing the proper assessment.
I don't remember this. Prorations, allocations of cost. He's the initial party that proposes it, but they're not the arbiter. They don't decide. If seller disagrees with this and wants to take the position that this is not associated with the transfer of property, they certainly can, and they got the language to do that. So,
We've eliminated big area of controversy with our change, but we haven't gone 100. What is the point that we?
I said, wait and see what happens by October. Let's see if these complaints continue.
They
might.
This has been a big issue. I've seen it a lot on a lot of deals at the title company, and it's happening at all points of the deal. There's not many people that are real diligent in advanced closing that I've seen. And then if you catch our closing, we've had a lot after closing come back after they get home and look at things, come back and say, well, why was this allocated that way? That's even with the closer explaining it in the closing room, a lot of people are just, and it's their fault, but it is a big issue out there.
I think this is also related to the complaints about the contracts changes catching them off guard. And had we not, I think if agents who got burned by this in the month subsequent to April, had been aware of it, maybe they're certainly aware of it now.
Which is circling back around to the point of clarity, because of these advanced assessments for the 2 to 4 months, that could be a very large number. And I don't think we have a consensus here on whether those are included or not. And that's where a lot of the disputes are arising.
And it's the same problem we were seeking to solve when we get a list of charges from the HOA and you don't even know what is that for? Who does that go to? Because they call them different things. And while one HOA may say this is an advance payment, another one may call that a reserve, another one may call it an impound.
Yeah, let me just say this. I think we need to wait and see what happens, but it would really scare me to try to put something in to solve the problem and then make it worse, because then people start, aha, you said this situation, so it really applies when that's not what was intended. Okay?
There's not a ton of HOAs in my area. Is this a list of fees that typically a seller is able to get up front to supply to the buyer?
Yes, absolutely. Any member of an HOA is entitled to see every document owned by the HOA. That's statutory.
Many sellers don't want.
They may pay for copies, yes.
But that's why I put the burden on them to go get it and put the cap where it's the buyer's only paying. So
the listing agent should instruct the seller to call for the HOA docs. They can get all the docs on the front, see every single, every single charge. And then when they get the contract from the buyer, they're ready to negotiate what we put in C.
Well, and this originally stemmed from the fact that HOA, we said transfer fees, so they said, oh, this is a transfer fee, they named 14 different things.
Right, each HOA has different names for things, but the seller can get ahead of it before they list the house, they can have that.
So I know there's a blank on that HOA form.
Yeah, and it's good for 90 days.
Mackenzie, at the bottom of page 38 and the top of page 39 says, I wanted to see if you could issue a bulletin on what the fees entail in section C of this addendum. Do these fees include work capital contributions and SHOA assessments? And I throw my hands up like, how do you do that? How do you do that?
Yeah, it does. There's a question about the advanced HOA.
Josh Center writes, I've been a realtor for over a decade and would like to weigh in on some new language. This is going to lead to a lot of problems. The title company says it already has. In a nutshell, and he tells the story and the seller bearing all of these burdens of thousands of dollars that they didn't anticipate. So, yes, I understand.
Educate yourself.
Also, I get the feeling that the HOA wildfire and the fees are a bigger problem south of Waco than north of Waco. Is that a fair statement? Are HOAs more burdensome and expensive in Houston than say Dallas?
Wow.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's HOA by HOA.
Yeah.
Possible HOA fees.
I would say this, in my experience, newer subdivisions are more onerous than older subdivisions.
That generally.
I don't know, Pecan Plantation and De Cordova are like in the late 60s and like $300,000 homes, and it's $6,000 in transfer fees and stuff, so.
Yeah.
Victoria, I've skipped all the examples that
Where are
that
you?
person provided and moved on to page 47. Spraying one or two more comments in before break. Victoria writes, there's much confusion between the title company and agents regarding the new TREC addendum for property subject to mandatory membership. All transfer fees to one paragraph or one amount, all fees, does that include working capital
Yes.
fees? That was the reason to include all fees? And
Yes.
it shows the difference in the one. Continue. Thank you, and I understand the reason for the changes, so maybe somebody at TREC replied to her, but Independence Title does not. Question of the HOA slush fund or working capital fees, you know, I'm not good. This person's just unhappy with HOAs, I think, too.
And independent.
And her
title.
comment was the next letter, yeah.
Well, that could be tough. Jonathan Schmidt, same concept. You know, can we, at the very end, can these fees be placed back on the purchaser by default rather than on the seller? And in a sense, you could by making the cap really high or changing the polarity of the cap. So yes, you could do. Liz writes, our market is booming. The appraisal waiver is not beneficial for FHA and VA clients.
Correct.
That's correct.
That's right.
Well, each want us to enforce MLS rules about whether you should be putting BPA or FHA as proposed.
I wrote, not LC issue.
And Ryan, how many requests have you gotten in this current market for VA and FHA buyers to put that language in special provisions? They want to do it.
Well, her contention is really just that she's mad at listing agents for putting proposed financing FHA and VA when they're not going to be, they're not going to be eligible for competing for the house.
This market sucks. I understand for a buyer.
Yeah.
I got a legal assistant who's a sweet lady and moved from Denton to work for us. She's been trying to buy a house for a year, and her husband's a veteran. And just because the VA wants to push $500 of fees onto a seller, that she can't get a house. It's terrible. Bob Puckett writes, as you know, the addendum concerning right to terminate due to lender's appraisal is back in demand. Paragraph 2 is highly confusing. What does it mean? That goes into, should it be reworded? Okay. And then.
Another one of these.
And then.
1201, Mr. Chairman.
What now?
1201.
1201, all right, let's stop at page 29.
Yeah.
For our next. All right. I left off, I believe, with Lynn Boynton's comments. Page 49, really on page 50, looking at the highlighted stuff. Addendum regarding residential leases. I feel paragraph A is very confusing. The first line says all residential leases must be terminated by closing. Then later in the paragraph, it has a notice that indicated this paragraph will not amend or terminate any existing lease. Some of our clients and investors probably read no further than all residential leases must be terminated and try and terminate the lease. Do we really need that paragraph? I know a number of investors that think they know it all and won't consult an attorney. I think this should be removed completely. It will cause some confusion. I want all people to assume all leases is what she seems to be saying. Never negotiate to terminate a lease because people will screw up. If I recall, SJ especially was worried about this, and we tried to put really bold language like warning. She still doesn't think it's enough.
Yeah.
Consult an attorney and refer to the residential lease before agreeing to this provision. I don't know how much clearer we can get. But
maybe larger font.
You know, if this committee is going to start drafting language because they're not reading our language, you see the paradox right there. there's no point. So, okay. Adele writes on page 51. Very confusing. Some of our clients, investors will read no further.
Exact same thing.
Talked about it. And then on page 52 is the very same verbatim comment.
I don't know who the instructor is that gave him this.
I don't know. You know, I really appreciate TREC staff for putting these together in the same order. You know, if these were scattered, but this really helps make things go faster when you put the same ones and you highlight one. So.
So, 52, page 52 is the same comment now on page 53. Slightly different wording, but it's regarding this residential lease addendum. This paragraph is confusing in that it has always been my understanding that a lease survives a sale, death, and in some cases even a foreclosure. How is it possible to terminate all leases prior to closing? Are agents to assume that tenants may face a lease termination without consent? True, this paragraph has a notice, but in my opinion, creates confusion. It should be one of the choices. Again, someone who doesn't feel that they, what this agent may fail to realize is that oftentimes leases extend beyond their original term on a month-to-month basis. On a lease, if you want to hire or pay them off, yeah.
Again, this is perhaps an opportunity for education, since it's been brought up to the committee several times and it's showing a lack of perhaps understanding about getting the seller prepped to sell the house. So when the agents go and talk to these sellers, they can say, you know, our contract, our standard form contract calls for all residential leases to be terminated. If that doesn't work for you, this is a great time to go ahead and engage an attorney to help you, unless you want to rewrite the contract yourself as a principal.
I think that the addendum is even, this was never addressed by any language. So the addendum makes agents like, I don't know how to handle, you know, it's something they traditionally haven't handled.
And they shouldn't handle it.
You know,
the seller should.
We give them, at least we give them a tool to help, you know, guide them in some way.
Mhm.
Forcing the conversation.
Let me play the devil's advocate.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
You are
Everybody
an
leans.
inexperienced real estate agent.
Okay.
Read paragraph A and say, I'm just trying to accept that this doesn't give guidance as to whose responsibility it is to make sure the residential lease is in fact terminated.
Well, the party was on.
I mean, as a lawyer, I think I know it's the seller's obligation.
Yeah.
But that sense, all residential leases must be terminated by closing. Okay, does that create a condition so that if it's not, the seller can get out of the contract?
You're correct in that this addendum does not come with an operator's manual. And so it's up to, I guess, instructors to explain how this works. You know, how do you use this addendum?
Well, apparently this instructor couldn't.
Part of it is that it could be existing lease terminates by its own term or prior to the closing date, or the tenant has already given notice for that to occur. Now, we could change it to go to the active and say seller will.
See, that's what I was thinking. Maybe does it make sense that first sentence should be an affirmative duty upon the seller to take action as necessary to cause all leases.
Correct. Right. I like that one better.
But the bigger picture that I wish agents understood better is that this addendum is designed to promote a discussion between a seller and buyer of occupied property as to whether that tenant's going to be gone before closing or not. And they will either come to terms on that concept and check box A or box B, or they won't, and the deal will break apart. Because you might have a seller that's marketing property with 6 months left in the original term, and they say, I can't terminate the leases. You're buying income producing property. And the buyer says, well, I was wanting to live there. Well, then you're going to need to look at something else. And the addendum serves its purpose. It promotes the discussion of this issue. It's just that it doesn't come with operating instructions.
I think what Ron is saying might be it, because why do we even need that first sentence?
All residential leases must be terminated by closing.
Doesn't the next sentence address that? That's the active seller's obligation.
The reason we have to is because it is our, don't let me mistake, but it is the position of this committee to write forms for the most part that allow fee simple, complete, 100% the bundle of sticks, including possession.
Right, well,
So-
the second sentence does that.
Why do you want to limit?
It doesn't.
Why do you want to limit it?
It does not. It does not. The second actually allows it not to be, it's fee simple, but burdened with the lease. And
No,
it's,
it says seller shall deliver, the second sentence, says seller shall deliver
Sorry, I'm
the
looking at-
property in accordance with paragraph 10 of the contract with no tenant or
Yeah.
other person in possession or having rights to occupy the property.
well, I mean, what does it hurt? And it's clearer. All residential leases must be terminated by the
It's not
closing.
even me,
It's as
but
good as
evidently-
order.
I think that was added.
I think it's right.
To,
I like
it
it.
was added in there to look at and say, no, there has to be some affirmative action.
Right.
It has to be terminated. But I don't know why we chose to pass it.
Well, you guys can, we can look at it
In
in the
our
future.
style,
I don't think we're inclined to make any changes. Just, they need to understand that A and B is a choice. If you wanted to, check only A or B, the parenthetical might be bolded or highlighted or something like
I
that.
think we put it in the bucket again, but I do like the active voice rather than the passive voice.
And I think we ought to make that a style rule unless we choose not to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Timothy Thornton, his email header starts on 53, but his question is really page 54. There's a huge hole in the new lease addendum that says that if the buyer can terminate the contract after receiving a lease from the seller, no qualifications, this is 100% open-ended, like a new option period. Yes, it is. That's the whole point.
Lease before the contract.
You could choose to do that, you wouldn't have a huge hole. But a buyer may not like the terms of the lease.
Yeah.
That's kind of the, it may be below market rent, it may be a 12-year term, who knows?
Yeah.
But I think that a buyer should get the right to terminate it. And again, it goes just like that request of, a buyer needs to give their reasons for terminating under mandatory HOA. I don't know how we define what those are or create enforceability.
Beauty is in
The reason can just be they don't like it.
That's right.
Each sign is-
Generally, people who don't like these additional option periods have methods of closing them off. You can give them the information ahead of time and remove that choice. That's eliminating the loophole. Clifton Jansky says, I was just on a webinar with TAR. No one's using the new name of Texas Realtors. And I had a question. They just told me to email correct. With all these changes, I had a question. If the executed date, does he mean effective date? If the executed date is the most important, why shouldn't the agent that fills it in the date have to sign acknowledging they have filled in the date? As it is right now, anyone could fill in that date and there's no accountability of evidence of which agent put in the executed.
I
I think he needs
have
effective
never
date.
run into a problem.
It's executed and effective. Yes, it's effective.
We've, I think I've had this agreement before, but never something
Seen sellers
that would rise to us changing.
write in the effect, the listing agent write in a date that was prior to the date that it was actually signed so that they could shorten the buyer's option.
Wow. This is in the legal update materials, I believe, right now, on what should be done if it's blank.
How to do it?
Mhm.
Oh, that's a good point then.
Very good.
Well, in the commercial contract, don't they make the
Title
effect?
Often the title company receives.
Dates of that title company receipt or the last.
We don't have a commercial contract though,
Yeah.
Brian.
I've had a lawyer, there's a lawyer in Sherman that's asked me 20 times in 12 years, can we change it to title company receipt? I said, yeah, well, Mary Beth Hughes writes, bottom of page 54, top of 55, I suggest that the paragraph in the farm and ranch contract at the bottom of page 10 regarding commissions be added to the one before. And I think we went through that. All right, let's go back to the way it was. No. Jacobus,
I think this is not our comment.
writes, this is the escalation clause. Realtors are making offers 1,000 over. I've gotten several calls. What constitutes this? Can you disclose another offer? Is it specific enough? We need a reg on this. I would say, Chuck,
We do, don't
Broker and Lawyer Committee ain't gonna address this, so. I agree with everything he's saying.
There is a regulation.
Yeah.
What?
When it says that agents are not to draft anything other than the standard form, doesn't it specifically say escalation clauses?
I think so.
I don't know.
Well, and there's been, Chelsea and I talked about this, that they put it out in the Trek newsletter
Yeah.
thingy, that anything that would change the contract sales price, you can't be
Presently, you got to have a lawyer write an escalation clause, and presently, the best lawyers, including Mr. Jacobus, don't go near that area. I call it bringing an atomic bomb to a nighttime.
Apparently, it is not uncommon in other states.
That was an interesting, yeah. In fact, Chelsea and I were chatting about RMELO, which is the Association of Real Estate Law Licensing Officers.
There's a few brokers I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, anyway, she's going to get together at an RMELO conference, and that might be one of the things that they talk about, is because California does have this concept, and it's commonly used, and they don't seem to have a problem with it.
I don't know what prevents me, if I have
states do.
that drawn up, from getting my brother to write a higher offer, so that, you know, I mean.
It's fraught with peril.
Well, two contracts are not exactly the same, but for the price.
Right.
Different people.
I know.
Different special division.
Yeah.
I've seen one well-written escalation clause is 3 pages, but there's others, I've seen there's brokers that have for their internal forms that are out there for agents to use without the admin code language as drafted by an attorney, that are currently, my clients have been receiving it here and asking, well, what should we do? One, and then that's just on the broker level, but there's, especially in Austin, and these are well-known brokers too. This is not just a mom and pop shop.
And I don't know if this is the same topic or not, but the case in our materials, that Court of Appeals case out of Austin, where the court declared a contract invalid for lack of certainty as to price, was not an escalation clause. It was the price shall match, and the price shall be determined by appraisal or some sort of free language. But you could construe that to mean that if the price of the contract were determined by an escalation clause, you could easily see a court following the same reasoning law. That's not fixed or determined, that's not an enforceable contract. So.
We do have a reg.
Oh, okay, what is the reg?
53711B5 prohibits, the license holder may not draft language defining respective rights, obligations, or remedies of principal.
Escalation, appraisal, or other contingency clauses. Brian, you were correct. It is in the regs, 535.
537,
537.
11, B.
111. B5.
Does it prohibit them?
Practical law.
Use of standard
Use of
contract.
standard contract.
Okay.
Okay. So Chuck, there is a reg on that. Brian, who says we should consider what? Tell us what you want to say.
That's you.
Your comments up next.
Our notice of buyer's termination contract, the new addendums we have for residential leases and fixture leases gives a right of termination. So should we add a box to address those rights?
Put it in the bucket. I think that's a good idea.
Has anybody seen the termination dates on the lease, using the leases?
So new. I haven't seen one.
Haven't seen a single one.
Have you, Brian?
Near boxes.
Every title operation?
We do have another.
There's an
Brian only gets the crises.
Yeah, I think there's an other.
See what happens every day.
I think there's already other and they could write it.
Yeah, there is
There's another.
but it might be a nice, a tool in their toolbox to have, if we give them boxes, why not give them a few more?
But it's
3 or 4 pages.
Yeah, that's what this world needs is more tools.
I believe that I should be a tool. Mark Schindler writes, my broker license is whatever, I'm the seller of a 184 acre parcel of vacant ag land, and I'm doing seller financing, and we attach the seller financing. Oh, this was an interesting comment. So the language in the addendum requires, when you check this particular box, I think it's the without escrow box on the seller financing addendum, to provide evidence annually of paid up casualty insurance naming seller as, quote, mortgagee loss payee. And he goes on to say, no one knows what that term means. I spoke to several insurance agents. They all use the term additional insured. And why is that language in there, and blah, blah, blah. And then just after I saw this comment, I went to the State Bar of Texas Forms Manual and looked at their form of contract and noticed they did not use this language. It's been, I think this is very old 70s language, and they use the term
additional.
I think they just say insured, naming the mortgage holder as the insured. You know, it doesn't use mortgage loss payee. So that might be something that you want to update. And
Yes, we have not looked at seller financing in a long time, right?
But it's an interesting point. You always name the lender as an insured, so that when there's a casualty event, the check gets payable typically to the seller, in this case, and the owner at the same time, and they can negotiate as to how they want to do it.
Would it be a material change to just add the words, the 3 words, or additional insured to this form? Would it have to go through the whole big process?
I would like to take a look at the form for any updating other.
Yeah, there might be, this is very old, so we might need to dust off a lot of other stuff too.
Well, I was gonna say, I think we need to be prepared to look at the loan assumption addendum, because while nobody's using it now, the minute interest rates start ticking up, we're gonna be using that, and anything that's wrong there, we're gonna know about quickly.
I do think the change needs to be made. I don't feel the urge to make it right now. This is an interesting comment. But I think we ought to remember this.
When assumptions come back, it's whole day ones and valuable.
Finally.
I think that's what it is.
Is it in the with escrow or without escrow? Because I do a lot of seller financing, and most of the time sellers do not want to mess with escrow.
It's
They
both.
do, oh, it's in both? Okay. Okay.
Escrow not required and escrow required. Last sentence in both.
Do you actually use that addendum?
All the time. And the commercial one on Texas Realtors is very similar.
And then, but then what do you put in your note and your deed of
There's a
trust?
clause that follows it.
That doesn't, that says something different than this?
Track the language of the track form verbatim, so I'm not using the modern language, but they all know to do it. You know, name the lender as the additional insured.
Yeah, I think it's additional insurance is the term.
Practical matter.
I may have some forms that are out of date. Whitney Beeson writes, I've encountered an issue with financing impacted funding. Here's what happened. Oh, this is a very rare, I don't say that's that rare, but basically she had a purchase money transaction in which the buyer was using a bridge loan, which is like a type of refinance loan. And I guess for whatever reason, that bridge loan lender had a 3-day right of rescission. And that 3-day extension or delay of closing caused a crisis.
I think
And,
that-
and then what was really interesting is that the buyers were in immediate possession, the keys were given to the title company. And I guess the title company handed the keys over to the buyers, even though it hadn't funded. So there's additional negatives.
It did fund.
This sounds like,
It
but 3
funded.
days later.
3 days later.
It fund, they got it
But
possessed
it was
3 days
delayed.
prior to
Okay.
funding.
It wasn't
I
that
thought-
title company, so like, without explaining.
I think the bridge loan is basically kind of a home equity loan. So, and those do, I think, have
Yeah.
a very right of rescission. in the
So
same
here's what she writes at the end. My reason for contacting you is to inquire if adding a brief paragraph, checkbox, addendum, et cetera, to the third-party financing form to disclose a rescission period might be considered in the future. Now,
No.
although I think this is a pretty rare thing, I do want to mention that home equity loans were recently, there was some regulatory legislative action so that they could be used as purchase money instruments as well as pulling equity out. You can literally put an equity loan on your property in order to buy it. It's kind of weird, and that's going to have a 3-day right of rescission. So I don't know how common this is.
I also, her suggestion wouldn't solve her problem anyway, because she said that the buyer didn't know about the 3 days.
That's right. That was my,
So-
the buyer didn't
Yeah.
know, so how can we answer this?
Basically, they have to sign 3 days before the deal. funds.
Yeah.
In the closing disclosure, outline the dates there and being explained at closing, the title company should be given the keys.
That's
It
the
sounds
key
like
thing, is like, you don't hand the keys until the checks are cut. It's bad.
And they should have, also, if the buyer had known, they could have just closed that part of the loan and closed the whole thing 3 days later. Because that was.
No, it's after closing.
But it's after closing of the bridge loan. It has nothing to do with, because I assume that money, well, I don't know if it's.
The loan's not effective if they don't have the security.
Well, the security's on the previous house, I believe, on a bridge loan.
No, that's the bridge part.
Your existing home.
Yeah.
Collateral.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever this is.
Yeah.
J. Renee Walker writes, currently this is on the temporary lease back, and I guess she is referring to the seller's lease back. Our form says less than 90 days. The mortgage companies say after 60 days, the property is considered investment. This creates a problem with buyers who are willing to give the seller a lease back, but not aware until after this form is signed, this is going to be a problem. the document should help address this possibility. 90 days, if I recall, because aren't there a whole bunch of residential statutes about security devices, smoke detectors, and all these things that don't apply to a tenancy under 90 days? So that's what the threshold we use. It's a good point. It probably should be in maybe the legal update and be a great little line to tell Texas A&M.
Well, and if we do a wholesale review of, are we gonna do a wholesale review of this form?
Seller's temporary residential lease?
No, probably not.
Well, this is a lender underwriting requirement.
Yeah, you know.
And
Yeah.
it could even vary. I
He
don't know.
wants to, I guess, make all.
And a
seller's
warning.
temporary residential
It's an
leases
issue these
60 days or
days.
less.
Or either that or have a warning. A warning, although, you
That's a
know,
good point. You could
just
put
have a
some
warning.
language in there that says, you know, be aware of your lender's underwriting requirements for occupancy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because we do have a similar warning about insurance on that
Okay,
temporary lease, so I think putting one about financing.
I think this is a good idea. It doesn't involve that, it doesn't create obligations if we just want.
Yeah, I don't know the value of putting that into the seller's temporary use. I mean, that's an education issue. And there are better ways. to-
Remember, we are drafters, so while you are correct on the ground, if your argument is we shouldn't do anything because no one will read it, then we can just, we don't have to use it.
I think people, we need to presume that people will read it. And
We have to pray.
the state of the law in the state of Texas, and I'll bet you money it's not gonna change in our lifetime. People, it's objective theory of contract, and people are held to have read it, whether they did it or not. And it would help generally the public, so.
Deanna Brabham says, minerals have always been very controversial, especially with the documentation on the addendum for the reservation of oil, gas, and minerals. It does not state, it states not to use if all minerals are being conveyed. However, it doesn't address the surface rights of ingress and egress. If you don't use this form, is it implied that these rights convey? I think she just, well, doesn't understand that if you don't reserve the minerals, of course you have the surface rights. She writes, I had a transaction where my seller didn't know whether he was given surface.
Well, I think her question
And
was.
the previous owner retained. So when I listed the property to sell, she nor I knew. Then it was discovered when the title came out, long story short, she had to go back to the previous seller.
Oh, I know what she's saying.
This is basically a seller that was unaware that a prior mineral holder had surface rights and.
Yes, and that's I reject.
Yeah, but there's,
But her initial question
it really relates
is,
to.
does the whole, is it the whole fee simple? And do minerals
Well,
convey? She asked, does minerals convey? And the answer is yes, they
Yes,
do.
that is the answer. But she also needs to understand that the addendum for reservation minerals is only for the reservation and rights of the seller's minerals. If someone prior to the seller has mineral rights, that addendum doesn't address their rights at all. So that's where it gets confusing.
Which is why we have the note there. that
That's right.
Surface rights that may be held by other.
By other parties. There you go. Ms. Morales says, could you kindly look over the fixture lease addendum again? The new contract states we must disclose if there's a fixture lease involved, and the seller cannot make any changes to the lease without the buyer's consent. So we're thinking solar panels, right? The addendum is not very clear, and it's caused so many delays. There is not a clear way for buyers not to assume the lease. Is that true? I thought there was a rejection section.
I think she's making it harder than it is.
Yeah. I called Breck Legal, and the attorney I talked to said the buyer is not assuming the lease, but the buyer must consult their attorney to see and draft a form that they won't. I thought this addendum had a provision in it that they could decide to assume it or not assume it, right? Now, the only complaint some people make is that it's phrased in a default position where you're default assuming the lease unless you specifically fill it in blank. But the method is there, so.
Problem's gonna be. Don't assume. Unless lessors will come in with whatever period he has and remove it. Right. That could be before or after closing.
Rick writes, wow, this is a long one.
Is this, can we go back real quick on that?
Sure.
Are we looking at the fixture lease addendum on a wholesale basis? Here.
Not yet. It's brand new and I mean, you
Yeah,
know, you
it's a
look at the
while.
comment and if the comment has merit, then I think we should look at it, but she's complaining about something that I just don't think is true. A buyer does have the ability to reject eviction.
I think they do, but it's
Maybe it's not clear
It's
enough.
complicated, and if and when we look at this next, I think it would be fine to
Okay.
have a very clear buyer does not assume any leases. I think that would be
You
easier
want
for
to change the
the,
default position. and-
no, I wanted a choice. There's one is buyer shall assume,
Okay.
and then prior to closing, seller will or will not, and it would be good to have a buyer will not assume. I mean, it would be more clear that way when and if we update this form sometime after it's used for a while.
Okay, now I remember what this Rick comment is. This was a long discussion about a license holder that maybe didn't understand that every time the TREC forms change, they're done so pursuant to a TREC rules change. And this person was all confused and thought, how come we're not getting notice of the rules changes? But I think this has been the law since the forms were created, that you always have to have a rules change about this. So that's just someone learning something new. But he goes on at the end to talk about a more effective means of communicating to all agents and brokers when a rule is about to be changed, and this caught me off guard. And so Vanessa has talked about, they're going to talk internally at a staff level about how you might improve the disclosure and communication of upcoming discussions there. Doesn't TREC offer credit for attending and listening to these broker lawyer meetings?
No.
They don't?
Not the.
That would be good to
No,
add.
to the.
For the February meeting.
Okay, for TREC meetings, you get credit if you, no, you.
Not all the time. I think
For the
it,
February meeting.
Just for the February meeting.
Right.
Every year, is February some special meeting?
I thought it was, it's every,
I thought it was every meeting, I was like,
Okay, the big one.
yeah.
It's the one where they do like the elections and,
Okay.
it tends to coincide with the PR meeting.
Okay.
Right.
winter meeting.
Yep.
Harry's son writes, I have a property for sale. This is a long story. Let's see if we can. The buyers have to be punished.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Hang on.
So they didn't make their third-party financing timely. They had 21 days and they waited 4 days and gave notice on the 25th. And so they shouldn't have been able to cancel, and he knows he's in the right, but the lawyer said, you've only got $2,500 to fight about. It's
This is
not
the
worth
agent
it.
complaint of why aren't these contracts self-enforcing? Why do I have to hire an attorney?
Right.
And in the end, he kind of is asking TREC and the broker lawyer committee to create a breach of contract default form, which I don't think we're ever going to get into, but he wants that.
It's the age-old problem.
I know. Molly Lasseter writes, buyer terminated contract on day 4 of the 10-day option period in which the entire earnest money amount will be due back to her. Unfortunately, the seller was a local home builder who refused to sign the release of earnest money form. Let's stop right there.
Oh, there's what that not.
There's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know why that title agent is requiring a release or consent of the seller on an option termination. I thought we got over that early in the 90s, but
Well, it's
local.
not stated, but I think most reputable title companies, if you
Yeah.
can establish all the facts.
Those, it does matter where you
I
are.
don't know. It's a pain in the butt.
It's all.
Y'all are really difficult. I gotta say that. And I would not take on, I know her, she did not call me on this one, but I wouldn't, it's gonna cost you more than $2,500 for me to even jack around, not the lawsuit, just jack around with the 3 months it's gonna take to get that done.
I would urge this
I don't know that we can fix it.
consumer to file a complaint with the Texas Department of Insurance, which doesn't cost any money, and see if they can do, because that's not fair
Education.
escrow agent conduct. That's
Yeah.
not right. You don't hold up, you don't let the seller consent to the release of earnest money pursuant to an option termination. That's just
Yeah.
real simple.
That's a good point.
Rodney Campbell writes, I can say this without question, TREC should provide a legal document that needs to be signed by the individual who paid for the inspection and who it can legally be released to. You've put me in some very awkward situations as a broker due to your lack of foresight in this matter, protecting all parties to concern.
But he's getting, this is outside, I think,
Yeah.
outside the realm of track.
I think he is angry at a seller or listing broker being cursed with information, being given an inspection report that they didn't want to get.
Yeah.
That's not fair, and you should do something about it.
Well, his concern is that the agent that's been given it you shouldn't be able to use it without compensating the buyer who paid for it. And the truth is, once it's in my possession, it's
You
part of.
almost have to.
Yeah,
It's not almost.
The seller is charged with knowledge.
Yeah.
And you gotta, and the way we generally pass that knowledge on is to pass on the inspection.
I would hope these inspectors who are having their reports used and then the buyers are terminating are getting paid for it.
Oh, they get paid.
Okay, so they recognize, if they want to protect themselves, they could put a no reuse notice, or they could put something on.
Most
Well,
do.
this
Intended for
concern,
this buyer
is
only.
about the buyer though, who's paid for it and terminated their contract, that they should somehow be.
I'm mad that I had to spend money kicking the tires and ultimately learned
Right.
a lot about the property and got saved a great deal of pain and grief by
Yeah.
terminating.
That's a good argument, and
I
people
should
make
be
it all the
I
time.
should be able to search a property for free and not spend any money on due diligence.
This is squarely addressed in the legal update materials too.
Yeah,
My due
People do
diligence
that.
should be free.
they
Okay.
try to sell it, and a lot of times they'll be successful.
Page 62, highlighted portion. One last thing, we seem to have addendums for everything except protection of the cash buyer. If someone pays cash for their home, they have an appraisal done on the property and the appraisal comes in low, there's no way out for that buyer. Now, wait a minute. Don't we have that box C of the appraisal addendum that is designed to do exactly this?
Not for cash.
We talked about cash.
Oh.
There's a-
Then I guess you, on a cash deal, if you're concerned about it, we had this argument going back to Dawn Moore. She said, do the appraisal during the option period on a cash. Okay, there's ways.
Or don't waste your money on appraisal
Well,
if you're in cash.
This gets to the whole,
But you don't know
the
where.
basic question of, should we have an addendum for cash buyers that they can get out based on a,
I don't think that will go over well.
Let's see what
you
you
need to
can.
protect me from myself.
Yeah. I
Get a hire
think
lawyer.
that's a good idea.
Hire a lawyer or do it in the option
I
period.
know I'm contracted at this price, but I want to let
I don't
you know what
mean
the
it.
appraiser says I should buy. And you have to obey what they say. Okay, Grace Say, what does she have to say? She says,
Same thing.
last
These are
minute,
the
we need a
three.
razor. Okay, going on to Kathy Faulkner, Forms and Contracts Committee of Greater Protect says, we appreciate all the hard work. We have one further request, and that would be to add co-associate's name and co-selling associate's name to the contracts under the broker information section. While some agents do no work under a team structure, many do work with a partner. An agent within the same firm would be considered a co-associate.
We added team names, so they want to add.
Well, they're saying it's not strictly a team, but I want.
No, but I'm
you to
saying they
discuss-
saw that, so there's like a.
Oh,
Yeah.
and then it'll be
Is
by,
that allowed or a partnership or?
no sister.
Is that allowed under the track rules for them to do that?
They just covered my business while I'm out of town.
It's, in the track rules, basically, you just have, really
We
the
get sub
brokers
in there.
that are listing it.
So,
The
yeah.
identification of.
We want a line for subs.
Something else. All right, so Terry brought up something, although it's not highlighted, and maybe this is later in the thing, but he does mention a form out of California. It goes to the idea of, in a very tight seller's market, sellers having contingencies that basically let them out of a deal to sell their house if they can't find a replacement property.
I pulled it up.
And Terry thought it was interesting. She pulled up the form. I don't know if we're there yet, but it is an issue. Right now, sellers that want this, I guess, have to have an attorney draft that language for them.
I just, boy, that's terrible, being a worm stuff.
You know, it is a can of worms, but a number of states are doing it. I mean, California's not the only one. I mean, it's certainly not the first time I've heard the concept. And it's not our job, I understand, to fix the economic woes of the market, but something like this could help free up some inventory.
Here's when we would do it. I remember this committee acts and creates forms when they see agents writing legal language themselves over and over and over to address a problem. So if we saw license holders writing these contingencies themselves, and that may happen, if this inventory problem continues, you might see that, but, hopefully it's all being written by attorneys.
I mean, I've done those, I've written those clauses from time to time. My concern is, first of all, there's a fundamental difference. The buyer contingency is because the buyer needs to be able to sell their home so that they'll be able to qualify for selling. The seller is free to sell his home. He just may need to move into temporary housing after closing, but that doesn't create an impediment from the seller being able to perform their obligations under the
Well,
contract.
at this point though, it is because
They may never
it's
find
not,
another home.
it's not even about buying another house.
Hotels, that's what hotels are for.
Temporary
My
housing is
concern,
not
my
as
bigger-
available as it once was,
So they need to think about that.
Put your house on the
My
market.
bigger concern is
which is why we have.
put pen to paper and promulgated a form, that's going to create the thought in the market, this is not.
It may
We're going to complicate.
Expand a practice, it may expand a
We're going to
practice.
expand practice.
I'm in favor generally of less contingencies rather than more, because there's already 16 gazillion ways for a contract to fall apart. We want to add one more. You know,
I mean, didn't you do a speak on that? All the things that the buyer can terminate.
Yeah,
the seller.
at the request probably of this lady, I think at the time, said, she called and said, somebody called me and said, I need this 18 ways a buyer can get out of the contract. Your thing. And then I went through every contingency, I go, my God, she's right, there are exactly 18 that I came up with. I didn't know that. So we did that. Yeah.
I think it's something to consider.
A seller option.
That's kind of what this is. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not saying I'm in favor of it or not, but we have hundreds of homeowners right now that would like to sell and get some of the equity that they built up.
They don't know where to go.
They have nowhere to go.
Well,
But
they have nowhere to buy.
No, it's not that simple.
They buy or lease, but there are hotels.
a hotel for 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, they don't know.
And if I'm the buyer, what do I
Find something in 2 years.
What do I do? Because I'll ask the buyer, are we essentially delaying my option period? Because I'm having to spend money on
Yeah,
this.
it's kind of.
I'm going.
Yeah, that's the question. How does that interact with the buyer's duties to move forward and inspect?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, buyer has to agree to sign it, but I don't know.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's
interesting.
I will say my instinct was no. That was my first instinct was no, no, no. But I think it's something we have to consider.
We'll see
Maybe
how long-
not
we'll
right
see how
now,
long
but.
This may be something we stop talking about in 2 quarters. Bubble pops, you know, that may happen. We don't talk about it.
I don't think inventory is gonna free up
Need to go to an
in 6 months.
I think so.
The
Yeah, John's
developers have
making-
to have 1.5 million starts for them to catch up from the late 2008, 9, 10, when they kind of stopped building. They're so far behind, and it would take them 6 years to get a balanced inventory if they do 1.5 million to 2
If
million
it's
starts.
just left up to the builders, yes.
Yeah, and
Not-
assuming the
not
supply
saying the
chain
freon.
frees up. I mean, they can't even get lumber now to make starts if they're willing to make. starts.
Okay, but back to the purpose of this committee,
Okay,
which is to promulgate forms for licensees who theoretically are getting all their legal updates and are trained, and the public who is not. This is far beyond the ability of the public, and I'll just leave it at that. And these people need to go, my colleague said as we were all talking, somebody needs to go to a lawyer if they think they need to employ this. This is, I think we would be committing a disservice to the constituents we're
Pandora's.
serving here by creating this.
considered it.
Liz McClurg writes, Dear Broker Law Committee,
She writes a lot.
after being in Hurricane Laura 2020 and Winter Storm Uri 2021, there needs to be a method clause or amendment to handle upcoming deadlines in the contracts between buyers and sellers. Oh, this was an amazing story about some how the disaster impacted her closing, basically. And
Oh, lots of them,
It's
but
essentially a request for a force majeure clause to be added.
yeah,
to the
maybe
contract.
that's.
to automatically extend the contract though.
And other than a disaster declaration, and there's issues with force majeure clauses, but it's an interesting thought.
Well, when you have a crisis, such as a party dies, or there is a casualty or something, that most of the time, the parties and their license holder agents figure something out. They craft a solution and then move forward. But you could have a heartless seller who says no. You know, you could have a seller who says, I don't care that the title company's closed. I think you're in breach of contract. I tend to think that's a pretty rare 5% claim that she's talking about, and so
I wouldn't want to be the lawyer
Yeah.
representing.
yeah, so.
I'm not in favor of a force majeure clause in a residential sale, not because
We don't
that
have a license.
the price that's been used and how it would be used.
It could be abused. I'm worried that,
Yeah.
you know, again, do you want to open the door to this new, a whole bunch of words that lawyers get to play with and have fun with? I don't want to do that.
Nope.
And there are ways to use things in that contract.
Yes.
It's all your problem.
Courtney Dunn writes, my name is Courtney Dunn, and I'm a commercial agent at SCN Dunn Commercial in Arlington. You know her? Okay. Fred does not have a referral agreement to Form Library, which is why I reached out. And well, that's not a consumer. This is go to your realtor association for that. This does not involve consumers. Our charge is not to deal with license holders so much of consumers for those services. Deborah Perico says, now that the title company is collecting the earnest money option fee, I think it would make sense for there to be a form for the seller to request the monies from the title company that is signed by the seller that is uniform by all of us.
Isn't it pretty simple to do?
You'd think.
Could that be an email?
Give me some money.
Yeah.
Text.
Could that be
We
something?
need a text.
I want my money. I'm counting my 10 days.
Is there?
I'm sure the title company has a form they're gonna make you sign anyway.
She wants a uniform one.
It would be in addition to the one the title company's gonna make you sign anyway.
Well,
I think,
let's see
We
what the
go
title
back-
companies do.
well, yeah, let's let them, that's what I was gonna say. Let
If
them,
they screw it up.
Let it roll.
If they're not handling this properly, but the title company I work with is if a seller emails the closer and says, I want my money as soon as possible, then we're gonna honor that.
since we can't even come up with, I'm gonna go ahead and go there, you know, the release of earnest money from this committee on a deal that cancels, you know.
Robert Rowe writes, I'm sending this from my personal email since not to have it construed from the official position I've broken. Rights of first refusal. I live and work in Lakeway. There's gobs of rights of refusal. They don't lapse until 40 years after the death of the last surviving child of Queen Elizabeth II.
I believe it's 21 years.
Yeah, he's talking about rule against perpetuities. We currently estimate that approximately 1,200 properties in Lakeway carry some sort of right of first refusal, which is astounding to me, but maybe that's true.
I know this.
So is this a statewide problem?
Here, and I'm gonna be real careful how I say it.
Got listeners.
There was a huge area in Lakeway that got caught up in the RTC morass, all this undeveloped property. And some big investors came in and bought it up. Then they sold, some of the lots, not all 1,200s, but a lot of them have a provision saying that developer has the right of first refusal to purchase. Well, the developer sold it to this third-party company. And they are holding all these rights of first refusal in the Lakeway area. And they are watching. And anytime they see a sign, they go to them and say, I see there's a right of first refusal and you're selling the property. We just want to let you know that if you want to close your deal, you have to make a request and we will consider waiving our right of first refusal if you pay us a $400 process.
Oh my God.
Wow.
400, wow.
And they say, well, we do buy some of them. No, they don't.
They don't. It's just a method of generating revenue.
And they have it high enough to make money, but low enough.
You're not going to mitigate over that.
So the title companies in that area, you know, we've all made.
You could call that evil, or you could call that genius of capitalism.
Or story good rather than. So that's what this story.
Okay, so the question is this a prevalent enough problem in single family throughout the state that we want to create?
It's this Lakeway.
All right.
And another reason, never to agree to a birthright refusal.
Oh, they're.
No, it was created in the development
Oh, I know.
of the whole subject.
Yeah, that's interesting. Natasha Baker writes, I'd like to submit a suggestion in light of today's times and crazy market. If there were a seller contingency addendum where the seller has so many days to terminate, they can't find a home to move to. We've discussed that. Let's see what happens in the future. If that cry becomes louder. Greg, are you here? Do you want to talk about this?
I am, sir.
Okay, I'd love to hear your voice one last time.
There you go.
Same thing.
So it's the same idea?
My comment is much like the one previous to, and I've been listening to the conversations, and I'm not sure a seller termination is a good idea after all of the horror stories I'm hearing.
Well,
but that was the thought behind it, some type of a short term.
Well, you're the third person to comment in the same short period of time. I think the committee is going to listen and see what happens in future meetings, because if this crisis, and I'll call it a crisis, continues unabated, who knows what can happen in the future? Or maybe the bubble will pop.
Just as an aside on that, I do think it's going to pop. I think a lot of this pressure has to do with what the current president or his vice president is going to do about capital gains. That is so much activity going on. There's so much rearrangement of family money and so forth. And the pandemic has made people really rethink where they want to live. And neither of those are permanent things.
Yeah, you're right.
No, they're just
nothing. We do need to think, we tend to be a little reactive on this committee, but we need to think long-term. Jerry Prager was always a guy that would hardly ever change these contracts, except for a big fundamental, sort of thing. He did not like changing at all. I'm suggesting a new required disclosure prior to selling a private residence. You should be aware if the house has ever been infested with a beehive. Oh. Now, I read this. Did you guys read this comment? I learned something about bees don't ever go away, that if they've been infested, they tend to come back. I didn't understand. It was an interesting comment. Based on my 14 years of experience, I estimate a house that has had a beehive in it has a 15 to 20% chance of getting another beehive. Huh. Well, you could talk to your legislator, and maybe in a special session, they could add a line to the statutory seller's disclosure that we're not in that business. So good thoughts though. Trish writes, I'm continually faced with his clients asking about paragraph 7, buyer accepts the property. This is very confusing. Does that mean we don't? In fact, this looks like a repeat of the prior comment, verbatim.
That was the next one.
Yeah, so I think we've addressed that. And Papa Baker says the same thing. All right, so now.
We have the addendum.
Now there is an addendum to number 5, is that right? There's a supplement.
Supplement, sorry.
So let's go to that.
Go back to page 73.
73.
Did we address Natasha's question about being a foreign person?
No, we didn't.
Oh,
That's
we
why I'm
didn't.
bringing it back.
Right. I'd like to suggest that either an addendum is created or is added to the seller's disclosure that tells whether or not the seller is considered a foreign person and advise buyers they need to check with their CPA on how much to hold at closing for taxes.
I love the idea, but we don't do our seller disclosure.
It asks that on the listing agreement, but obviously a buyer writing an offer doesn't see the listing agreement.
Yeah.
Now, does the Texas Realtors, Robin, do you know if it's on your disclosure form or not? Okay,
no. Well,
that would be a good thing for you guys to put on there. Seller is a quote foreign person under there.
We already considered it. I think maybe pre-Robin, but we had a huge discussion about it. And the seller's disclosure form from Texas Realtors currently is limited to disclosures about the property.
Not the person.
Not the person. And that's.
And it's really not our call anyway. They had a big court case which rattled them, so I know they were very closely watching their disclosure form. So we'll stay out of their business, but I understand no seller likes to be surprised by a title company at closing says, by the way, we need to scoop 10 or 15% of the sales price and send it to the IRS,
and.
that law's been there since 1980.
And it's the weird way that it puts the liability on the buyer.
Yeah, it makes the
Disclosure,
buyer,
you know.
that's the law, it's not the contract, that does that. That's the federal law that the IRS delegates their collection duties to the buyer, says, you'll be our collection agent. If you don't collect it at closing, then we'll come after you, because we're not gonna chase a seller across 4 continents for the money.
I mean, but does TAR put that on their legislative things to talk to the legislature about, list of their wish list? I don't know, since Mark's gone, I don't know who does it even.
It's a federal.
No, but
I don't.
but to have the seller's disclosure changed.
So Trey Bates is the person, by the way, that instead of Mark Lehman, Trey Bates, that's
Trey
the
Bates.
name to remember.
Yeah.
Ron, the way that this happens, because I've run across this in a few transactions, but what happens normally is nobody says anything because nobody reads the boilerplate. You get to shortly before closing, you got a good escrow agent that, hey, looks like this person is a foreign person, so you're gonna have to hold. Then everyone starts running around. So now a decision has to be made between the parties. One, are we going to allow the withholding? Is the seller going to permit it? Or is the seller not going to comply with it? And then, am I going to pursue my remedy as a buyer for specific performance and force the withholding in that regard? So there are some remedies that you can address if that pops up, and we can leave those alone. Or we can look at adding some language in that paragraph. Essentially, it says, if seller is a foreign person, then he authorizes automatically the buyer to hold or authorizes the escrow agent.
That's what we have now.
Right. So the question is going to be is that the escrow agents say they don't, well, they'll withhold the money and tender it. They don't tender the money to the IRS. And then you end up with a seller saying no. So people try to put some sort of additional clauses in there that compels the seller to say, okay, if that doesn't happen, buyer can have his right to terminate, but I don't think most buyers are going to want to walk. So I don't know what the solution is, because that shouldn't be it. It's not, doesn't occur until after the closing.
Well, we've had this conversation a few times, and I think that the answer may be education, and I think it's getting better. I mean, I'm hearing the discussion in classes. I mean, the word's getting out there.
So if I find out that this seller's a foreign person, does that mean I'm not going to make the offer and buy the property? What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to say, well, I will, but you got to agree to withhold. Well, it says the agent can withhold.
How about
That's right.
that the next time we do the big revision, we add a checkbox for,
Seller is not a
right.
foreign person.
Does it affect the buyer too?
Well, what's the difference? What's the difference?
Well, if it's in the contract,
If
then
he tells you that he's a foreign person, are you going to choose not to buy?
well, hopefully you've got your option period.
Maybe her point is.
You either get in or you don't
like
get in.
estoppel
More problem.
Prevents the seller from denying.
It's part of the contract. So they, you send your offer over with it unchecked and they better send it back.
Well, no, but I mean, right now he's sending it back and he's saying withhold if I'm a foreign person.
Well, but so the contract is not mirrored if it's checked. So the buyer would have to initial it for it to become a contract. It's a counter offer. And then they can decide yes or no. And yes, there needs to be a lot of education.
Buyers can only choose not to buy if it's foreign.
I think this goes to Bo's point of putting it in the contract. If there's a checkbox, it would draw people in to look at it. I agree the remedy is fully there and it won't make a material difference in what practically happens, but it's the friction for the discussion.
Here's where I think the problem is solved with a checkbox. This is where if you study this law enough, there's actually several exceptions to the foreign person law withholding. So you have, it doesn't make any difference to the buyer. Buyer's going to buy it anyway. But when you get down to closing and this title company says, looks like the seller is a foreign person, withholding is required. Buyer's terrified they're going to get hit with the tax and be subject to it. So they say we need to withhold. And the seller says, no, I am a non-foreign person. I can deliver that because I meet the substantial presence test. Well, if anyone studied the substantial presence test, it's an extremely complicated formula of occupancy over the prior 2 years that there's no way a buyer or a title company can verify. So you got a seller that says, I'm not a foreign person. Title company says, I don't know that. So by forcing the disclosure in the contract, you're creating an estoppel where the seller cannot deny later. You said in the contract that you were non-foreign. Now, turns out you are, so, you know, you're either misrepresenting something to me or we're gonna have to withhold or whatever. You can't, the way the language is now, it allows a seller to say they're.
We also have a
non-foreign
situation where sellers are married after acquisition of property and they marry a foreign person, right? So then you have the issue of the spouse's community rights and homestead rights in there and whether withholding applies or doesn't apply. Those complicate the issues as they come up. So,
Those are 5%ers.
well, I don't disagree, but what I'm saying is form already provides it. I don't know what a checkbox of saying it's going to make a difference.
I think it gets the discussion going early.
We get this, at our company, we get the discussion going early because that is the first thing when we send out our letter.
Welcome
to First American, thank you for your deal.
Are you?
And please fill out the following information so that we can have a smooth closing. And that's, I think, the best way to do it. Let's be very, very careful about what we put in our contracts and think about fair housing considerations.
Well, it's not a fair housing consideration if we define foreign person.
Yeah, you're right.
As
That's
per
why you say, be careful. You don't want to say, for example, are you a foreign person?
No, as defined
Are
in
you
the
a
blah, blah, blah.
foreign person as defined by section 1445 of the Internal Revenue?
Subject.
Why does that make a difference to the buyer?
Because they could get hit with.
They're the ones
tax
paying the bills.
and interest.
They comply with the requirements and say, I require the seller under paragraph 20 to pay the tax or pay the withholding at closing to the IRS. That is a seller obligation. That's the seller's problem.
The buyer's got to withhold.
The buyer does the withholding, but it's done at closing and that's covered by paragraph 20. The seller does not have an out under the contract.
So if the seller said, I believe I have an exception. And you don't.
A buyer is authorized to rely upon a certification given by the seller unless the buyer knows that it's not true.
I don't think he has that right.
No, he does. Brian's right. But let's say you're going to rely on the substantial presence test. And you're going to say, I'm a non-foreign person. Here's the certificate. It's not because I'm a U.S. citizen, but because I've lived here long enough. The law is, we've researched this, a buyer can rely on that non-foreign certificate unless they have actual knowledge of its falsity. So let's move this topic to another. It's very interesting because there are crises, but whether our contract is deficient or not is a deeper question. I would like to do.
Be easy to do the box right there at the end of 20 though, at the end of the.
Is everyone looking at agenda item 5 supplement, additional comments received, starting with Terry Covington? All right, so she writes, this is the additional stuff. It was sent out this morning or last night or whatever.
Yesterday.
So you may have to go to your computer.
Terry Covington.
Terry Covington writes, with reference to title policy and survey, the deadline for the, this is saying we don't have enough time for title work to get out. Title commitments can't get out in this crazy market within 15 to 35 days, and it's out of the seller's control. We are committing an entity, not a party to the contract. Has this been discussed recently, and is there a resolution I may be overlooking? So tell me about delayed title work. Are we having a problem getting it out in 35 days?
Longview is,
Closers get furious if we hit 3 days.
Yeah.
But for B24 counties, we're going in, sometimes it's 4 to 6 weeks that we're waiting to get back in these rural
It seems to be
counties.
an rural versus urban distinction. That urban is not a problem. Those lot and block deals can be searched and abstracted in 5 days. But rural things take longer.
And there's only a couple title companies in the county, you have to get evidence from.
One.
Or one.
Yeah.
It's taking long.
So what happens
think it's
under
whether
the
you're
contract
dealing
if the
with-
seller is unable to
if it has
meet
the plans
its
or not.
deadline? Does the buyer get a right to terminate the contract? I'm trying to remember. It's pretty obscure.
So you get, there's 20 days, then you get an extra 15, and then there's a termination.
we need to expand that?
Well, that's the question is, can they go do it in 35 is sort of the question here. Can they do it in a 30?
I expect how companies should, but it's practically, it's an issue in smaller.
It's more of an issue with our inventory, yeah, with the market as it is now. It seems, we've always had delays. 3 weeks is pretty standard, and now with the.
Because of that, or do people just wait?
No, people wait.
Okay.
We're kind in our area. We just, but you know, when we go, I go to a class in Dallas.
Because you're the bulldog and they're.
True, I am. But in, you know, go to a class in Dallas and they're talking about this 3 to 4 days for title work, and we're always like, oh my gosh, how's that even possible? Because that's not even.
It is technically a seller default.
Yeah.
And it does not say buyer's sole remedy is to terminate.
Oh, they could sue them for damages.
Thanks.
Anybody want to change this at this time? Or do you want to wait and see how the market shakes
It
out?
doesn't seem like a whole lot of people are getting litigated or.
It sounds like most people are willing to amend their contracts and extend their deadlines and wait.
Yeah.
The counties where this has been an issue, or is an issue, it's been an issue for a long time. The market hasn't changed the length of time that these.
You need to get really successful and buy more abstract plants. You should do it right.
I've gotten quotes on building a few plants in those
Come on,
places. Not cheap.
Apparently Longview's asking for you. so-
Yeah, in answer to your question, Chairman, I
There's a
think
few I looked at.
I could speak for the whole committee. Nobody wants to make a change at this time.
As an aside, I remember my old man in the 70s as a little kid who wanted to build a title plant out in Ellis County, and he put ads in the newspapers, and he brought, I think, $10,000 in $10 bills, and he offered $10 if you brought your deed to him.
He told me that story, and he said, and I'll get it at the county fair.
It was so funny.
And he said people were bringing their homeowners insurance. And he said, oh, no.
That's not gonna work. You don't get that $10. All right, Laney Brown writes, I meant option fee, not earnest money. Okay, Laney Brown says, I bring to your attention an unfortunate contract situation. Seller is gone for her wedding, its listing agent puts the property back on the market. Is this where an option fee just never got paid?
Yep.
Well, no, it's the buyer terminated.
They weren't paid timely.
Okay, you know, we're hearing more of this where option fees don't get paid or they're late and buyers are terminating before the seller has their money and the seller's angry. And isn't the answer to this, well, then the seller should just deny the termination occurred and say, you don't have a right to terminate and I'm holding you to the contract? Isn't that the answer?
Well, and just a side note, also in this, when you read it, you realize that in addition to what's happened, the title company is not releasing the earnest money. The buyer terminated, they're not releasing the earnest money without the seller's signature and the seller's out of town.
This is not something that needs a contract.
Yeah, this is just.
This is a sad story with a lost FedEx package and somebody getting, it's not a great idea to try to close it or try to make a contract and go out of town. I mean, that's just.
Andrea Elliott writes, there seems to be a misunderstanding on how the title company should treat the option fee when received after 3 days. Again, it's this issue of. And those same bullet points, what do you do if it's not received timely? I will tell you that my opinion is most title companies will receive it late or not, just like they'll receive late earnest money. They do not believe that their receipt has a legal consequence.
Right.
It doesn't. In fact, there are some agents that believe that if a title company receipts a contract before all the initials are there, that somehow makes it a contract. Title company shouldn't be receiving a contract if they're still, it's like the title company's receipt of a contract doesn't make it or not make it a valid contract. It might be unenforceable because one party hasn't agreed to all terms.
Pronounce the contract.
That's right. All right. Bo Bostrom writes, regarding paragraph 12 is all out of sync. Oh, this is basically the same complaint about the mandatory HOA dues shift in the condo contract, where it allocates all these charges back on the seller and makes a buyer cap. He's not happy about it. On another note, why not make builders following correct rules? I don't know, until the law changes, Breck only regulates license holders and inspectors and what's the other, right-of-way agents and there's somebody that's leading you guys that's going to.
Residential service.
Residential service company.
Well, and for a minute, we did have a builder registration.
Oh, yeah, that.
We were no good at it and it
You just
didn't
can't-
stick
you can't
around.
Let a home builder draw the law, that's the answer. Greg, I won't be in Austin Friday. You've got a statistical study for us. Look at this. So Greg, tell us about what your stats mean.
That was just really an FYI. We're always talking about what's the marketplace doing or what is that 5% rule. We just found this interesting that look at the cancellation rates from buyers so far this year versus even last year.
Wow.
Just kind of a point of information, no story behind it.
And why do you think, what's the significance behind that? Are buyers getting pressured and pushing the deals too quickly and at too high a price?
That's what I'm seeing. They're rushing into the marketplace, getting it, locking it in, realizing it's not the right choice. This is even before inspection periods. A lot of people are just canceling in the first 48 hours.
In a sense, I think that a high cancellation rate is actually a good thing because the flip side of that is that buyers are getting lemons and there's lawsuits and claims and they're unhappy with what they bought. So I'd rather have a buyer cancel and not buy the home they don't want. And
I have two things to say. One, I think this is buyers putting in 3 contracts at a time.
that could be it.
And
Okay.
canceling it. And just, on following in, storytelling time, something I'm sure everybody knows, but it's been a huge deal for me. I've had no less than 4 calls last week about new home buyers. Their own contracts allow a termination for convenience is generally what it's called.
A builder pain in the butt clause.
Just and they're canceling because they can resell it for a higher price.
Or the price of lumber or building. I've heard this call where the builders say,
I can't finish it for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're just canceling and people are flipping out that they can just cancel them. And I'm like,
you didn't
read your contract. It says so.
The builders can cancel the buyer, they give them their earnest money back and $1,000
Yeah.
for their trouble, and then.
Whatever it
sell them
says.
$50,000 more.
They can.
So we have so much to do in my area,
Right.
so the buyers are getting on a waiting list at all these builders' models. And then they go in and contract on a pre-owned, and as soon as the builder calls them and says you're in.
They on the
cancel
pre-owned.
the pre-owned.
It's crazy. It's crazy
And
time.
the builders have escalation clauses, I should have brought one, where they say that, in the process of the build job, if the lumber goes up 12%, you will pay 6% of that upcharge.
Right.
And we'll tell you 45 days before completion, how much the house is gonna cost.
Yeah. Right.
And they're signing.
Right. And I've had builder,
Representation of an agent, so they just go in there on their
Right.
own, sign with
Your
their.
contract became a cost plus contract.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel like we're all going, I'm telling you.
It's crazy.
Let's learn her rights.
See that again.
I saw an email from Bob Rowe that discussed right of first refusal, but I think it could use a good look. And he wants to talk about the right of first refusal clause in the residential condo contract that I remember very well because Ron brought up the issue. He had a particular situation and we discussed it and drafted it and discussed it and we put it in there and now he wants to clarify something. It does not clarify if the option period must take place when the contract is executed or until after the ROFR is received. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, there's the provision in the condo contract that basically extends the effective date for the.
So it's got an amended effective date concept, so that's not exactly true.
And I think that's because rights of first refusal are far more likely in the condominium
Okay,
situation.
more likely than not even.
Lakeway, we shouldn't use Lakeway.
No.
AOA.
These condos that he's talking about. And Leslie needs to look at the language. I think the language as drafted takes care of her by moving the effective date once you get it received. Now, the bigger problem is if in fact these condo associations are taking 20 days or more, you gotta really pay attention. I know a lot of buyers agents just write a number in that blank, like 5 or 10, they don't really, and then that, doesn't this have an auto termination? Yes. This is one of the few times where the contract automatically terminates. So pay attention, buyers agents. If you do have a right of first refusal and you put 5 days, you may not get this waiver in 5 days. Yeah, good.
If they'll agree.
Hard work. Okay. I saw another comment. She writes at the bottom of her email about a foreign person. There's something that's been talked about in the past that is a great idea. Currently, it's only on the listing agreement, but the buyer's agent's not privy to that. So again, SJ, here's another suggestion, adding something in the contract about this. All right, that is all for item 5.
Item 8.
Item 6. Did we do that? We have.
We all wrote out of 8.
8 supplements.
We did 7, we did 8. Oh.
We're passing 7.
It's the HP 50.
Okay.
Okay, you passed
Eight is
7.
that. Well, there we go. Okay, so,
7 because it died.
Because, yeah.
yeah, this may come back in special session, so I guess, did Tony draft this? Did he do that?
No, Amber did.
Amber, great one.
She thought, I'm gonna get ahead of this.
Yeah, so if the law, although there's a typo, notice it says Ben has been levied. There's nobody named Ben levied in your agency. is there? Okay. But I guess if the law passes in substantially the same form, we're kind of ready. And it doesn't require any action by the committee, it's just FYI, you guys just get on that.
The agents would vote. Almost every subdivision has a minimum. Some fees and.
This, when looking at it, interest has a 3 in it. That's at the bottom of the all caps paragraph.
If you guys notice more typos on this proposed form, just email them to Vanessa and she'll pass them on. You got a lot of eagle eyes. So it will help her. Okay, are we on we've talked about number 8 because that is, oh wait, this is number 8. So number 9. Are we on number 9 yet? Wait, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I thought we were on.
Yeah.
There was only 5 pages.
We passed 7.
7
Seven
didn't
didn't
pass.
pass.
So I don't know why we're talking about 8. Oh, 8 did pass.
I thought we were talking 7.
I'm sorry. So I'm talking about this 1-page notice of obligation to pay improvement district assessment to so-and-so. So this is done.
Oh, it's in the sub.
It's in the supplement, agenda item 8.
Right.
It's a new form.
Oh, my God.
So that's coming out. Is it gonna be effective September 1st or something like that?
Right, so we'll do an emergency rulemaking and
Okay.
the next.
So we need to use the typo in
And I
that?
get to go study this law and I learn about what it entails.
I don't know why I can't.
Well-
Find it.
Say-
Just the draft.
What are the remedies? If a seller does not give that to a buyer before they sign a contract, and they buy it out of the contract?
There's a remedy in the statute. I don't think
Okay,
it's-
and there's the traditional, these other ones,
You found it? Okay.
which is
Oh, really?
almost like my abilities, yeah. So I don't like the statute, but neither here nor there. Here, they didn't ask me. So, but it is what's concerning about the remedies. But with regard to the form itself, it's straight out of the statute, so assuming this is verbatim out of statute, I don't know why we wouldn't.
We bless it, or we don't really have anything to say, but I'm glad that you guys are still on here.
Now, I believe the statute allows the locals to add stuff. So that was confusing to me, that part of the bill, is if a local jurisdiction allows them to add things to this form, I don't know how that gets added other than them just taking the statutory form and trying to push it out there.
May we add our usual, you should have an attorney thing that's in front of pretty much every one of our signature blocks? I think we can do that because signature line is not a form.
What do we do
I
in
mean-
the other statutory forms that we have out there?
Well, like the seller's disclosure, let's see. Here's the seller's disclosure right here in our packet.
Except as provided by subsection B, read as follows.
Well, actually, that's not,
It's in the package,
that's not part of the contract. Exactly.
1543.
Where are you? Out there in the world, 1543? What does it say?
For the actual notice provision.
Well, no, I was gonna say, in our addenda that are statutory,
That there's no,
Expanding that.
on the seller's disclosure, there's no thing for a lawyer.
yeah, but it's not really part of the contract. It's a notice before it. Like the addenda for property and a propane service, that is a statutory notice, and it
This
does
isn't part
not
of the
have.
contract though either.
If it's just a notice, why do we?
So it's not a.
We don't have it on that other one either, but I wish we did. I don't know.
Use it.
So everybody should go read that bill.
But Vanessa's bringing up a good point. So we need to look at paragraph 7E, because 7E already deals with this issue.
To deal with it in terms of runs?
Well,
No, because there already was a PID notice.
Right, there was required language, and
So-
this changes it.
Yeah, 7E7, public improvement district is in the form. So take a look. So it looks to me that if we're going to require this addendum, we need to delete 7E7 or
Does,
we need to reference.
does the statute reference that you can actually put the notice in the
It does.
contract instead of providing this?
So we, yes, we can do that. So we can just amend 7E7.
And
You're gonna put all of that
Well,
boilerplate?
so that's the thing, so it's long and it's two different options, right? It does, that doesn't preclude it. We put it in as an addendum rather than, to show you rather than to try and tinker with, because once you start messing with those forms, Amber's life gets a lot.
Yeah.
So instead of drafting it that way for you guys, we do it as an addendum.
Now, my
But you-
suggestion.
Way to go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please.
To go ahead and adopt this, because it's out there, and then brokers should grab it. But then eventually delete 77 and change that with some sort of.
Well, what have you just said? If the property is in a public improvement district, comma, the notice of obligation to pay improvement district to whatever is attached.
Correct.
Yes.
And that's all you
all
turn.
fixed. But you want to change the forms on an emergency basis this September to make that change.
I would.
I think we have.
That's easy. That doesn't
That we
require-
have to, I mean,
Okay.
You're just adding, you're just incorporating the addendum into the boilerplate.
Well, it won't open it up for comment on anything other than that seven.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to write this in.
Is the property code section what got changed, or is this a new legislative section?
The local government.
It's in the local government.
But it amended existing.
It amends the existing.
So does everyone follow what we're proposing to do? The boilerplate in 6E7, which follows the current statute, is going to be changed probably to simply say, if the property is in a public improvement district, comma, this particular addendum is attached. That way you can bring in the addendum and you don't have
Look
to.
at the exact language that we want, if you want to. So I'm going to check that.
So I guess maybe I should ask my question a different way. So the current paragraph in the contract, if property is in a public improvement district, section 5.014 property code requires seller to notify.
Oh, the new
That
section is
section-
absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
It is.
So that really doesn't need
We don't want to
to
delete
go
that then?
away. If it's, so we're having to notify under two different sections now?
I guess so, you're right. We have to notify them and have this addendum.
well, in one other,
So maybe put it at the end.
the addendum's only if,
I thought the addendum.
Oh, the addendum has the language that's in 77?
So, yes, it has it there. So what we would be doing is moving 77 to the addendum.
Look and see, it has it.
And it's expanded it.
And it's made it
Yeah.
more, so they've,
I want to throw out some of the language in the bill too, just to make sure I'm not over reading it, over lawyering it. But it says a person who proposes to sell or otherwise convey real property shall first give the purchaser of the property the written notice prescribed by this section. Does that then make it a requirement provided before executing the contract, and that's an addendum to the contract?
There's a second part of another provision in the statute that says it may be given part of an addendum or part of the contract. So put that down. Okay. Notified buyer. So we could change it to the first sentence. We could say, if the property is in a public district, section 5.014 property code requires so to notify buyer. Would provide the notice against it. Yeah. Provide the notice.
We have this notice of obligation to pay improvement. I don't know if you want. I'm trying to look at.
Page 85, 90.
There it is, it's the last part of the first paragraph. Either separately or as an addendum or paragraph of a purchase contract.
Amber, can I grab the thing from you? I have to do this properly.
Making sure it gets attached, it is in here. Whereas if it's in the contract, it's just kind of there.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't arguing to not put it in the contract,
Right.
just in terms of this meeting,
Right.
not altering the draft contract forms.
So we
Well,
don't have a checkbox, we don't have a line, so we're not gonna have to call somebody there. Do we want to put some sort of checkbox or something calling this out?
So they know to attach it.
in the contract, in the
But
list of
checkboxes
attachments.
suggest they have an option not to.
Well, no, because I think what we're doing is we're taking all this language out now and throwing it into the addendum because there's a lot more information in the addendum that's required. And then we should probably.
Look at 9, look how we handle it under 9.
Yes.
An addendum requiring the notice required should be used. So maybe we copy that type of language.
Well, we have the form here and it's required if it's in the bidding. So it needs to be attached. There's no doubt.
But isn't this propane gas service also required by law?
I can't remember. I don't know why the word should is there.
We have a checkbox for it.
Oh, do? Maybe that's where you put your box.
We're gonna need another box in 22.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we can function with the other, but I guess, can we do an emergency change to the contract too without having to go through all the drama of just adding the box?
Well,
Or
it'll
just
still
add-
go, I mean, it'll still go through all the drama, it will go, right, it'll go, we'll just put them both up under emergency, short turnaround, and at the same time, we'll propose the real changes. The official rules. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
I kind of like the
They're
idea.
concurrent, there's just a shorter
If
turnaround.
we're gonna change the contract to just say paragraph 7, read it, that it reads kind of like 9. And then it'll be added as a checkbox. And it's really the same.
Put it in the entire language in the body of the contract?
No, I'm saying, like we have in, like you were saying in 9, that, if on the propane gas, where we just said an addendum is attached if this applies, doing the same thing in 7, instead of trying to. Yeah, and referencing the addendum.
Should it say shall instead of should?
So then in 7, if the property is in a public improvement district, 5.014 property code, if that's still correct, requires seller must give buyer written notice, addendum containing notice.
And if we're changing if we're using shall on this one, maybe we should go ahead and make the should a shall. Any other one? I know it's not part of it exactly, but
So I guess maybe the question is,
think that's
I'm trying
red.
to understand what you said. The reason you proposed it in the addendum was just to try to get it out there so we'd be in compliance without necessarily having to change this right now?
No, I'm sorry. This is, so we just put the language before this group in the form of an addendum because you can either do it in the contract or in an addendum. And for our purposes, it is much easier to give you a draft addendum than for Amber to go and start messing with like the actual formatting of the contract if you are then going to choose to go the addendum route.
Gotcha, okay.
well, frankly, sorry, other chair is not here, but I like the addenda. I know we don't want too many addenda, but I think the contract, this is better, but the contract is so long already.
Well, and you've got to fill in information too.
And it doesn't apply to everybody.
And this was, I mean, this was official.
I still think, I think the addendum makes sense, and I think
Not that many. I know where.
so if I'm reading it right, the seller would have to fill that out, and the buyer's the one making the offer, they're not gonna be able to fill it out in the contract. Having the addendum and the seller complete, I mean, it just seems to function better.
As a separate?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And this applies to the municipal utility districts, because it says PID, but there's a PUD and an MUD.
Well, that's statutory.
Just.
This is only signed by buyers. Should it be signed by seller?
That's interesting.
The seller's the one with the information to fill it out.
But we want
I don't know what the statute says. I thought I read somewhere where a seller had to sign it.
You read the law.
It's want the buyer to acknowledge that they received it.
Right.
But normally they are signed by the seller, like the seller's disclosure. And actually, where is my
Addendum.
propane situation?
This is just.
The propane is signed by both, 2 buyers, 2 sellers.
But I've lost mine. It's just a notice?
It is the notice, just like the propane notice. I would say,
Except by A2, the notice required shall be executed by the seller and must, except as subsection B, read as follows.
okay, well then we've got to put the seller on there.
Okay, so the statute also changed in such a way as that it mandated text of the notice. Before it said substantially similar. So now we don't have a choice of what the text is to be included. So for that purpose, this paragraph up here is the first draft that I drafted a minute ago. This one here mirrors the propane approach, which is really the second sentence. An addendum containing notice approved by TREC or required by the party should be used. Well, it's actually an addendum, and then we don't call it an addendum. I guess we call it a notice.
No, because
So I'm thinking that the first section.
Yeah.
is probably more direct.
The propane says addendum, and then it says notice. I think addendum, okay, I'm having some flashback. I think we called the propane thing addendum because we felt like the agents know they have to attach addendums, but maybe they don't know they have to attach notices. So we could call it addendum for property in a pay improvement district.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's critical that we would call it addendum or notice. To me, it has to be attached.
But then it says notice. I think we should call it addendum.
The statute references addendum.
Addendum.
And I don't,
Yeah, then we
I
should
shouldn't
do
say
that.
it has to be called that, but it does say either part of the contract or an addendum.
Yeah, then call it
I
addendum.
mean,
All right.
So are we gonna mark up one of these and give it back? It's not an agreement.
Can I also make
That's
the,
MUDs or
No,
line
it's just for
statement,
kids.
let's also remember that it used to be that it only applied to residential real property and they excluded condominiums. As I read this, it's now any real property. Probably needs to be in all the contracts, is that right?
That's right. So in our contract form,
So it needs to be all 4 contract forms.
is it in
I'm using that finger to scroll. Are you angry? Are you tired of?
I use the,
There we go.
I use the, T.
Now you're just being snobby.
I'm thinking of Rick rule the world.
This is where everyone drops out of me. Across the state.
Greg's hanging on.
So we're deciding between those two calls?
I have a little bit of heartburn about saying require seller to provide the attached notice. Because if they're not required to provide it, it's not gonna be attached.
If, so the whole thing is predicated on if.
No, I understand, but it says the way it's worded, if the property's in a public improvement district, okay, the require seller to provide the attached notice. But you're gonna have to make sure it gets attached.
Right.
So that's kind of my hang up on why I think, like, maybe there's a combination of the two, but the addendum containing the notice need to cause them to take the action to attach the addendum. The contract referring to it as it being attached would not be true if it's
not
not attached. So. That's
So you lean towards clause number 2. An addendum containing the notice approved by track or required by the parties.
Yeah, this was the, I just copied from the
Yeah.
propane one. So we would have to say an addendum containing the notice
Shall be attached.
shall be attached.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. We don't like the passive, should we say?
Seller shall, the parties.
The parties will
Which
attach.
party? No, it's too ambiguous. Okay.
Attached, you need to say to what? Attached to what? Contract.
Sure, we don't use here too.
What?
Or memorandum of understanding attached here too. Can't use archaic words.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, well, no, here too. And therefore.
There too is the memorandum regarding.
So let's look at the title form, what's all this addendum
It's just in there.
containing notice
I don't know.
I do want to call it addendum.
For statutory.
Yeah.
I want to call it, I want it to look just as much like the addendum for property in a propane gas service area as possible.
And I do like using the language right out of the statute, notice of obligation to pay improvement district.
Yeah, yep.
We're definitely gonna need to get this into legal too, because agents aren't gonna notice.
Are you on the writing committee?
I am.
What's your-
By virtue of Abby having a baby, I think it was real real.
Yeah, put it on Facebook. That's how they learn. Put it on Facebook.
When did that happen?
April?
Oh.
Instead of the TLCB general council,
Oh, really?
within a week of each other, so it's
So
just.
we get to do.
it's just
You're by yourself?
Yeah, and we've also had 3 lawyer babies this year.
Chelsea, you're a lawyer, get in here.
She's gone.
Set up the tables this morning too.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Good job.
She does that.
Okay, so, addendum containing notice of obligation to pay improvement district assessment, is that what the title of the form should be?
Well, I mean, I guess it could be. I mean, this has is addendum for whatever the name is, and then below it, it says notice, and we could put notice of da, 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 da. But we could put addendum for notice of the formal name.
Notice of obligation paid for the district. That's actually addendum.
Notice of obligation.
I think that was ours, right?
You can put addendum
Was
as.
the notice of obligation to pay improvement district assessment too, was that? Did you take that from statute?
That's right out of statute.
I put addendum for
I think you can put the word addendum there.
in the beginning, not at the end.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brian.
We have seller financing addendum.
So you like this link, the title?
Oh.
Addendum, you want addendum for obligation.
We're discussing important things here.
Do you want it to be addendum for obligation to pay improvement district assessment?
I would.
And then at the bottom say notice?
Everybody, look, Greg is constructing a noose right now.
Well, this is the closest that mirrors the statute in terms of the title, right?
Right.
Yep.
Well, let's go with that.
Let's go with that. No,
That works.
Looks good with me.
And then for the signature lines on the actual notice, we want to mirror what's done on the seller's disclosure notice, since it has to be signed by the seller.
And the propane gas.
I think the signature.
I think you're right.
I think it actually, we went all the way up.
Right, but the section before that says it has to be executed by the seller as well. The language that they have only has the buyer's signature, but it says before, except for notice prescribed by A2, which has a similar language, the notice required by section A shall be executed by the seller and must, except as provided by subsection B, read as follows.
Addendums have to be something about the
Well,
party.
So,
to avoid the possibility that the seller signature on the contract is not sufficient, let's put it on the addendum.
right, and back to our more or less exemplar here of the propane gas situation. It's buyer 2 blocks on the left and seller 2 blocks on the right. So,
Propane.
yeah, so, which is 47-1, 47-0, we've never changed it.
On the left. and so on.
Ma'am, what? We've never changed that since, by the way, February 10th of 2014.
The little statutory notices.
So we may want to add, the only reason for doing it this way, because you have to have this line in there for the statute.
Okay,
And so if we put
yeah,
seller
up at the
up
top,
at the top.
and then the next, yep,
Yeah, like this, current seller's disclosure notice has seller, and then a line saying the undersigned purchaser hereby acknowledges receipt of the notice, and then purchaser.
and you're on page what of the addenda?
77. No, I'm 77 of the materials is the.
Right, 77 of the materials, Ron, you want to do the copy?
Just trying to
Make sure that matches the statute.
Oh, I see.
But that's from the seller's
Just to mirror it, right?
disclosure.
Well, we have to mirror the statute because
The statute requires.
it's a little different language. It says the undersigned purchaser acknowledges receipt of this notice before the effective date of the binding contract for the purchase. of
Okay,
materials.
so not exactly 77,
But the
like
state-
77, but not exactly like 77. Well, see, here's what's happening now, statutory, we have to have this. It's not exactly that, but it's an acknowledgement of the purchaser that follows.
Seller, move that there, buyer.
No, seller, yeah, seller, but then it's gotta have this. It's sort of this, but it's
the
slightly
undersigned-
different.
It's right here, the undersigned purchaser acknowledges receipt of this notice, right? Just move that
They
in
move that, yes.
between the two.
Yeah, yes, yes. Too far ahead of us.
That's the end.
That's Amber.
Thank goodness.
I'm gonna be a little, vague on instructions in the next few years, so maybe flexibility.
Thank you.
So here's what I've got, is that being added, and then, adding paragraph 22 to that name, and then title recommend adoption of the addendum.
No, take that out. That mirrors the statute. Because it doesn't mirror the seller's disclosure, I'm sorry.
It's kind of informed
We took that
like the
back.
seller's disclosure notice, but it's a little different instruction for the buyer acknowledges, and then it goes into a little different language.
So what we want to say is,
mayor's statute.
Oh, that mirrors the.
Seller's disclosure.
That's
Is that what you wanted?
right. I see what you're saying about being vague by that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the actual language, but it mirrors the form. Mirrors the form.
Yeah. How about this? In a manner that complies with the statute.
There you go.
Is there a second?
Hey, what's gonna happen about this? Completely out. That change?
Being recorded.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That concealed carry laws.
A lot of things that have
No,
happened this week.
Constitutional,
Yeah.
constitutional.
Okay, so that, we have that. I'll straighten it up.
Have it read.
We approve these things.
Terry Smith is waiting in the lobby.
And then. So agenda item 6 was actually, I emailed you guys, it was something that the chair brought up in the November meeting. The special meeting that you all had. I cannot remember, the changes to paragraph, the notice of fire termination.
Our form?
Fire.
Yeah.
We had that special meeting to make those corrections. to
Yes.
Termination. And the chair had mentioned.
Okay, so that's Form 38-7. This is the notice of buyer's termination of
Right, well,
contract.
so it was during that meeting that Chair Kestner actually had mentioned taking action regarding references to individual paragraphs and contract forms. I think we had to talk about maybe getting.
Getting what, I'm sorry?
So that they're not tied to each other.
Right.
To have more flexibility.
Right, and he didn't know if it was possible or not.
Let's punt that to the next meeting.
Okay.
Put in the bucket. Fill the bucket.
Says
And with
about
such
chair.
confidence.
The outgoing chairs is dereliction of duties. I'm just kidding.
Committee chair manipulates the will of the commission.
Put that on news today.
Do we give notice that this shall continue today until completed, like deposition?
There you go.
Because, I mean,
He wants it so bad.
this, I think we're on track to have a really
He
long,
got bored with us.
we waited him out.
There you go.
So
We can move that to the next one.
we've done that, and you'll number this form and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay.
We're done with number 8 yet. Okay. On to number 9.
Hold on,
Okay.
council was still,
no, we're good.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Agenda item 9. Something we just, I raised in the abstract. I made a draft, I sent it over to Ron, he made it much more official looking and legally, and we've got some more agency experience, so it looks much more professional than what I wrote. And this is a big picture thing. There still may be a desire by members of the committee to have what I call a style guide, like an AP style guide. And there's a place for that too. But I wanted a 30,000 foot view of what this committee does and big principles and something to guide future members.
yes.
Stuff that we just learned along the way, or that was told to us. So I think we now have the copy of the letter that the broker lawyer committee sent to the commission in the 80s or 90s. We could fill in that date. 1993, what was the date?
March 16th.
3/16/93. And that was a very interesting, just so you know what happened. March 1st.
The memo.
You know, there was a time when the real estate commission wanted to cherry pick certain things that the broker lawyer committee did, and the broker lawyer committee said, you're kind of usurping our function if you're doing that. And it settled out, but it resulted in that writing and that lesson. So we're reincorporating that to reaffirm that principle that the commission either takes our ideas in whole and accepts them, or rejects them and sends them back to the drawing board. They don't get to redraft or do what we did essentially, which I think is a fair allocation of responsibilities. Has anyone had a chance to read this? Does anyone have any comments?
The date before we go on, I think it's the 15th, as it's written here, says the date the committee ratified it, and the memo says it's approved on the 15th of March 15th. I thought it was well written and succinct and on a big picture level. And I think there's the style guide that a lot of us have been wanting to do that's separate from this document. But reading through it, I generally agree with all the principles in there. There's a few stylistic things that I would suggest, but in general, I like the sentiment of it.
Same, just picky technical, that the committee's actually named the Texas Real Estate Broker Lawyer Committee, which doesn't make sense to me either. I don't know why we don't have commission in there, but for the statute. Yep.
And I think it's hyphenated in the statute as well.
Texas Real.
It is.
We should make that change though. The Texas Real Estate Broker Lawyer Committee.
The Texas Real Estate Broker Lawyer Committee.
So we are trebling.
Trouble with privilege.
We are trouble. That complaint. We are the trouble there.
So the one question I had about this, just to walk through, and this, if we're putting this out there, that would be here for decades to come. When we say we make decisions by consensus as opposed to by vote, that right. Because we use vote in other places within this document. And that's one where I thought there may have been a little ambiguity on how we make decisions. Of course, we use consensus when we talk about things and go, but I think ultimately we have come down to a few votes that have been close, that we do majority rule on. So that's the thing that I think the only thing I had.
We strive to reach consensus.
Right.
Making decisions.
Except for C, the committee uses consensus to make decisions, and it's
Generally, the committee does not take more votes, but may utilize votes as it determines necessary.
Well, and there have been times when we have called formal votes and people have abstained. I know that I made sure, it was on the record, abstention, or.
You want to say the committee generally uses consensus, but may.
Strives to reach consensus.
I like
it. Tries to reach consensus.
Well, you've already had strive up there. Don't repeat it.
Can't we all agree on this consensus thing?
So the A is the committee strives to, just reach consistent consensus. But.
Well, all right, so if we're going to change, I just want to be sure where we're suggesting changes. In C, we're going to say the committee strives to reach consensus to make decisions in its meetings, but may take, or just about may utilize.
May utilize votes. There you go.
But shall utilize votes if consensus is not reached.
Which I noticed we incorporated section 311.016 of the government code, which has that shall, may. Every time I remember that's there, I love going back to it.
Right.
Yes.
I think to be consistent with the tone of this whole thing, you'll notice these are principles. And so you say should, paragraph 2A says strives to, strive to use consensus. So I really want to avoid shall and use should. You should do this, you should. That's the.
Well,
so I would say in that sentence there, I would say with may or should, but I think may is fine.
I think may's fine.
I'd like to strike E and like a lot more formal, by the way.
No.
do you think, okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think the government code section covers us if we are playing fast and loose, which I'm gonna call what we're doing with the shoulds and the not shalls in this document?
Well, I think the principles and guidance in 311 go to the actual drafting of the contracts themselves, not necessarily this.
The function
this
of the
document
committee.
Here.
I think we have to, I know, I understand your point, but I think we have to have a rule about how we're gonna make a decision.
This is just how we decide we want to act.
This is like the sense of the Senate, isn't it? I mean,
This isn't binding on anyone. I mean, you can stand up.
It should be.
Well, that's not my intention. My intention was simply to inform future committees how best to do things. It was not to create
It looks like rules.
a binding thing.
Besides this
It looks like rules to me.
93 memorandum, are there any other, and I'm not aware of it, any other documents that govern our conduct here that are anything like
This is the first that happened. And I think look at paragraph 4E. You know, if the future committee wants to tweak things or change this for a minute, they can. This is just how I remember things in 2021.
may amend by consensus?
Would it be possible for us to take a small break?
So, any comments on this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to ask, just in terms of adopting of the statement of principles, is this something that this committee enacts by itself, or do we propose it?
It's just a statement of what we do. It's very informal. We don't have to do it if we don't want to. It's just my idea that we should probably leave something for future.
This is not a formal document.
It's not, it's very informal. And
Did you have any specific ones?
Okay.
Yeah, I would too.
Go ahead.
Let's just walk through.
Yes, like start with section 2. Anybody have anything in section 2?
I have something to add. I think Ron's gonna put it on the screen.
If I can, here we go.
Okay, so we want to make changes here. I'll track these.
In the third line to assist current and future members.
Go down below.
No, third line.
Third line. To assist.
the committee and future members.
Or just take out that,
Why? Leave it.
just committee members.
No, I'm saying to assist current and future members.
So he wants to replace committee with current.
Well, since we're supposed to use the least words possible, why don't we just say to assist the committee members? Includes everybody, right?
There you go.
That's good for me.
It's probably not 2020.
Probably between 3 and 4. But I think we ought to actually have a statement that says that we intend to balance the interests of buyers and sellers. It's more than it's just understandable, but we're balancing those interests.
Yes.
But don't stay fair and balanced.
I didn't say that.
Okay, you want to put that,
I'd make it number 4 and move everything else down 1.
over here, before we said before you talk about under.
Nope, in section 2, sorry.
2A.
2A, new number 4.
Say,
Instead of avoid, yeah, I'd say balance the interests of buyers and sellers.
Balance is a good word.
Add a statement into about not changing statutorily required forms.
That's a, yeah,
Notice.
yeah. Right. Or that we're gonna use, it's not changing, but that our forms that are in response to a statutory requirement, follow the language of the
Would
statute.
you do this under 2A, say when drafting contracts and forms that are not statutorily based, comma, the committee strives to do these things?
Oh, no, we want to do those things,
But we
well,
don't get to. I mean, the statutory language in my humble.
We have discretion
opinion,
with
really
everything is
plain language.
statutorily based.
And then,
What's
Oh,
that?
Ron's got some. Let's see what he's got.
that's our, actually, we have discretion to do it one way or the other, and we've chosen to do it that way. So I wouldn't make it separate for the statutory.
There you go.
And this is something that I've told people before, that I think we strive to draft contracts that aren't gotcha contracts. Rather, we want contracts that are drafted in a way that it promotes the successful consummation.
Would that be under A7?
I think it's covered by H7 already, yeah.
Let's talk about the
maybe
controversy.
use his language and.
We don't, we like to have, for example, we don't say conduct of the ethics. Because our goal is, maybe people should have a reasonable
We
time.
draft contracts to promote the preservation of the transaction?
The ultimate objective for a successful closing.
It's getting cold.
Well, statutorily, we already have a provision that says to reduce controversies to a minimum. That's in the statute, right?
It is.
But you
Well, what Brian is what I used to describe to contracts as the elastic rather than real. They're designed to stretch and give a little and keep the deal together.
Yeah.
So I think that's what rather than just litigation, trying to keep the parties.
I think the
What
fact
they
that,
say the law informs the law.
that's right.
So do we.
The fact that controversy is not, it's separate than litigation. There can be controversies before litigation or potential litigation.
not preserve but potentially reach a successful transaction. I don't know what to say there.
Brian, do you have some suggestions?
Promote successful consummation of the party's objective.
All sounds very archaic language. It sounds like you're doing exactly what we shouldn't be doing.
Draft forms with an intent to reach its
Successful closing of the transaction.
There you go, English.
All right.
I think in 4, that should be seller plural.
Should be what?
Sellers
You're
plural.
gonna have plural buyers, have plural sellers.
I don't have any real constructive stuff to say, so it's.
Okay, number 5 is.
Thanks, Leanne.
Go to A2. Fulfill the objectives of the committee's statutory charge. I don't think we need any objectives expressed in the statement. It is what it is. Our objective is our objectives.
Okay.
I think it's fine, and I think it's good. There's objectives expressed in this statement that are not part of our statutory charge. Lots of them. I mean, like, we're not statutorily charged with balancing or not using archaic terms or using the fewest words.
Isn't that implicit though in the, having the document itself or statement of principles?
I know, but he wants to take it out. I just leave it.
So what other comments are there?
So I don't like 3E, frankly. I don't like that statement. I just think it's a little I'm having a hard time not saying the wrong thing. I think it's disrespectful of the importance of this committee. I think that we are required to form, we have a statute that tells us what we're supposed to do. There's a statute about how we're appointed.
Hasn't every committee meeting in the last 12 years been informal and relaxed?
That it's friendly, and that's different, but I think it's
not Robert's rule, but it is formal.
It should be Robert's rules, frankly, but I mean.
But I mean, it isn't, and we're identifying what is.
Cordial. What if we said discussion?
That's great.
Okay, there you go. Not the meetings themselves, okay.
Next.
That's fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Go back up.
I have to put on 3I.
286.
286.
Which one? The current one or the old one?
The old.
Yeah.
Take out the fewest words and say brevity.
But brevity.
Because that's fewer words.
Yeah, but it's also a fancy word. Fancy word.
Brevity is fancy.
It is.
It's archaic.
It is archaic, but it's not fancy.
Look, we can't use the soul of writ to explain it.
Right.
What was your lean?
Yes, I had put on 3I.
I would like to split the
And you-
paragraph 4A. I don't know if we are all down there, but it seems to be a run-on.
Okay, before 4A is 3I.
She has a 3, please.
So 3I, the committee schedules its meetings. That's a recent thing, right? I mean, even just 2 years ago, the meetings were always like the third Friday of the month or whatever. I mean, there was a time when it was like that.
Maybe what you're saying is
And-
committee schedules meetings that are acceptable to Gordy and which tie into the next commission meeting.
I don't know how we want to word it, but I think there should.
She likes it to be on the end of the week.
No, I don't even care if it, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there should be a schedule laid out. I mean, it's.
You'd like to get your scheduled ahead of time?
Yeah, I would. I mean, and we have more absences now than we used to have. I mean, you think it's gonna be whatever, and then it changes, and now I'm missing, I'm not fulfilling my obligation because the meeting got changed on me and I already had a conflict. And I'm obviously not the only one having that issue. So this is a little hard for me.
What do you want to say then instead about that, or are you suggesting taking that out?
No, she wants to add in there that we shall attempt to schedule the meetings in advance.
Yeah, I mean, just
here in compliance or in compliance is not the word.
Well, I don't even have to put all that in there.
Coordination with the track commission meetings and the meetings of the legislature.
There's this.
I don't think we have to add all that. I think we can just say, we strive to schedule meetings, for the year. Or
I think that's great.
And
The old memo said the members of the TREC and the BL committee shall meet at mutually satisfactory times and places to discuss the work of the BL committee. And so that historically, but if we want to throw in a number of times per year, or, I see what you're saying about.
yeah, I mean,
Because this reflects 12 years, and maybe Ron can attest 20 or 25 years of prior practice. If we want to change that, so that you don't want this ironed in as some sort of principle, so that you have the flexibility to change that, so then let's take it out.
No, she does want it. And frankly, I agree. In the modern world and with busy people, you need to know important dates, that they need to be hard on your calendar. They need to be known as early as possible. So we know that we want to coordinate with the timing of the commission meetings, and the commission meetings are known. And we have to do so many days before to get our work done, to get things out to the committee.
So what would you like it to say?
Or whatever we said a minute ago. So in coordination, what it says right there, but also in coordination with the committee, the commission meetings and the legislature. I mean, that's another thing. We always have to meet right after the legislature. We know we're gonna have to meet after that will be a special session, but. And frankly, if we want to put in there that we like meeting on Fridays, let's put it on there. It'd either,
Like I said, and that,
Why not?
I could even, with the sentence we have, just say, and strives to set the schedule 12 months in advance.
No. Right, strive.
I just want some advance notice.
Right.
I mean, that's really what I'm going for here.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, this committee in 2 decades has never done a 1-year advance schedule. So that's not to say we couldn't, but if you're going to make
That's
that.
not true.
They have.
That's not true.
Well, he said to his knowledge, maybe it's true. He just doesn't remember.
12 years.
Oh, I've only been here 8 and we have.
Yes.
And Lee has been here the same time I have.
We scheduled.
We have. There was at least a year or 2 where we scheduled the whole year ahead.
I don't remember any of that.
I remember when I first got on, I knew exactly when the meetings
Right.
were gonna be.
Me too.
So
For the, I thought for the next 6 years, funny on me.
there is, and I think this was adopted by the commission, is that right?
Always good to have a rule that we know about.
So this is, Brooklyn Lawyer Committee is the second Friday of October, January not during session, April not during session, July, and then June after session.
How about that?
Love
I didn't know that.
Where's my new favorite person?
You can have special meetings
Adjust.
too. Right, but these are the regular meetings. Then we can have special meetings. And then we've had special meetings and then canceled our regular meeting that we had coming up a few weeks later because we didn't need it.
And I think, this is from a prior commission, when was this done? 2019. Oh, 2019. Oh, that was just prior to me. So.
Just keeps all of the committees on a schedule.
Well, then adopt that. We don't have to change that.
Well, let's just incorporate it with what we have said. Can we?
So can we just, maybe we could think about the languages and send it to Ron?
Do we want to adopt this today as I think we should, and then with continued agreement, like adopt the draft and then continued work on it. But
I think one of our co-chairs is trying to leave a lasting legacy.
I'm happy to let him sign it.
It is a great idea. I'm 100% behind this idea.
Working on it, that's fine.
I think we need to adopt it.
That's a minor change.
Yeah, let's fix this, and then we need to adopt it, but then we can always continue to expand it. Like, that's almost a regular.
What if we should,
Aren't you glad you?
what if we should put the language in here that the committee shall strive, and not marry this, but shall strive to adopt a regular schedule of meetings? Or something where we don't put the actual dates in here, but we have it in a separate document that we've already.
It's already been dictated by the commission. And I like the point. I want to have it a year. We want to strive to have it at a time. That's the point.
How about we just try to adopt a calendar year schedule?
Yeah.
That works for me.
Just adopt it. We don't have to put the dates in this document. Just say we're going to adopt it each year if we want to with the specific date.
Yeah, so every December or whatever.
I like that, because it gives us our principle of what we do.
But I like it also to have a little guidance, because, okay, look in 6 years, when somebody doesn't know what are the things that matter? Well, when the commission meetings are matters, when the legislature meets matters. It'd be good to know that coming in when I'm a new person. So stick it in there.
I think this is great for a new person coming on the committee.
The more.
I would like to have.
Yes,
this
the
one
more,
come on.
the better. So I would put that in there.
Well, what if we do both? What if we say what you say and say, taking into consideration schedules of the commission and the legislature?
Well, yes, and, I mean, if the commission has told us what to do, we should do that. It's not just.
Those dates already have been taken into consideration.
Well, they have told us when we're gonna meet.
Because they know when the other dates are.
Commission has, no, not exactly the date, but the commission has made a schedule for us, and it says.
I understand, but the schedule they made for us is in coordination with the other schedules that are already.
A date-specific schedule. It is a statement of how the schedule will be made. And I,
It does correspond to the other.
Thank you, because that's the only reason you would have that. If we're the second Friday, it probably means the commission met that Tuesday.
Right, or.
Or the Tuesday before, whatever, they're,
Yeah, or what,
yes,
however, they're all on.
that's my point.
And now we do provide, I mean, it's in the agenda, right? There's usually 2 proposed.
was just the next meeting. You have 2 alternative.
Yeah, so you see it, so suggested date per meeting timeline, alternative date. And so that meeting timeline is the one that's the commission.
Oh,
Right, but I think the point, Lee's point that I like is, let's not just work one meeting ahead. Let's schedule the whole thing.
Yeah, and there are committees that do that, right?
I think we should,
That,
like,
that considering correct commission meeting and legislative session goes into I.
I'd say considering Trek Commission meetings and instructions or suggestions or whatever rules, what is this called? I can see what it came from. Oh, Lori's in my picture over the,
You took out meetings.
you're in mine. I was taking a picture of the screen. So put that on your ring.
Okay, good.
When you come.
So do we know the meeting date after October 8th?
Closer at a little bitty title. Where's Paulsville?
Hallsville, 15 minutes from Longview and they.
She told me.
Where is it?
Not do a loan from mom and dad to the son and document it with a title insured, no deed of trust unless the seller agreed to it and the contract was.
Well, yeah.
I would like to propose taking out some words. I don't think we need the word formally here.
Whoops.
Where is it?
Where are we at?
Lost connection?
Yeah, hold on. Like something went wrong. We're trying to get going back in the meeting. So up in, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're formally, we can take it off. Sure. Okay, we'll go back.
Yeah.
Head out under F, I would think this parenthetical is not necessary. Just say we would follow a standard outline. I don't know if we have to define what the outline looks like here. If you're okay with taking that out. This lead in here, I don't think is necessary. I think we can say community every effort to attend all meetings. Okay with that?
I thought we had a statutory thing already. Didn't we look at this before? There's something that says you you can't miss more than 2, doesn't it? Am I making that up?
Well, this doesn't supplant that.
This says the co-chair of the committee may schedule emergency or time critical meetings. You just say emergency meetings. I don't mean.
Sure.
In the paragraph above there too, we need to add a 4 calendar year schedule for meetings.
Here.
And calendar year 4 meetings, it says calendar year scheduled meetings. Calendar year.
After calendar year.
No, yeah, the schedule, but then it, or FOR afterwards.
4 or
Yeah, either one.
Calendar year meetings.
Or you want meeting schedule?
Well, there, it saves a word right there. Sure does.
Chuck Baker would be so happy.
Save you a 4.
And then, under K, I don't think we need working groups here to do like subcommittees.
We finished looking at the documents because I've got like 17 of them.
All right.
Okay, could you go back up to F? And this is just a question I have, where we acknowledge and record the presence of any meeting. I don't think we need the word "and record," but should we have a sentence that says that we make a record of our meeting? Or is that already required?
It's required.
I think he meant in the minutes.
I think we have to, just leave it,
Do we?
yes.
Put a camera on them the whole time.
It's not that kind of record.
Something under 4?
John.
4A seems to be a long run-on sentence. I would suggest putting a period after public in the first line. And then it does not directly serve any particular trade, industry or trade association. And then I sure need a comma then, because it wouldn't be independent clauses, but welcomes input and expertise of such groups, including, but not limited to, and maybe we don't need the.
Ooh, you better put it on registered trademark.
Right. Thank you.
You suggest take those out, John?
I'm not sure we need it if we wanted to save words, but I'm not opposed to keeping it in.
Take that out.
We wanted to have a list.
Instead of realtors, maybe we should say license.
Well, that's a trade, there's not any other trade groups that aren't realtors, are there? Or are there?
Yeah, there's,
No, I meant of locally. Fine.
All right,
what's the?
take out whether regularly, you know, that.
We do regularly.
I would say we're.
He's on a hunt technician. He's chopping wood.
Hold on. Okay. Well,
We can take out, put a comma before the and take out the second.
Sorry?
So we have relevant in there twice, relevant state and federal legislation and relevant.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Just say that legislation doesn't matter. It is, right?
you could. We're not really reviewing federal legislation.
We did with like,
Well, we did with the closing stuff.
stuff like that.
Fine. Fine.
And then here. The. I don't know if we need C.
I like it. Because we should.
We should, okay, that's what we want to say.
That's the friends dinner that didn't happen with any of you people last night.
I don't want anybody to get my personal back.
I had no idea about it.
Nobody told me.
I failed to send it out.
So you had dinner with yourself?
She's making a true statement that you guys did fail to attend the dinner, so.
There was some partial,
Wasn't an invite.
there was a partial invitation that was killed immediately.
We were gonna do something, but I had a.
Well, you did not violate the open meetings right by discussing anything with yourself, did you?
And I gotta, do not
I really do hope that you get together for drinks beforehand.
The Hyatt House is a do not recommend. Do not recommend. They are not my people over there.
That was very nice when I joined to meet everybody and get.
Yes.
The first meeting we went out.
Mhm.
That's super important, I think, if we're gonna have to hang around with each other for
We didn't age you.
many hours,
Happy hours, volunteer.
got close to the pool.
So you're saying if we have to hang out together during all of this, we should have to hang out together even more?
Yeah, they
With coffee.
in the trunk of a car.
Important with.
Aside from these meetings, there has to be some fun. Yeah.
All right, so, I assume we're not.
No, we are,
Okay.
but we're not finished, not finished.
She's got more.
Kelly invited the attorneys. She didn't invite the brokers.
I didn't invite, it didn't happen.
Did we run a background check on SJ before she joined?
I think you were one of my references, so there.
So it's your fault.
So I think, we should put a statement in that we made earlier today, and maybe it's maybe it's the new E, I guess. We consider changes when we observe the need in the industry. And I had example when brokers are repeatedly drafting their own addenda, or numerous comments are received by the committee on certain topics.
Do we have the 5% rule in here?
We don't, and that's my next
That's
thing.
where we come in, right?
And I would go ahead and put in parentheses 5% rule.
Do you want to say, respond to what is
Yes, you can say that.
industry not needs or something like that?
Problems,
I put consider
crises.
changes.
Is that up under two?
Where are you? I'm actually in 4, I would make it 4E. Where are you?
He's in the primary mission part there.
Back into, under that laundry list, we strive.
Well, okay,
Because you're talking about drafting.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
What is D?
4 is kind of over here, 4D is kind of over here being what I'm talking about.
This is what-
Maybe it needs to move. Maybe that needs to move.
It's kind of the bucket list item
Right.
statement that we have.
4D does kind of sound like it's
4D might need to move.
close to the 5% rule.
It's not though.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Reported issues, problems.
We need to say it.
Yeah, I think 4D is different. That's kind of the bucket list stuff, and they'll just change, where what you're talking about is more that we don't take up an issue or change something if it affects less than 5% of the people, or the less than 5%.
Well, I'm putting several items in there. I'm just saying, we consider changes when we observe the need in the industry, and then I had an example. So when we notice the brokers are preparing their own addenda, comma, we receive, I don't know, numerous, repeated, some kind of number that means a lot of,
In response to material market conditions change.
well, actually what I was saying was comments received, comments directed to the committee, to the general counsel of the committee. And then we could just say, yes, market conditions that we observe, well, it's part of the industry. I think it's covered by the first part. When we observe a change in the industry or market. And maybe it's a material change. And I don't know that we want to say we want to respond every time, because we're not going to respond every time. We want to consider changes in response.
Give comments for respect.
Buyers, sellers, and
Use that word like distance.
Yeah, fine. That's pretty close.
stakeholders.
I do think somewhere we got to put in the 5%, and I'm happy to put it in there, and we should put it in parens. We should say,
5% we will understand to ask somebody.
we should say,
I hate to talk about the 5% rule here, even though it's sort of a.
That's what this is for.
I know, but I mean, the reason being is that we do sometimes respond to less than 5%. There's some drafting things that we do as well. It's just an easy solution. Throw it in here.
What if we say material reported issues? Does material take in the concept of 5%? Where if it's, we're considering something 5% or less, what's that?
5% of what?
it's a slang.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those, we all know what we mean, but really.
We don't. And that's why it should be in this little guide, because we have to teach the people that come.
Issues and problems are essentially the same thing.
Relevant issues?
And we've said that affect the majority of or the majority, instead of saying 5%, talk about.
Yeah, but back to majority.
I know, but when it affect, that's why we talk about
Not
it.
a majority, it could be, yeah,
Maybe 40%.
a substantial amount or a material amount.
Maybe not majority, but.
I think that's what John suggested to put to there.
I mean, we may change it based on one person's comment at this meeting.
Yeah.
If it's a good comment.
I mean, if it's a good idea, it's a good idea.
Right.
But we think it's a good idea probably because it affects the majority of the people. Or I guess I keep saying majority, I don't mean it in that content.
Yeah.
I think material does more or less encompass that, I guess. Fine.
All right, we persuaded us, let's grab it.
Make 11, make 10 number, make the second 10 number 11.
And did you think something about moving?
Well, are you going back up to?
Some programming is way, so you get at it.
What we were looking at was, 4D. There was some discussion by me and my posse that it might want to move. And it might want to move to 4.
So did we just move it to 4?
I don't know. No, we did not. They're not the same things. They are not the same things. That's a balance about change. That's balancing change and not change. That's a different issue.
I think it should stay.
You want to stay there?
I mean,
It's not hurting anything.
Well, it's just, should it be as part of the drafting policies, principles and guidelines? Or should it be part of the general principles?
So let's move it.
I'm okay with it either way. I'm okay with it where it was or the other place, bringing it back up.
That's where it goes.
You liked it where it was?
no, I'm fine wherever.
Mr. Chairman, what do you think?
I'm
Well, I
fine.
know you wrote it, so I guess you want to put it.
That was the idea. I haven't seen a change that bothers me, or I'm really like, I'm whatever, man.
The LD.
I am like, that's cool, man. I'm whatever. I like it.
Are we adopting these too, or do we just reference them?
We,
Did they get adopted in here
yeah,
again?
we re-adopt, reaffirm.
Even though these have been overtaken by the statute, right? The rights of track and BL, this has all been overtaken by the statute. True?
Ratifies.
I may have to get another red board.
All right, so are we adopting this?
I move that we adopt this statement of policies, principles, and guidance of the Texas Real Estate Broker Lawyer Committee.
I second that.
I demand that you change the pagination.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. No, it wouldn't be same sign, would it? Say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
We're gonna put all our names and we're gonna sign it? Do it.
Let's do that.
Let's do it. Since we didn't get to have dinner.
Independence, we all sign it.
Yeah, good.
Poke our fingers and.
I think the pagination needs to be corrected.
And did you fix number 10 and make it 11?
You had 1 of 2, 2 of 2.
I don't know if I want to sign
it. Oh, wait, go back to the top, hit an effective date. Hit an effective date at the top. Ron, go back to the top, effective date.
We adopted effective June 4th.
4th.
You know what day it is?
No.
We started on the 3rd.
That's what I'm saying. Like my depot notices, they continue from day to day until,
Do we all want to sign this?
yes.
The undersigned members.
And I think you ought to
I'm
put,
gonna get the signatures of the ones that are.
We can send it out.
send it out.
The committee adopted this statement by consensus.
by voice
Next meeting,
vote.
so let's all do it and it'll be fun, come on.
Yes, and, well, wait,
But you won't be here.
sign it now. You need to type it and you need to put you two co-chairs at the top. Put Charles up there before he goes off into the sunset.
I know y'all ready to go, but it didn't address in there about like how you appoint the next chairman. Is that necessary?
That's a good idea.
Maybe that can be the first amendment.
But why don't we just,
The first time we change it, after Charles is gone.
we have to use it next time. So is this
Fight
true?
to the death.
Is this true?
Still gotta get new.
Hello? Is this true? There are two co-chairmen, one of the lawyers and one of the brokers.
Correct.
The chairman of the lawyers is voted on by the lawyers, the chairman of the brokers is voted on by the brokers.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they serve until,
They die.
I did not
And,
realize.
and by the way, Ron's suicidal.
I mean, we do it every year, but somebody just gets to keep it until,
Nobody.
until, just say that that's how they're elected. That's fine.
So do y'all need to decide who will be taking?
We can't do it at this point because we will have two new members. We'll have two new members.
And one of them might be roped into, I mean.
So, although I would say, I don't think it's a good idea for a brand new member to become a chairman unless they were somebody like Ron.
Unless the brand new member were like Scott Kessler.
Maybe. Is Scott still on? Is he listening?
If you make SJ the chairman, the chairman really shouldn't speak to the conference.
Right, but we don't get, and the same applies to Brian, but
Full,
use Robert's Rule of Order, that doesn't matter.
you got your full rights. Charles has his full rights.
Yes.
I'm going to make a suggestion to shorten the meeting, since the only other agenda item is simply a recent court case that everybody has in their materials. You know, unless we really want to discuss it, I don't think it requires any action by this committee. I would just encourage everybody to read it, think about how it impacts when you draft the contracts, and maybe talk about it next time.
We briefly discussed it earlier.
Yeah.
Well, it talked about escalation clause,
Yeah.
right? You may not
We had
have a
that.
contract.
Yeah, it's an interesting case. You want to move on to or how about those dates for everybody?
I have a problem on the 8th. I am absolutely under no circumstances available on the 8th. I am 95.5% sure and we'll make it on October 15th. But I know I'm just one person.
That 15th works for me.
Anybody else?
No, I don't know, hold on. I gotta get to the right year.
Got on her pages, she's got pages. Lee speaks,
Okay, October,
15.
or 8.
We need a.
I can do that. Either one, 8th or 15th works for me.
I normally approve these minutes as well.
It's number 4.
We're getting there.
So October 15th it is. You guys have a good meeting, elected and chair.
And I would suggest strongly that everyone plan on, if they can, come the night before, where we will be honoring our then former chair, who hopefully will join the Friends. This is an unofficial announcement. Just the Friends, who are people, will gather for dinner and cocktails, and our former chair will join us. And there will be no business discussed whatsoever. Yeah, and we can invite other people, other friends, if they'd like to come. That'd be nice. And of course, our,
Yes.
general counsel and associate counsel and our friend at Texas Realtors and our executive director.
And now we print the minutes.
Or do you want
Or you just want to look at them and read them and say, okay, approved, let's do that.
to vote?
Was that Fred? Did we ever get a 411 on who the 210 was?
Maybe it was, but I thought he was in Austin right now.
I thought he lived in
It's San Antonio, I think.
San
I'll take
Antonio.
them off for now and then.
Let me look, hang on. Four was Austin.
We'll leave it to the staff to correct that once they find out.
I don't have
I'm
his phone
trying to
number.
keep track of everyone online, but I'm gonna take them off since I don't have that. If y'all want,
I think only if they spoke. How about if the people make public comments?
I don't necessarily put it on there. They would,
Okay.
if I don't recognize them. But I will, if staff wants to put them on there, you can do that there.
I think that's appropriate, but not if you're just lurking, right? Online.
Deputy executive. I remember.
Joe, is title executive director or administrator?
Executive director. But it just gave us a page. Very good.
Don't confuse us.
SJ, I texted you what the next dates should be.
Well, should we talk about them?
Commission rule, the January and April
Yeah.
dates I sent you.
I mean, I know you and I know everything, but should we,
No, we didn't know everything. I got them from Amber.
as a secret? I think we should put these in at least dark pencil.
Generally, and I guess it doesn't matter because it's already laid out. I know the commission, doesn't the commission just like do theirs in November? They set their meeting dates for the year. Oh, you've already done, okay.
Amber gave them to us.
Okay.
So per Amber, the default date for our meetings should be January 14th, 2022, and April 8th, 2022.
That's as far as I got.
But I would remind everybody, I do think we should, and I don't even know how we do it. I just think you should be aware that if there is another legislative session, they need to meet, but we don't know when it is.
Yeah. There'll be another one after the first of the year or something?
No, it has to be before.
Do a Zoom meeting.
You're talking about us or the legislature? The legislature, it would be before the end of the year, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know there could be special called meetings for this group.
But you're just like knowing.
The ones that we can.
Ones that we do know.
I'd like to know about.
Yeah, I mean, ESAC does that. They have, I think ESAC has their whole year laid out already.
That would be greatly
Maybe
appreciated.
we could adopt the 2022 calendar whenever we can.
That'd be awesome.
Yes, Tony?
I know I just walked in, but it's pretty unlikely that there would be much out of the whole session that would impact you guys, because it's very specific.
Yeah. Okay. So at the October meeting, do you want us to have because we do the timeline date and then we usually have an alternate date. Like here, the timeline date was October the 8th, but the alternate that we put out was the 15th. So we could bring you those dates for the next year at the October meeting.
I think that'd be great.
Yes, but we're gonna, in the meantime, Mark, just hold the.
Sure.
Timeline date.
Sure.
Right? Are you rolling?
Keep going. Everybody here?
This is hard without, I'm sorry.
Do you want to, I think we're like.
No, maybe you gotta make me pay attention.
You could do that.
Yeah,
All right.
everybody pay
At the very
attention.
beginning or?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
Just the people, we can skip that. And staff can fix that if necessary.
Well, you got chosen last time and there were probably that many people, so. And now you've got experience, which could help or hurt you, right? I don't know if that's good or not. Did you reapply? Lori didn't, she's picking up for the curve.
You know,
Done with us.
I would say that's not exactly, B and C are not exactly true. We had a ton of discussion and then we decided
Well,
to
what
defer
I
further
ended up
discussion.
doing in.
We put it in the bucket, didn't we?
Yeah.
Saying deferring discussion, and we're gonna bring it back up. So I don't know if you want to restate, it says defer discussion and say that.
Deferred action.
Deferred action.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion and deferred action.
You could say defer further discussion.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
Further discussion and action. How about that? Fine, good.
well, we don't need action necessarily. We didn't decide that we're going to take it.
We decided to have a discussion or release it.
Okay. Same.
We sent the other thing to the prayer.
So. Our keys do.
Say revise instead of strike. Five A.
Add that to the paragraph.
Okay.
No, typical. Wonder, they'll probably double check if it needs to be added in the other forms. The new home.
Yeah, going to say that any other.
Yeah.
You left off the H.
I left an H off.
Yeah.
The.
Unless you mean Spanish. I don't know.
Signalize, there we go.
Would everybody be comfortable up in room 400 next time?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The internet's fine.
What is this relativity used for?
This is where we have commission meetings,
Oh, really?
and it's where like, all, like the water boards here, et cetera, they do their meetings.
Doesn't look big enough. How many members on the commission?
The room did seem so much bigger when it's set up for the commission.
Nine, yeah, okay, it's
Are
9.
there 9 seats out there?
Just this,
Some sit over here.
in the witness box.
Kind of like it down here. I am comfortable in the other room.
Yeah, we call this sponsored state.
What? I'd be so honored. Actually, I'd call it the Kramer statement. Oh, you know what we didn't put in there? Is that we will endeavor to create a statement of style, guidance, and so forth.
Oh, bring it up.
Yeah.
You can just do it.
Everybody knows that.
So are you gonna submit at the next meeting a sample?
Yes,
Proposed?
I started that a long time ago. Mark dug up what used to be the commission's style guide from.
Are we talking dress code?
Didn't we say it? We have a subcommittee.
No, but.
About the commas and the.
No, yeah,
Charlie's very worried about that.
that's pretty funny.
I thought we had a subcommittee on style before.
We did, and I don't know what happened to it.
If this is where we talk about Oxford commas.
I use so.
I think you're on
The
it.
exciting stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
You can just let.
Please,
Jim in.
let Jim in.
Draft that for us.
Because Amber's.
So we will we'll adopt these minutes with the idea that, the staff can clean up any grammar that it feels appropriate. If there's any oddly worded sentence it doesn't like, we can make those changes. And then,
Put a period on the.
Sorry, Amy. Are you gonna let him
I
in?
have plans for that.
I don't think, are you not?
Wiedemeyer.
Actually, it's not as long as hers.
This meeting's over.
Yeah, she's.
Yeah.
introduce your thing, and that's most important.
Those are rocking fundamental changes which we all agree to. Now,
Yes. Glad we got that done. Okay, so Charles is gonna stay, sign the document, and the rest of us are gonna sign it at the next meeting? Is that what I?
that sounds good.
I'll stay and sign. I have to do a contract. I have to look at a contract real quick.
Y'all won't share.
I don't
Do it.
need to give Charles a gavel.
Pound away.
Had SJ been elected to the judge position, you could have borrowed it.
Certainly got one.
If I would have been elected to the judge position, you would have been missing me.
This is my
You can't
last
be a
meeting
judge.
also.
No, no, because you might
Oh, yeah.
likely run
Definitely miss
these things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No rulemaking or whatever stuff.
Well, I want to tell everybody that, I really enjoyed, even if time, we had some passionate arguments, I really enjoyed every minute of this. I'm gonna miss doing this. I really miss the committee. I like this. And the fact that people debate and argue means that you guys are passionate about it. So one thing I learned, I'm still not perfect at it. I like to talk a lot, but hopefully I talk less and listen more. So that's the only thing I can pass on is just try and listen to each other, and that makes a more stronger community. So thanks, everybody.
We will all work on our roasts and toasts, but I know we all thank you for all of your work. You're a great leader. I've had big shoes to fill and reshape. You should have known better.
We are adjourned, everybody. Thanks.